ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ní ẹ̀kí gbọ́ àkọ́bí ewé ayò ewé tún èdè ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrí gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wọ́n á fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wọ́n á fi jó ẹrùkù bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wọ́n á fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ náà bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìdáyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ Àkànbí
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ati ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wana ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Subramia, baby, subramia, Soko sunu baby, subramia, Soko sunu baby, subramia, Soko sunu baby, subramia, Ejemo, Anamana, Ejemeje, Anamana, Wana mejemo, Anamu, Karatuba dodiri tukuma tukutuba dodiri ndemo, Eguma wego. Para tuba dodiri tukuma duku tuba dodiri ndemo obodo jisike nubo seruna oyibo
it is everyone be free
ayandaba 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 Susu baby subramia Suku sunu baby subramia Suku sunu baby subramia Suku sunu baby subramia
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No basa ye ga ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ati ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wana ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia.
Ase kwa nefo jabanye si akuna nyego bamkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota akuna koga bu.
Ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Ati ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Wana ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Susu baby subramia. Baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Ejemo, ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, ejemo, anamana. Wana mejemo, ejemo, anamu. Para tuba jodiri tukuma tuku tuba jodiri ndimo egu mawego. Para tuba jodiri tukuma tuku tuba jodiri ndimo egu mawego. Obodo jisike nubo serona. Oyibo.
It is a free one. Be free.
Ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Ati ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Wana ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse
Obo
them.
da say yeah we mo. Yeah we mo. Obo da say yeah we mo. Nu ba say ga ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe ma.
Boy feeling.
Ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Ati ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Wana ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ase kwa nefo jabanye si akuna nyego bamkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota akuna koga bu.
All right, so there it is. So there it is. Sorry, we had to double dip that that Ayendaba. We had to double dip that because I had a bit of a pardon me. I had a bit of a glasses emergency. I couldn't find my glasses, and without my glasses, I am as blind as a bat. So there it is. So here I am. There you are, and here we are. So here we are. Here we go again. So we're doing it again. Of course, we are doing it again. And of course, doing it with you as well. So don't even know how to start it, but good day to you. Let's start it with just say good day. Sometimes just a good day is sufficient enough to kick it off. So good day to you. How are you? Hope you've had a a pleasant, wonderful, Monday, of course. So hope you had a pleasant, wonderful weekend, and we go into the throes of another week. So by the end of this week, we would have entered into the final month of the year. So see how quickly these things go. But there it is. But the one thing that is constant is that One Man Went Tomorrow is always available for you round about this time of the day. So it's a fixture now. So just rest. So rest yourself into that understanding that your friendly neighborhood or your laughing man that talks in the rather peculiar voice, he will always be online available for you. So there it is. So there it is. Let's just kick it off. Rather than me just rambling off, the usual protocol: click on the like button. I don't know why I even say this all the time, man. It's not as though anybody listens. I mean, what skin does it take off your nose? How does it damage you so just to click on some lousy, miserable like button? Just click on the like button. You don't need me to be telling you that. You know the protocol. So just click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Pardon me. Actually, yes, sir. So yes, so just click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. I mean, what sort of what's going on here? Just do it. You know, how does it take away from you in any way? Just clicking on some lousy button. And I mean, what act of resistance is it that the guy is asking you to click on like button and you're saying no? Why are you don't be an idiot. Just click on the like button. Also, click on the like button and don't be an idiot. Subscribe for the same reason as well, for reasons of not being an idiot. Don't be an idiot in any way. So just do those two things. Click on like, click on subscribe, and then you're not an idiot. So click on like, click on subscribe. If you want to come join me on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your ticket to ride. So just click on that. You end up in the studio space. Soon as are you mocking me anymore? As soon as I finish reading out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, invite your thoughts. What's complex in that? It's as simple as I was going to draw some sort of weird analogy there, but it's as simple as ABC. Let's stay safe. So do all those. I'm not even going to mention the hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee. I know you guys are not interested in that, but it is there. All right, let's get straight into it. Let's get straight into it and kick it off. I'm not sure which one did I. Yes, let me kick it off with this because this was the lead item on the thumbnail. So let's kick it off with this. So we kick it off with this. So now, it's make or mar this. So it's make or mar this budget now that Tinubu. And by the way, it's gone to the Senate and it's already been approved. So it's make or mar because this first budget now is going to set the course of direction for the next 4, possibly 8 years. So we're going to be unpicking, of course, we're going to be unpicking the details of this budget, but this is this first fledglings. So now let's now see what this offers. And I've not seen anything outside of the headline. So we go on this journey of discovery. So I've not seen anything outside of the headline. So we go on this journey of discovery together. So breaking, FEC approves. Sorry, it's not actually the Senate. It's the Federal Executive Council, so it still has to pass through the Senate. FEC approves 27.5 trillion naira for 2024 budget. So the budget cycle, of course, Nigeria, January to December, even though I'm an Oyo man. So it's from January to December. That's the financial cycle. Is essentially a calendar cycle. That's how the Nigerian financial cycle runs. So from January, quite simple and straightforward, from January to December. So they do their budgeting, but then of course by March they're back at the Senate asking for twice as much in supplementary budget. FEC, that is the Federal Executive Council, approves 27.5 trillion for 2024 budget. So let's see if we get any details from this. And by the way, the highest yet in Nigeria's history. The Federal Executive Council, FEC, on Monday, November the 27th, approved a sum of 27.5 trillion naira aggregate expenditure for the 2024 appropriation bill. Disclosing this to journalists after the FEC meeting presided over by President Bola Tinubu at the State House, Abuja, the Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Alhaji Atiku Bagudu, also said the targeted revenue for the next year is 18 trillion naira. So now, already you see the chasm there. So already, so the revenue not anywhere near, of course, the budget. The budget being put forward 27.5 trillion naira, but the revenue anticipation 18 trillion naira. So a clear chasm already there. So what's that? That's what 9.5 trillion right there missing. So of course that's to be padded out with borrowing. The Federal Executive Council, FEC, on Monday, November the 27th, approved a sum of 27.5 trillion naira aggregate expenditure for the 2024 appropriation bill. Disclosing this to journalists after the meeting presided over by President Bola. Sorry, let me just carry on. I'm going to do it one more time. I didn't like the flow of that. The Federal Executive Council on Monday, November the 27th, approved a sum of 27.5 trillion naira aggregate expenditure for 2024 appropriation bill. Disclosing this to journalists after the FEC meeting presided over by President Bola Tinubu at the State House, Abuja, the Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Alhaji Atiku Bagudu, also said the targeted revenue for the next year is 18 trillion naira. According to him, further details of the budget will be released when President Tinubu makes his presentation of the budget to the National Assembly. He further disclosed that the medium-term expenditure framework, which had been passed by the National Assembly, was further reviewed. So the medium-term expenditure framework, I'm assuming that is a coded fanciful word for supplementary budget. I suspect that is what it means by that. Bagudu said, the Federal Executive Council considers the 2024 appropriation bill. The MTEF was earlier approved by the National Assembly. It has an exchange rate of 700 naira to the dollar and a crude benchmark of $73. So those are the important figures that you really need to take hold of. So now, the naira currently exchanging for higher than that. So but they are benchmarking the naira at 7, and this is what all the international houses are saying, by the way. They are benchmarking the naira at 700 to the dollar, and they are benchmarking, curiously, crude at $73 per barrel. So those are the key figures that you need to really get hold of. So anytime crude sells above $73, that goes into the excess crude account. Anytime that crude falls below $73, then the country essentially borrows from the CBN. But then that naira exchange rate, that comes into play as well. To improve revenue, the council further reviewed the MTEF with an exchange rate of 750 naira to the dollar and a crude benchmark of $77 per barrel. This will significantly improve revenue. So now we're going to unpick that, of course, as soon as any of our financial experts are coming. And I think one of our financial experts already here. So he will probably start to unbundle that for us in a moment. So that's a maker right there. So on to the next one. Tinubu reappoints Mele Kyari as NNPCL GCEO. Akinyelure, board chairman. So now this Akinyelure, this name right here, Akinyelure, and this guy right here, that's the Akinyelure. This guy was Tinubu's boss at Mobile Oil. I think he actually even interviewed him for his job there. So that's the full cycle of it right there. In compliance with Section 59, subsection 2 of the Petroleum Industry Act 2021, President Bola Tinubu has approved the appointment of a new board and management team for the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, with effect from December the 1st, 2023. So effectively within the week, essentially. Chief Pius Akinyelure, non-executive board chairman, Mala Mele Kolokiari Group chief executive officer. So I think this really is the news there, because of course a lot of people anticipating that he will sack Mele Kyari and replace him with an inside man, a Yoruba person, but Mele Kyari retained. So Chief Pius Akinyelure, a non-executive board chairman, Malam Mele Kolo Kyari, group chief executive officer. A lot of northerners on this list, by the way. Alhaji Umar Isa Ajiya, chief finance officer. So quite how somebody from what does he know about finance is really what you want to question. Mr. Ledin or Lidom Miti, Lidom Miti, non-executive director, Mr. Musa Tomsa, Mr. Gali Mohammed, Professor Mustafa Aliyu, Mr. David Ogbodo, Miss Eunice Thomas. So that seems to be. Furthermore, President Tinubu approved the appointment of two permanent secretaries, Mr. Okokon Ekenem Udo, permanent secretary, Federal Ministry of Finance. So I think that was this appointment not directly to an NPC, but this one petroleum related. Ambassador Gabriel Aduda, permanent secretary, Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources. Mr. Tinubu, and by the way, this is People's Gazette, by the way. It's still calling Tinubu Mr. You know, it's just unbelievable. This is unbelievable. But what can you even say about it? I think it's just to ignore it now is really the thing, and just get past that to the news. Mr. Tinubu anticipates the fullest measure of compliance with the performance-driven and result-oriented mandate of his renewed hope administration in the implementation of energy policy that will monetize all available oil and gas resources, so etc. etc. So essentially, the headline news: Mele Kyari retains his post as NNPC's czar. But is that good news? So that's up for discussion. So if that's good news, that's up for discussion. Nigeria has highest international students dependents in last 4 years. So this scheme now that allows you to bring your dependents. The United Kingdom said Nigeria. Let me see. I'm not reading well today. The United Kingdom said Nigeria has the highest number of dependents brought in by international students in the last 4 years. So I'll leave that there. Just leave that there. Let me go on to this one. Tinubu to present 2024 budget on Wednesday, says National Assembly. So I think we're already in the throes of that. So let me bring you this one. Judiciary won't replace law with emotions. So this is the Chief Justice telling the obedience to F off. Olukayode Ariwoola, Chief Justice of... let me see if water would help. All right. Olukayode Ariwoola, Chief Justice of Nigeria, CJN, says the judiciary will not replace the law with sentiments and emotions of the public. Ariwola spoke on Monday at a special session to mark a new legal year and swearing-in ceremony of new senior advocates of Nigeria, SAN. Admonishing justices, the CJN said, the law remains the law, no matter whose interest is involved. In all we do, as interpreters of the law, we should endeavor to sever the strings of emotion from logic and assumption from facts, Ariwola said. We should never be overwhelmed by the actions or loud voices of the mob or crowd and now begin to confuse law with sentiments or something else in deciding our cases. Nevertheless, unnecessary and unwarranted utterances are bound to embarrass not only others, but the judge himself. Thus, what should be asked, and what should not be asked should be avoided. He also asked justices to be above board and to be bold during adjudication. I admonish our judges to, as usual, receive what is tendered in court and eschew what is against the law and facts after thorough analysis and assimilation both in and out of court. So there it is right there. So that is just an acerbic aside to the obedience by the Chief Justice of the Federation, an acerbic aside to the obedience by the Chief Justice of the Federation. So, pardon me, do I want to give you this one? This one is long and winding, but I'll give you the headline and then we'll... CBN activates automatic debit order on debtor account, other defaulters in commercial banks. So I'll talk you through that in the course of the session, but I think sufficient enough of the reading. Let's hear the K-Guys music and then we go straight into it. Maybe I'll pick up in the course of the session a bit of funk coming through, a bit of funk.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé ṣọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sọ́dámẹ̀ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sọ́dúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikú kò ní rí wa gbéṣe, may death have nothing to do with us. So, amen to that, of course, on behalf of myself first, and then, of course, you, my friends, as well. So, amen to that on behalf of my... I can't speak today. Let me just bring Emeka on, who is never short of words. So, King Emeka, good to be your company. The delightful Emeka, always a delight in his company. Adanle Koko, father of the bride, he's present and ready. Maurice to give us a word for, I'm sure, and Thomas in the house as well. Mekus, rescue us, take us to the conversation.
Yeah, good evening, one man. Maybe you need to take some water to get yourself in the groove. Good evening, fellow panelists, comment section, and viewers at home. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. And I think we need to get more participation in the comment section, as well as those who are viewing. Some enjoy watching on the big screen, others would prefer using their laptop or their phones. But come get yourself involved in the comment section and express your own opinion as you deem fit. And don't forget to invite your enemies as you're coming. Yeah, woman. Uh, I saw the budget today. 27.5. I think it's just 1.5 trillion higher than that of the appropriation bill of 2023. Well, hopefully, maybe when the Tinubu presents it to the National Assembly on Wednesday, and before the end of the week, we probably will get more details of the budget, and we'll be more interested in the budget of the Minister of Information and Communication, that's Tijani. Likewise, Education of Ministry of Health. Let's see how that student loan is going to look like. I'm interested in that. I'm also interested in the FCT budget. What Wike has been talking a lot. Let's see. Then Dave Umahi, Ministry of Works. I'm also interested in the Ministry of Defense. They had the supplementary budget just a couple of few weeks ago. Let's see what they are proposing and the budget line. Notwithstanding, we'll be seeing some gigantic amounts, many of them going into recurrent expenditure in terms of salaries and other recurrent expenses. But let's also to finalize to see the proportion of recurrent expenditure. And notwithstanding, the capital expenditure, looking at some specific budget heads in some specific ministries, Ministry of Agriculture, Housing, what's the housing sector going to look, what are they doing in that angle? So I won't be interested in Ministry of Women's Affairs and their capital expenditure. It doesn't make much significant impact to the economy. That would be maybe subject to
It would be very
change.
it would be very rare for the Ministry of Women Affairs to have because it's essentially an NGO, isn't it? Like a charitable sort of. So you don't expect them to have capital expenditures.
Yeah, they would definitely. They would, right? Maybe they're buying furniture, they're buying new laptops, probably for women. Maybe buying some keke napep. I hear she intends to buy keke napep for women. That women should be driving keke too. So that will also come into capital expenditures, right? So it's not going to fall under the payment of staff working with her in the ministry. So I won't be more interested in that because it will have little or zero impact to the economy. But the major ones, the major hitters, Ministry of Works, Ministry of Housing, Agriculture, Education, if we are following UNESCO's plan and for education, also what other ministry again? The Defense Ministry, the Ministry of Defense, to see what they are doing in terms of security. It gives you an angle what they intend to do, what their plans are going to look like. And which other one am I forgetting again? But again, you will see what our medias are going to do.
It's going to be presenting it on Wednesday to the Senate. Sure. So traditionally, the Senate slashes and then they insert. So it'll be interesting to see where that budget actually. That's not the final figure, of course.
Of course, definitely.
By the time the Senate pulls a bit out and then adds their own looting then we'll find out exactly where we are.
The National Assembly will also include theirs too, right? And
Yes,
finalize
constituency something.
Yeah, exactly. And then another major ministry, I'm forgetting, Ministry of Finance, right? Those two, the combo of Cardoso and Wale Edu, the both of them.
You see, the one I am really looking forward to is the Ministry of Works and Housing, David Umahi.
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
I want to see what our defense budget looks like, and which bits goes where, which one goes to, especially our capital expenditure, which is buying kits. We need to buy kits now.
But you'll find out that this one, I think, if we're going to be dissecting that budget, you will see it's going to run into a lot of pages, like 200 or 300 pages, right? So it probably might be a weekend section where one would sit down and look at.
I think we have to allocate. We have to allocate, especially you people like you and Kulata. We have to break it up and farm it out to you to come and.
Yeah, sure, more sure. But I'll be looking at those areas that would affect or impact the economy mostly, and ignore the rest, because those ones are normal day-to-day operations of ministries. So, but those ones that will impact the economy.
And which areas are those? Which areas do you? Because like I think
Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Finance budget is mostly number one. Should be number one on the top list. What are they trying to do? How they're going to, especially because CBN falls under that portfolio, to look at what's happening and how they're spending money. Then works like what you said, Ministry of Defense, those ones are the things that would empower the economy.
I want to see what they are spending on education and health.
And health, but the Minister of Health is really, really quiet, and I'm worried about that. Right, so education, very, very significant to the economy. Health, likewise, is also significant. We will not take away agriculture, because I know the minister is looking at wheat production, and wheat is one of the items we import a lot in the country.
Which ministry are you anticipating would have? Give me the top three in terms of being a progressive budget. The top three ministries that you're expecting to have the highest budgets in there.
I think the Ministry of Defense will have the highest, in my viewpoints, because why I say so, in a short, if we look at the supplementary budget that came in, and you'll see that some of the ministry, like some of the defense, Navy, the Nigerian Navy, it's going to spend a lot of money within 2 months. You saw that came up, people talking about the yacht, right? And they got the public really angry. The army too, as well as the Air Force. Those three, not excluding the Ministry of Defense itself, right?
Let's put all of them under a defense bracket. Which other ministry? Because by my reckoning, for that budget to be progressive, the defense has to be the topmost, traditionally, and then power, and then works and housing.
I completely forgot Ministry of Power. That's another important. The minister has been quiet, but that's another significant ministry that should come to the minds of Nigerians, and Nigerians should be looking at what activities do they have for restoring power in the country. Then works and housing, the minister is up and doing, so we are going to see a very progressive. I think he requested for 300 billion. Was it dollars? Last supplementary.
$35 billion was what
$35 billion. Yeah. So yeah, that should be 300 million naira, right? Or more. I think 300 or more.
That should be close to 400 billion naira.
Yeah. So I see him expanding. That would be very progressive, going and trying to put up some works. Housing too, they split that ministry up. Works and housing is now 2 different ministries. I'll be paying more important to agriculture, I want to see, the minister has been talking. Let's see if he can back up his words with action in terms of his budget and his planning.
Emeka, the other thing I'd like to see is it's a breakdown of their achievables or their targets. So to say that, and I want to see big ticket items in there as well. So to say, okay, I'm going to complete the road from Lagos to Umahia within this budget cycle. So we can then benchmark against that. So because often they just give out this budget there's no marked achievement. There is nothing that we're using to track because we want to track that budget too.
Yes, exactly. I think Nigerians now are becoming more enlightened about what government is doing, and we want more transparency and we want more answers, right? The only minister that I know that has been backing his words with action is Wike. And he has been putting timeline on all his projects that he intends to do. Only Wike has been doing that, and he has been coming out in the media to say so. You understand? He's the only minister I know. And someone else can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong here. His last media chat, he has said, "This is when I will complete this." Even to the point where they asked him, "Oh, the railway, this and that." He said, "No, that is very expensive. Or I cannot do that. It is metro line from airport to the city that I will be able to do and complete on or before May 29th. The money is already there. We're just waiting for the president to transmit to the National Assembly, and we're up and running." So Wike is the only one who is putting timeline to his deliverables, and I would employ other ministers to copy suit, and also more ministers should come out to the media. I'll be thinking, channels. I know they pay for airtime, right? Is one way, especially the 10 o'clock p.m. Spots, which is 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock, or 8 to 10, which is very hot, buying media space on channels and all the media companies we have in Nigeria is a top one. That's how they make their money, right? But once in a while, invite other ministers that you feel that are so quiet but important to the country. Invite them over and let them come tell Nigerians what they are doing. They don't need to be paying you to come speak to Nigerians. Those are only ministers who are serious, like
We're losing you, Emeka.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're back. Carry on.
Okay, so I dipped, right? I was receiving a call came in. So
all right. That person is determined to speak with you, isn't he? Is it that babe? Is it the babe again?
No, babe.
You didn't fulfill your own end of the bargain.
Hello?
Look
yeah, it's a phone call that is interrupting my...
Oh, all right. Carry on. Do you want to...
that is interrupting my conversation.
Do you want to take the call or do you want to carry on? If you want to take the call, then I can...
No, I'm carrying on.
All right,
carrying on.
Yeah.
So, ministers should learn and take suit from Wike. Come to the media, or if you don't want to do that, you can draft out your plan on newspapers, and Nigerians should see what you are doing. Tell Nigerians what you are doing. Stop hiding behind. You say so that's how you get to know ministers that are ineffective. Ministers who do not understand their portfolios, and ministers who don't know what they are doing. So, but those who understand their deliverables and understand the task at hand and the mandate of Mr. President, you will see them all out in the open, and you will see their works very visible to everyone and how it's going to impact Nigerians. So I think our media houses and our newspapers should be challenging and calling out these ministers to come tell Nigerians what they are supposed to do. That's the only way they will be able to achieve their but then again, the special minister of implementation and monitoring should also come out and see how to monitor this budget. And there should be a way ministry should report on budget implementation. So far, so good. I think the last time we did that, it's been a long while that we are only implementing 45% of our budget. So there should be a way that we should be tracking this, how they're implementing this budget, and what is the run rate to implementation on a month-to-month or on a quarter-to-quarter basis. How are you doing this? So they should be reporting those figures. It is doable and it should be tracked since the president has said he wants his ministers to sign a memorandum of understanding. That is how you track them and ensure everybody is working. That's the way you establish clear out KPIs for them. We want our ministers to be up and running, and also head of commissions to do likewise too.
All right, let me take you to another headline, and then I'll invite you to what you are seeing in the news as well, and then I'll take the conversation and take it in the direction of Maurice. This headline now, this surprises everybody. Tinubu reappoints Mele Kyari as NNPC's GCEO. So what are you making of that? Mele Kyari.
I'm not surprised about it. Kyari is.
He's a real oil man, isn't he?
Yeah. He understands. He understands that space properly, and he plays his politics very, very well. You know, the rumors were grounding and circulating around in the air, but Kyari knows how to play his politics, and I believe he knows how to communicate his position properly using the right channels. Right. What this confirms is that the president is comfortable with him heading the NNPC. But my concern with the NNPC, it is a big conglomerate. It is too big. So that ministry, that NNPC needs to be splitted. They need to sell some places and get some money. It's just too big for one person to not just one person. I think NNPC should just be a regulatory body regulating the oil space in the country. Let's the people who have the expertise come into the country, buy over these assets, and begin to run them. If you take a look at the group of NNPC is a group of companies. If you take a look at the companies under NNPC, you will marvel. There are some that you don't even know, you don't hear in the media space. Like, oh my goodness, I think there are over 27 companies within the NNPC, and you're like, what's going on? This is too much. Why? And some you don't know their function. We have the gas, we have the pipelines, then we have the refineries that are never working, that doesn't want to work. We don't know why they are not working. Then you have some, which one I'm trying to remember again. A lot of companies. Maybe one of these, I'll try to go do more research and break down this 27 and bring it up to enlighten the platform and viewers to let them know it's a big conglomerate that and that is how corruption swims across and gets so fat like a whale. Corruption enter like a tilapia and before you know it is a whale in NNPC. So well, for Kyari, congratulations. It shows that the president is confident in your leadership of the NNPC and turn around that company, do great things for the country, and see how to increase our production, our oil production in the nearest future, so that we can all benefit from it. Well, we can see that he's trying to make some radical changes, and they've been asking him questions. When are you taking NNPC to public offering? Well, he has to answer within the shortest period. But all I have to say is congratulations to him.
All right, brilliant. And is there anything else that we've missed in the news cycle today?
Oh, yeah. There's something you missed. The comment from the owner of Benin, that has been on the social media and getting a lot of people upset, angry, happy. He made some very salient points, talking about the president being ordained by God to be president. I know a lot of people were upset, and that space. That space were upset, and to the point,
they better not cause the Oba of Benin. Is a real voodoo man.
I don't want to say it. You see, I don't want to say stuff before the people begin to attack my personality. I begin to question my heritage again once more, as they do. But it seems like my people do not respect me. If there's any monarch that I respect a lot, or even close to fear, is the Oba of Benin. You understand? And it shows from the way he's been acknowledged and respected by his people. You understand? And being not only respected, loved, and revered by his people. You understand? So, but going off to insult that man, you must be there's something you must be drinking in your house. If you're not afraid of somebody, you should be afraid of that Oba himself. I know they went after the Oba of Lagos, but you see that the Oba of Benin himself, he doesn't speak often in public, right? But once he speaks, his words really matters.
And in
And
fact,
then
there was a time World Peace was telling us that he never leaves his palace, but he does leave his palace, as we can see. He was in Abuja and now he's in Lagos. He's chasing that dollar just like everybody else.
No, the reason why he left, I think I explained it yesterday, because of those artifacts. He doesn't want it to go to the wrong hands, right? And that is really serious. If it's not that serious, that was why I wanted to know, out of curiosity, why did he leave? He barely. It's known that he barely leaves his palace, but for him to move, and that whatever he was living for matters a lot to his kingdom. Then the other statement he said was that Bini found Lagos. And that one again, he made he said a lot of things. Was it yesterday? No, it was on Saturday. He said a lot of things on Saturday. But those two statements were picked on by a specific set of people, and
I'm
some got
surprised.
angry.
I'm surprised World Peace is not here already. But I've got something for him if he turns up, because I've got the history for him. But carry on.
Yeah, he'll be listening for the background. So some got excited, some got angry, some were trying to dissect his statement. But one thing that he said that resonated, and and I'm hoping the Edo people who have been carrying Obi chest, left, right, center, and at their back will now understand that even their king has said the president is ordained to become president and to be our president, and he should be respected.
I wonder why that is not a headline on Niger Watch. I wonder because everybody else they will insult him now. I wonder why they are not insulting him.
I did follow up this space, but immediately I saw that in the news, I rushed in late to want to hear his own statement about it. I think he decided he was calming everybody down not to insult the Oba.
But
They should face their politician.
Emeka, good evening. One man, good evening. But why are they not insulting their Oba now? I'm expecting the insult.
No, that's why I wanted to monitor that. No, they cannot do it. They can't do it.
They cannot.
But why can't they do that? If they can, my brother.
In fact, they cannot even think it. You know that's
no. One man.
They might be unhappy with the statement, but they dare not voice their opinion.
But Emeka, let me land this. That is the sign of hypocrite.
That's not true.
Can I please speak? Can I please speak?
Do you understand that?
My brother, hold on. I'm speaking, please. Yeah. If on their own side, that means they are hypocrites. If they can come out with their full chest, insult Oba of Lagos,
and the Sultan of Sokoto,
the Oni of Ife. So I'm waiting for. I can't insult. I can't insult, but I'm waiting for some crazy people that will insult this Oba too, so that they can feel Boshirilara, they can feel how it is in everybody's heart. Thank you.
It is this one that will make Edo people live obedient to. This one will make Edo people live obedient.
They will not insult the Oba. Emeka, may I interject, please? They will not insult the Oba because Edo actually is the strongest obedient state. So they will not insult the Oba. Obedience are not stupid. They know what's good for them and what's going to go against them. So they will not insult the Oba. They may complain or may disagree, but they will not insult him, not because he's God or not because he's going to do anything. He can't do nothing to anybody. just because the state is a really hardcore obedience state. That is the only reason. So don't make it like Oba is
you don't see any hypocrisy in that.
Supernatural human being.
Do you not see any hypocrisy?
So don't make it look like Oba has any supernatural power. No.
Don't let Benin people come after you, Morris. Don't let them. After God is their Oba, after their Oba, nobody else exists. Don't let Benin people come after you.
That's why I'm telling you. Because Edo State is the strongest obedient state. So nobody will insult the Oba. They are not insulted. They pay that respect.
Some people have actually
because the Oba has supernatural power. No.
Not the Benin. Oba has supernatural power, Morris. He does.
It does.
It does.
I mean, you are so civilized that you believe in all those things. I don't believe in that.
Look at this guy.
Oga Morris.
You people are so civilized.
I just have to laugh. I'm laughing.
No, you can laugh all you want. I don't have to believe that. I don't believe in all those supernatural powers. I believe only in one God. Do you understand?
What you said, yes, it's still all one God. What you said is what I was saying 10 years ago. But my brother, please, there are things we
you can believe whatever you believe. I'm not going to see what you see. Everybody is different because you believe in that. Nothing that you don't know will never come to you. What you don't know will never come to you, and what you don't believe is not going to happen to you.
I agree. What I would tell you is that the Oba is supernatural. I will tell you, God, if you may not believe
that is your own opinion. Yeah. I do not agree that only God is supernatural.
It is not my opinion.
Yes, that's your opinion.
Oga Morris, it's not my opinion.
It's your opinion, but not my opinion.
Let's move on anyway. So I'll be monitoring that space to see how, because it's going to create a division, right? You know, I saw a few snippets of some e-violence going on the social media. The people from Edo trying to like, hey, you cannot talk to our Oba like that. If you dare not go. So and let's monitor. I'll monitor that space and see how it's going to turn out. But the Oba has confirmed the president, and that means Edo people must fall in line. Once the Oba has spoken, the people must follow. So whether we know that Edo is a huge obedient space, but now the king has said what his people should do. So his people must line behind the king and submit themselves to higher authority. Long must the Oba continue. Thank you, Wama.
Do you know that is what Oba Atope means? Long must the Oba continue.
Yes. I can't pronounce it like you say Oba Atope, but I know the meaning is long may the Oba continue. So that's it anyway. Thank you, Wama. Thank you very much.
Emeka, the same thing Oba said. A lot of pastors already said it too. And a lot of pastors said it. He's ordained. So how about that?
But clearly, it shows Tinubu is ordained. You can see, it is his destiny. You saw the fight. You saw how people were fighting him. All the policies they did. The emergence of Obi, the fight from Atiku, the rush to Chicago, the CBN Naira policy, the fuel scarcity, the Buhari not supporting him from the beginning.
The Supreme Court, the Supreme Court and Tribunal Court condemned him.
You know, every
consensus candidate.
The consensus
Emeka, the Supreme Court and the Tribunal ordained him. Nobody else.
Hold on, let me know.
INEC, Supreme Court and ordained him. So
the Nigerian people ordained him. The Nigerian
people, but
no. How many states did he win?
You see, if
Supreme Court ordained him, did he win River State? Did he win Benue State?
If you look at the journey, right? I said it. I think after the 2015 election and the 2019
he appointed the judges, so they're supposed to ordain him.
One voice, please.
After 2015 and 2019, it was like, okay, if what I said was
one voice, but you were interjecting.
2019, I said Tinubu will be the next president, right? After 2019. And 2020 and 2021, when we were seeing that the presidency was trying to go after him, I was like, I changed my opinion. I said, if Tinubu would win the party primaries, he will become president. When we were hearing echoes that it appears that Buhari wants a consensus president from the north, I was like, Tinubu actually become the player. You see, there were so many snakes, so many spikes on his journey, and that man persevered. His journey is a journey of perseverance. Believe in yourself and achieve your dreams and your destiny, and God would support you. So it's a beautiful story, regardless though. And even though the way he's hated, that's the same way he's very, very well loved. I love that man. I won't tell you lies. The way you people hate him is the same way he's very well loved. That's why he's a controversial individual.
Nobody hates him, Emeka. Nobody hates him.
Okay, no problem. I'm done.
Yeah, thank you, Emeka. Thank you for kicking things off. Maurice, you take the floor next, but you cannot disregard the support that the guy has in the country, and you cannot claim it's tribal either. It's just
let me tell you something. By the way, good morning, everyone. Look, one thing you should understand. Let's make this thing very clear. Tinubu is in the ruling party. His party, they already laid the foundation. So the Buhari already appointed every judges, all those judges, and then Tinubu nominated a lot of them, and which they are always there. And then they have all the structure. They are already the ruling party 8 years. So it will be surprising if he did not win.
Do you think Atiku or Peter Obi, do you think they presented a sufficient enough of a case for them to have won that? Because usually you don't. We have to check the archives, but it's very rare that you get unanimity with all of the Supreme Court justices on a presidential case. There's usually often instances almost certainly two dissenting voices, but all the way through there was unanimity.
Asked me a question, but me and you, we watched that. One man, me and you, we watched that, both the tribunal and the Supreme Court something. It wasn't actually, in all the judges, it wasn't like Tinubu was right on this or was right on that. It was that at least most of their judgment was based that these people didn't present this like this, or this is came late, or this cannot be accessible, or this is pre-election, or this is that. It wasn't like APC did this right or APC did that right. It was mostly they kind of like countered that Labour didn't do this right, or didn't do this well, or didn't present evidence for this, and they know that it's not possible. How can you? Do you know you have 774 local government and so many thousands and thousands of polling booths? You have to bring this. It's impossible. So it wasn't like APC did everything right. It was more like Labour and PDP didn't present this or didn't present that. Or imagine they ruled out 10 witnesses. This one has interest in this, that one has interest in that. But they forgot that that we watch that, and sometimes we have to, whatever we say here now will not change what happened. So sometimes we have to tell ourselves the truth. The tribunal, both the Supreme Court, didn't come out to say that Tinubu won because he did this or he got this right or he got that right. It was more like
it's not their play. It's not their play. I'm not sure you understood what was going on.
I understood. I followed everything. So you're not sure.
It wasn't their place to say Tinubu won this or Tinubu didn't win that. The only person that can tell you who won what was INEC. You know, they can.
They were more. Yes. The tribunal, one man, we saw the tribunal even filled in the gaps for the APC lawyers. The things the APC lawyers didn't even counter, they filled it in for them. So let's not go there. You know, I know you guys can always say anything, look for every tiny, try to clutch on every tiny thing, just looking for legitimacy. It doesn't work like that. You understand? So the point is that I'm not interested. I'm not interested in what in the past. I'm not. Yes, he's the president. So nothing will change that now, because the Supreme Court, you can. The next court will be court in heaven. You understand me? So it doesn't make any sense. That's why I don't want to go back there. But anybody by saying that Tinubu is president because he did, no, he didn't win River State. He didn't win Benue State. And then suddenly the same IRF and the same beavers, they say that it must use suddenly now that INEC, look at how they defended it. INEC is not supposed to. So that does not justify that Tinubu won it, but INEC is not supposed to. So anything INEC did, the people's choice didn't count. It's the Supreme Court and the tribunal, they're the one decided. Look at what happened. Look at what is happening in Kano. Look at what is happening in Kano.
The people's choice counted because the person that the people voted for is the president.
Oh man, I will to be going round and round in circle about this election.
My guy, just relax. This is my space. If you come into your space, then you can go. If you don't want to go round and round, you say this is my time.
I am not talking to you, gentleman. If you are a gentleman, I am not talking to you. I only asked one man something. What the hell is wrong with you?
What do you mean? Are we going
do you
to
have
be going
brain
around?
or book course in your head? I'm not talking to you for crying out loud. I only raised an observation. This matter is dead. If you are not satisfied with it, then take your matter to heaven. We can discuss some other.
Then when I'm talking, you don't shut your trap. And when I'm talking, don't interrupt me. Don't shut your trap and don't interrupt me.
Which when I'm talking, get back to you, sir. Which kind pig give back to you? You this insane inanity. What good boy you say?
One man, I put both of them in the background. So if they calm down, they will continue.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. I'll bring you back in a moment. Well done, Thomas. I'll bring you back in a moment. But gentlemen, it's too early in the session for us to have. I know people like that a bit of attention, but let's stick to the conversation just for the opening phase. So Maurice, take us back to the politics.
One man, but you heard what he said. He said, "Which pig gave back to me?" I can tell him what's thing now, but I'm respecting you. I can tell it, and you know I'm capable of. You know I'm capable of telling him the worst thing now, but I will not do that. I have to be the bigger person here. I respect your platform. I will not do that.
Maurice, don't do that. Let's go back to the
yes, Ajele, I respect you, and I promise I will not do that here. And but don't let him push me. Ajele, one man, you know I am capable of telling him something. He will not even show up on this platform again. Don't. I will never do that.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Well done for being
so
the bigger man.
One man, let's talk about the budget, please. I want to talk on the budget.
Yes. So the biggest one so far, 27.5 trillion. So that's the size of the budget. But is not. In fact, Nigeria is not even. We don't even spend enough. But really, it's the breakdown of the budget that is the most important part, is it not, Maurice?
Yeah, let me tell you something. It's not about 27 or 37. My own concern is how many percentage of this 27 trillion going into capital expenditure. That is my concern. And then if I have to choose top 5, where, like, let's say I'm in the position to allocate the funds. Number 1 for me, I'll allocate the funds to defense, Ministry of Defense. Second will be Ministry of Works and Housing. Third will be Ministry of Finance. And fourth will be Power, Ministry of Power. Because look, Nigerian people are very hardworking, industrious people, and we're very creative people. We're very intelligent people. Actually, in Nigeria, if you interview so many people, even here abroad or in Nigeria, if you interview so many people, listen, one man, if there's a steady electricity, not even steady, if we can have out of 24 hours, we can have like 16 or 18 hours every day. Do you know a lot of people here in Europe will relocate home? Because there's a lot of things you can do at home. There are people who want to go into production. Production has to do, why are the companies leaving? Why are the companies dying? And the foreign ones, some of them are leaving. Because you cannot run, we are running what I call a generator economy. You understand? And that raises the cost of production. And cost of production, they will put everything on the consumers, which is the public. and people don't earn so much money. But if there's a steady electricity, even 16 hours, maybe they put like 8 hours or 9 hours in the daytime, and then put like 7 hours night, because some factories they have like white night workers, people who do night duty. They do production and manufacturing at night. You understand what I'm saying? So that will help. And then good road, because and another ministry that I would like is that Ministry of Production. When we say that is to put food on the table, agriculture. So these are the, and then health will come in, of course, and education. But the top five, like I said,
are you looking for a big budget in the Ministry of Health, or are you looking for a liberalization in that industry space? You know, because I'm not sure that the state can carry here. Carry on.
Okay, now if we can create an environment, or the government will like give some sort of be a guarantor, like people can have like health insurance. Do you understand me? Subsidize, instead of subsidizing petroleum, they subsidize healthcare. Do you understand what I'm saying? That people will be able to have access to, not like the type of healthcare we have here. No, if we have the type we have here, that is fantastic. But every journey of 1,000 miles begins with a step. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So if we can have some sort of like organized system where people can have like health insurance, you can go and they can pay instrumentally or monthly amount you have to pay, like government subsidize it instead of subsidizing petroleum. I like the idea even that they remove the fuel subsidy. I like the idea. I support that. You understand? Because that thing, how many people, look, how many cars do we have in Nigeria? And what is the population of Nigeria? The population of poor people in Nigeria is like 70% of the population. And most of this 70%, they don't even have bicycle, not to talk of keke napep, and not to talk of driving a car. So who are using? Look at the government officials. They have like a convoy of 200 cars, 100 cars. They're using fuel for free. You understand me? Subsidized rate. All the rich guys, people who can afford it, They should be able to tax the rich more. This is what I believe in. But it's not. But the problem we have in Nigeria is that it's not taxing or getting that money, or the money. How do they utilize it? They don't put in, judicial utilization of that money. No. Most of the money goes into pocket. It's only in Nigeria you see that they reward incompetence. For instance, this NNPC man that is reappointed, is he not the same man who is there in charge since? An NNPC did not even remit one kobo into the federal coffer. Is it not the same NNPC that cannot even? They don't do anything. Even they've been budgeting billions and.
A lot of people were expecting him to be. A lot of people were expecting him to be arrested rather than reappointed. That military.
That is now you're in harmony with what I'm saying. Because I see that reappointing him as like a political compensation for supporting him, maybe not directly but indirectly with finance or whatever in the background, because after all, it's under the same APC destination. Buhari also brought all of them in that place. You understand what I'm saying? So the same man that ran the whole thing.
Let me pause you for a moment. I must apologize for what Bishop said there. I thought it went and Bishop, I hope you come back to issue that apology yourself. I thought it went too far with that comment. So apologies. Carry on.
No, it's okay. Listen, I've developed a thick skin because I know my capability, and I know how bad my mouth can be. So that is why I try to hold it, and I can't come on your show, on your platform, they're saying something that will make you start to edit the video again. Do you understand what I'm saying?
All right.
I respect that.
Sorry, yeah. I was going to take you, I was going to hold you to that health space. Do you think the health architecture of the country needs recalibration? Because I've always thought that we needed some sort of mobile primary health service that goes to the interlands, to give them the necessary
Hinterlands, yeah.
inoculations. Yes, to go give them the necessary inoculations, to do their blood checks and whatnot, to just to check their health. You know, maybe not a permanent. We should have some sort of permanent with just a primary, just a nurse at the ready, sort of within every locality, every village. But then we should have some sort of mobile health service that checks the health of our people.
Yes, God bless you. You said something, and what you just said now reminds me of something. My uncle, he passed away some years ago. I remember as far back as 1988 or 89 to 90, he used to drive. He lives in Enugu, and he drives to Benue State, even as far as Gongola, supplying medicines to all those dispensaries in those little villages. And what do they do? One time I came home. I traveled with him all the way to Boko, Orakinya, Korinya, and Makode. And in those villages, what the people do, they have that was when things were working. They had vans and medical vans. They go to homes because people, they still live in mud houses. They go there to give them treatment, check their bloods and everything. You understand what I'm saying? This is exactly what you're just saying now. I witnessed that. You understand? But the problem with our country is that we don't have progress. We don't move forward. We make one step forward and then we do 10 steps backwards. It's a very lofty idea. This is something we were doing before, but we never built on that. Do you understand me? Even these days, you have so much. Go to federal medical centers, even that one in Owerri, that place. Except you want to die, then you have to go there. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because they don't even care for you. And if they cannot even care for you, even the state ones, what makes you think they're going to the villages? But this is something we're supposed to do. I think if we can have that system, you understand, that would be very, very, that means if we can give free Medicare, just make it like part of the budget for the poor and the vulnerable, that would be very, very fantastic, you know, because people have to be healthy first before they can be able to apply the road you construct. Do you understand what I'm saying? You can construct bridges and everything, but if people are dying off, they cannot apply those roads. You understand?
Maurice, quick question.
Yeah.
Quick question,
right.
Please. Yeah.
Right.
There is no country that gives free healthcare. You know that? You pay for your healthcare. Do you know that?
That's not true.
In Norway they do.
Let me
the only
finish
thing you
now.
do.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Let me finish.
Okay.
In Australia, it's do like it's free, but they tax you. They remove it from your tax. I don't know other country, but here there's no free healthcare here.
Okay.
They remove it from your tax every month. Yes.
But okay,
yes,
is that Thomas? Is that Thomas?
Yeah, Thomas from Australia. Yes.
Okay. Tommy, I'll tell you something.
Yeah.
Every country is different. Like now in Holland, you have the insurance you pay. That insurance you pay every month. That little insurance you pay every month. Even if you have heart surgery, even if they change your kidney, you don't pay anything again. Do you understand? So, and that is the only thing you pay is if you go and take paracetamol, you pay for that paracetamol. But anything that is more than that paracetamol is for free. Now, in Norway, I've lived here now for 9 years. What I realize is that you pay 200, and each time you go to the GP.
GP, yeah.
Yes, when you go to your GP, you pay 240 krona. The moment that money gets to 2,000 krona, you will not pay anything again throughout the whole year. But that money, 240, you pay at the GP. Even if you go to hospital, even if you stay in the hospital for 9 months, all the surgeries is all for free. So that's why they say medical here is free. But if you have a company, like I have a company,
it's still not free, Maurice. It's still not free.
I follow what you say. If you have a company, that's something you pay. I'm paying that. Let me tell you. Now, in Norway here, let me tell you what I pay for my company. I pay 25% VAT. I pay 25% income tax. I pay 11% in personal income tax and 0.4% contribution for hospital. Do you understand? And if you put it all together, it gives you 61.4%. That's what I pay every month. So that 0.4% is because I have a company and I have what they call Stack company here in Norway. That means it's not a limited company. Limited company, they call it there's another name they call it here, but it's called tax, something like that here. I don't speak Norwegian very well, but that's what they call it here. So, but if you are not, if let's say now, if you have you are working, you just have a job, you don't pay all those things. There's a threshold of salary you get, you don't pay all those things. People on welfare, they don't pay all those things. They only pay at the GP, and once it gets to 2,000, you will not pay anything again throughout the year till next year. Even they will send you a card. They will send you one yellow card like that. I think, ask Zita. Zita, she lives in Tromsø. She knows it's the same system. She will tell you the same thing I'm telling you. You understand? So here, it's almost free. Even in Belgium, it's almost free, because what you pay in Belgium, if you have a family of 4 children, you don't pay anything. Belgium is we are neighbors, and I have friends. You understand?
All right, land that point and then take us back to the conversation. Take us to this headline on the screen.
In Belgium, if you have a family of 4 or 5, you don't pay anything. Even tax, you don't even pay. You understand? But if you are less than like 4 in family, you pay the whole year for 70 euros. 70 euros. That's what you pay the whole year. So that is as good as free. So even if they have a change of heart, even if they have to amputate somebody's leg and put a tracheal leg or whatever they do, for that year, it's all on the house. So every country is different, you know.
All right, take us to this headline on the screen, because this is a space you should be familiar with. UK, Nigeria has highest international student dependence in the last 4 years. So this is that narrative of that visa system that somebody gets to say they are coming to do their masters, which is the JAPA route for this present moment in time. And then, of course, they bring, including their grandmother. So they are closing that loophole. So what are you making of this headline?
Yes, I watched it on ITV4, you know. While I was in Ireland, I watched it on ITV4, also the news. They are closing that route, so they cannot invite their extended family anymore. And that Japa route something is not only in UK, even here, even in Ireland, even here. So many people, I know so many people who came here like they're coming to do studies, and then they go to the school. Maybe their school is all the way in Stavanger or
but Ireland
very far
is
away
quite
from
welcoming.
here.
Ireland is quite welcoming to migrants, though. That's what Kim told us.
Yes. Ireland is very, very welcoming to migrants. Even some people who have some refugee status in Sweden, they rejected them or anywhere. They come to Ireland, they still give to them. But that is not the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is that what you said is right, because even here, I know many people, their school is like 4 hours, 5 hours, 7 hours drive from here, like Bergen, 7 hours drive by train to Bergen. But you see them, they're living in Oslo, but their school is there. You know why? They arrive, before they used to pay 110,000 krona, they have to deposit into the account. And then they take the exam. It takes about 6 months. When they get here, let's say within 1 month, they will give them back that money, 110,000. They only have to pay for hostel. The master's degree is for free. In Norway, you don't pay, but I have now, they started charging money for it. But as of till last year, beginning of last year, they were not charging nothing. It's free. So a lot of our people took advantage, but they give you 20 hours to work every week. But you see our people even doing 60 hours a week. Some even want to die in the job, want to collapse. They don't go to school anymore. But then they forgot that the school will always have a report of the school attendance, the percentage. You have to reach that certain percentage of attendance. So a lot of them got kicked out. So this is exactly also what is happening in UK. So it's not, that one is no news. It's something you know, I know, and a lot of people know that. Any other topic, please?
All right, brilliant. There are other topics, but I want to move the conversation around only to look back around to you. So stay with us, Maurice, as you listen to Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, you are up next.
By the way, Ajanle Koko.
Will I say Ajanle Koko? You don't go grab kitchen for chicken.
You don't jabba. You don't jabba. Okay, yeah, Ajanle Koko.
Yeah.
My guy, no verse. So say me and that guy, the guy, I know the verse for him, eh? No verse.
It's good.
And one man, no verse.
No hassle.
One man, no verse, eh?
No problem. So this is the new and improved Maurice. Look at that, unbelievable. Can you believe
one man, one thing with me. One man, one thing with me. I'm a very nice person. Hopefully one day we will meet one-on-one. I'm a very, very relaxed person. But one thing with me, I don't know how to dance around or I don't like playing to the gallery, looking for cheap popularity or to be looking for cheap acceptance or third grade acceptance. No, I speak my mind. This is how I feel. And I don't hold it in my heart. Once I tell you this is how I feel, the next second I'm drinking, I'm eating with you. By God's grace, one day all of us will meet. If not here, maybe if not here in Europe, maybe when you're on holiday in Owerri, you can stay in my Airbnb, and then I'll give everybody that on this platform a very good discount. Half price you paid the first time.
Look at that. I
promise you that.
Not free. Look at this.
My
brother, saying a generator economy. Not be fuel. Money I go charge you and I go buy fuel.
I will hold you by your words. When I get to
I know the joke. If you Emeka, if you come in, I swear to God.
People here.
Everybody, we're in a good time place now. Everybody, and not only I will be this thing, I will also arrange your Rishi join them. You understand me? So, because me, I be good time person, though. I be good time person. You understand?
Is
what
that
kind of Rishi? Tell us.
You know what I mean now? Oh, you know go come over. You know go see Rishi. He plenty everywhere.
Is it every kind of Rishi? Because you know the people on this.
My guy. My guy, correct one or not be all these ones. All these ones now undergraduates and all those things. You understand me? But the half price why they collect from anybody first time on this platform is because of fuel. Now I go buy fuel now.
You go provide security too. You go provide security too.
Yeah, if you don't know what to reach.
No, I already done arrange two now for company. Now I take security now. They carry gun now security day.
That's good.
Boris,
don't worry. It's for adults. It's adult language. Don't worry. Give yourself that. If you need to ask, then you don't need to know. If you need to ask,
I don't go talk too much. One man, I don't go talk too much. Maybe my yawo still there work for Dublin there now. Maybe she dey listen. I don't go talk too much. No be Orishi, no be for me now for now. Me, I don't get
this guy. Do you not test the product before you give
my yawo she don't come back from work now. You know, say she don't work for hospital. She don't come back from work.
All right.
And she feel there for Dublin there now. They watch.
Prince is asking what the name of your facility is. So if you're happy, so
yes. I'm tied between three names because we are doing the, say the day two. So we are doing we are highly in the like now they are working.
Are you on Airbnb already? Are you registered? Are you registered on Airbnb?
Listen. The thing I know now, the MBA, we are doing the finishing. So I'm tied between three names because it has to be a name that will stick. So I have one apartment.
Don't give it an egotic name or don't make it.
No, now WAM, WAN now. That means ways and means now.
Okay.
You understand? So, and I have also, for the other one, I have another name, which I will maybe send it to you through private distance. You understand me? Because I don't really want people to know that, you understand me? I owe that. But I will send it to you, and then you can pass it around to everyone on the platform.
All right, there it is.
On a private chat, I will send it to you. But one of them is WAN. That one, I've chosen that one.
Do you know how many businesses we've facilitated on this platform? I should be charging commission, but Ajanle Koko, you're up next. So the budget, the most anticipated thing about this administration is what is about to happen this week now on Wednesday. So this budget, long awaited. So now let's now see the content of it. But really, let's see where the weight is. What is your anticipation? 27.5 trillion, the biggest in Nigeria's history yet. Which, by the way, Nigeria should be a big budget country because we have big ambitions and big things to do. But why are you looking at this budget to point in order for you to be imbued with confidence? Ajanle Koko.
Thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Oh, yes, I think the budget, as big as it is, I think is expected because Tinubu, in the history of Nigeria, have created the biggest government so far. Created additional ministries. Is it 4 or 5 additional ministry from what he took over from Buhari? So, and those ministries have to be funded. So I think those are the what is responsible for the bigger budget in the history of the country. But what is important now is how are we going to fund them? That is the question that we must ask. Do we have the capacity to raise enough revenue to fund this budget? Those are the questions we must ask. That's number one. Then number two, what are the priorities of higher interest that the budget carry? Is it mentioned and have they itemized those the items on the priorities? I'm talking about the ministry. What are the priorities placed on each ministry? Which ministry is taking the giant share and which one is taking the middle and the lowest? Is it already? Have they done the breakdown, woman?
No, they've not done they are just really telling us that the budget is out. So it's gone through FEC, Federal Executive Council. So of course they will sign it off because they wrote it. So now it's going to go to the so Tinubu will read it out, it will present it to the parliament on Wednesday. So then it will go through that process of scrutiny where they will pad it out with even more yes. The readout starts on Wednesday. That's the short answer to that.
All right. So, but well, huge budget, but the interest of the people, does it carry more of we the people interest more than the politicians' interest? We want to see the breakdown. Then we will start to, criticize it.
Where are you hopeful that it will be weighted towards? So yes, of course, you want the people to be the beneficiary of the budget, but for the people to be beneficiaries of the budget, where do you expect the budget to concentrate on in terms of portfolios that make up the government?
Well, this time, I think I would like education to take the biggest, the giant share. Education, the giant share of the budget.
Ahead of security.
Thank you, woman. I was about to say the same thing.
Education should take the giant share. Then health care should follow, and then security third. Yes, we have security challenges. For the past 8 years, Buhari's budget.
So they should build more schools for Boko Haram to go and kidnap us to the Sabi.
One man don't joke. For the past 8 years, huge funding has been put into security. How far have we achieved? What have we achieved out of those funding? Where did those funding go? Were they stolen or were they effectively used? If those funding were not effectively used by the people that manage those funding, what must we do to them? We must start to prosecute people and get our money stolen back from them. If you don't do it, you will continue putting money into where it's not going to yield result. That is what that tells me. I mean, why for the past 8 years, Buhari administration, so much money was put into defense, and then what did we get out of it?
We don't have any territory occupied by with the flags of Boko Haram raised. Do we?
Are you following those garbage nonsense that they are telling you?
But Ajali Koko, Tinubu is not Buhari now. Why Tinubu is not Buhari, isn't it?
Government is continuing. It's APC, same APC government. All right. So why do we still have IDP camp across the country? Why are people millions of Nigerians cannot go back to their villages? I mean, you don't just listen to all these idiots that just talk.
Yeah, but those villages have been savaged now. They've been ravaged.
No, what is not what do you mean by savage?
Do you not see that they often burn
it's
them
still
down?
Occupied? That's what I'm telling you.
Who told you that? Is the thing?
I'm telling you, Benue State, 2/3 of those states is under the control of criminals. The same Zamfara State.
Where are you getting that from?
Oh no, one man. Where am I getting it from?
Yes.
Ajali Koko, are you aware that they've started relocating people in Benue State back to their homes? Are you aware?
In which local government?
I can go find the local government, but are you aware? Did you read anything?
Local government. How many local governments that
they start? I didn't say complete. Started. Start.
Okay, hold on, right there.
Start, not complete.
Hold on. So you agree with me that we still have millions of Nigerians?
Of course, now, of course.
Hold on. When people are still living in IDP camp, it means their homeland is not safe for them to go and reside.
Safe is different from conducive.
It's safe enough to start relocation. Number one. Number two, point. Number two milestone. They started farming in Chad Basin now. There are two major milestones we've reached that nobody's talking about. Farming has started in Chad Basin, and then they started relocating people back home in Benue. Two different insecure areas. I'm not saying it's all groovy, but it shows that it's getting better.
Okay, so you guys are helping me in my argument that if we have achieved so much as the defense chief told you guys, that means that, yes, the money being committed so far for the past 8 years achieved so much. So the neglected sectors for the past 8 years must start to invest on them. And in my own view, I think education should take the giant share. And giving education giant share, that is a way of preparing our children.
Sorry. I didn't want to hold you to that space, but Ajali Koko, for all of the deficits that we have in the country, how does education? Yes, education should take a large budget, but how can it possibly take the giant? In fact, there's no country. I'm not sure there is a country where defense does not take the highest budget. I'm not aware.
Many countries in your European country.
That they spend more on education than
Check the budget of all those countries in Europe, particularly Scandinavian countries. Go and look at them. So we have to. I think we have to start investing in the people. And when you invest on education, you invest in the future, and you invest in the youth of the country for better tomorrow. So Nigeria is, because of long time neglect of our educational sector, no investment on them. That's why we are not developing as a country in the area of, technology, science, and other areas that really matter for country to be a country that can really that can develop a capacity to do things on themselves without so much reliance on outside country. Nigeria cannot do anything on its own, and that is very shameful. Even ordinary election, you can't organize election on your own. You have to be supported by European Union. You have to be supported by, what do you call them?
Sorry. When did we ever get supported by the European Union to run an election? When?
Were you not funded? What does that mean?
What do you mean funded?
Were you not monitored?
No. We were
Is your election in Britain funded?
We were not monitored.
Is your election in Britain funded by any other country? Is your election in Britain monitored by any other country?
Sorry, did I miss it in the news cycle that European Union funded Nigeria's election?
Many times.
When was that?
They fund you, they give you material, they give you funding, they give you every support.
I'm not aware. Go and bring that.
I'm surprised you are talking like this. Why do they come to monitor? Why do they speak to your election matter? If they are not a partaker, if they are not a stakeholder,
yes, they speak to
it because
because it's an evolving democratic
space.
What
do you mean by evolving?
When the international space assents to it, it gives it even more credibility. That's really why they do the observation.
What is international credibility? I'm telling you, your INEC is giving some funding, some grants by international community.
Well, I'm not aware of that.
Okay, I'm telling you now, go and do your research. You see, the other day, they're trying to do census. A census man was trying to talk about how they want to do about census. You see United Nations population something standing with him. What a goddamn shit. That you have a country that cannot do anything on their own, except you see Western world or representative from Western world standing by your side and talking and listening and doing everything. We should be ashamed that is the country we belong to, that have no capacity to do anything on its own, except you have to see Western world or some of these Eleyin Samuga country, like people Eleyin Samuga like China, or you see all these people standing by you and doing things for you. What kind of nonsense country is that? It's because you develop no capacity in anything. You invest nothing on education. You can never be a great country if you don't invest on education. I'm telling you, Awolowo developed, put 51% of his budget in the First Republic on education. That is why he was able to develop Yoruba people to be what they are today. You sunk so much billions on defense for the past 8 years, bankrupt the country for nothing, and still you don't have security in your country. And you say you should continue to pump money into defense. What kind of nonsense defense? People are stealing that money in an alarming rate. You said you should continue putting money
where it doesn't yield result. Nonsense. Education first, healthcare second, then you can get your goddamn security if you want to have it in the third place.
Ajale Koko, do you have a screen in front of you? Ajale Koko. Sorry, are you there, Ajale Koko? Do you have a screen in front of you?
Oh, yeah, I'm here.
Do you have a screen in front of you?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I can see what...
Yeah, can you read out this headline? So INEC was not funded. That's just the truth.
Okay, 2020. Okay, all this while before 2033 is not been funded. Can they tell us that they've not been funded? What are you telling me, one man?
All right.
This is what I have read. European Union, United States, and all of them giving money, donating money for your country to run democracy. That is nonsense. A country that cannot run its whole system by itself is a country that lacks capacity to do anything, to succeed. And only education can take you out of there. Only education.
Yeah, of course. Now, nobody's disputing that. You know, I think we all understand and appreciate the value of education. It's what's brought us all to the screen. But it's been having the biggest budget where Nigeria is evolutionary.
Can I ask a question?
That have so much poor people, poor people, and then you want to invest on defense. How do you take people out of poverty?
Can I ask you a question?
Security and infrastructure. That's how you take them.
Can we clarify one thing? The education that is in the purview of the federal government, we need to clearly identify it, delineate it from what's under the state government's purview. Ajanle Koko, how many primary schools and secondary schools does the federal government control?
Where's that high energy? Ajale Koko, you've lost the high energy. Look at that. Look at that.
Okay. I said, let's delineate what is federal government's responsibility versus state government's responsibility for education. I now further ask you to tell me how many primary schools and secondary schools does the federal government directly control?
Federal government funds elementary education nationwide.
How many? Answer my specific question.
Hold on, man. I'm answering your question. What do you mean by how many?
How many now?
What's how many? You say how many primary school or this?
That is federal primary school. You answer that question.
Hold on. I'm saying federal government fund.
Not university
education. Elementary education. Okay.
Which schools are the federal? Which schools are the federal?
All over the federation.
Which elementary schools or primary schools are under federal ownership?
Ownership is different. Funding is different.
Okay, federal funding too.
Okay, so ownership is different. Funding is different. So
yeah, which ones are they funding? The primary schools. It's a state duty.
It's not state that fund.
It is state. It is
it's
state.
Not the state.
It is largely state. It is not federal.
The federal that fund.
It is largely state.
It's universal.
It is
primary.
State.
Do you know what universal primary education means?
Which is funded by each state.
It federal government.
No.
Fund elementary education. Nationwide.
Federal government is really not responsible directly, apart from a few schools. Like if there's a federal something, for secondary school, federal government college or command college or army day college, all that stuff. We get it. But when it comes to primary education and secondary education, it's largely a responsibility of each state. Except you're telling me, like I read somewhere, that they want to increase the number of federal universities. They want to create more mushroom federal universities that are glorified secondary schools. That is where the money will be going to. But when it comes to educating, is a primary responsibility of the state for primary and secondary schools. So let's get it right. When you say spend on what? The money is going to the state.
They call it superb. They call it superb. Superb.
Kilonjebe. I've never heard that.
Yeah, yes. They call I forgot but that's the acronym. It's under state. You are right.
It's under state. So I don't know what this federal. When there's clear delineation what the responsibility of the state is versus the federal. Thank you.
Hello, good morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kulata, Baba Jale Koko is right too.
It doesn't want to listen.
Okay, then you guys give me the specifics. Give me the specifics.
Universal basic education.
Let me ask my question.
Funding of primary education is
let me ask my question.
It's not even only primary education now. It has been extended to the lower secondary education.
What is the name of the
GSS 3?
What is
Universal Basic Education? Universal Basic Education.
What responsibility? Wait, now let me ask a follow-up question. Universal Basic Education. From that funding, what are the target schools for that Universal Basic Education? And for those target schools,
and DSS.
And for those target schools, what is
it's not the primary school. It's not target to. It's not target school. It's all primary school.
All across the federation.
Okay, so all primary schools. So let me ask. I'm going to my question. So for all those primary schools, let's just say LA, Tailewa, or Olurogbo High School or some school, what percentage is state funding versus federal funding, and who owns the lion's share between federal and state?
The federal government.
Federal government.
I'm going to go research.
Education. Yes, federal government is the main federal funding. Is the main funder of universal basic education.
I am going to go research it because funding primary and secondary schools is largely a state affair. But I'm going to go research it.
America don't
In Nigeria, no. It's not.
Ajele Cook, I think he's right. Ajele Cook, I think he's right, because primary and secondary school is something every governor comes up and try to offer, like they use it as a campaign. So it's largely state that is funding it. I think he's right, Ajele Cook.
Who is talking?
It's Maurice. I'm sorry.
Maurice, this thing is not about what you think. It's about what is on ground. You understand? You can't be extrapolating what you...
the fact. I give you that one. You are right. Because I can use my state, for instance. My state, the governor, the state are the one actually funding.
People which state are you talking about? Imo State? Or your state in Norway?
Yes. No,
or your state in Ireland, or your state in Holland. How many states do you have?
No, Maurice, you know, there are certain things that we assume that we think we know. But when we are trying to correct ourselves, let us, Kulata just said that he will go and check, and that is the way it should be. You understand? So don't just say things that you don't know.
All right, let's get back
to
I
didn't say, I said, I said, I think you are right. I think you are right, okay. But I will check it.
All right, brilliant. Ajale Koko, back to you. Ajale Koko, take us to the headline on the screen.
But Ajale Koko, reduce your temper now. Why are you always angry when you are talking about Nigeria?
You know, Ajale Koko is anti-establishment.
It's a country it's a country that has destroyed the life of so many people, and you can't just believe it that, you know, it wasn't like that when we are going. It's a backward country. It's a country that gives no hope.
You let him there now. You let him there. Well, I don't know. You knew what was coming now.
I was
You see, these are for just sort of people. Take us to this headline on the screen, Ajanle Koko. This caught everybody off guard because everybody was expecting the direct opposite of this. Tinubu reappoints Mele Kyari as NMPC czar. Did that catch you off guard? What do you make of that?
Well, it didn't catch me off guard because I expected him to have fired this guy from the day one. But since he retained him, and this guy has been borrowing loan for Nigeria, I think that guy have some special duties that he's doing for the president behind the scene that we don't know. Maybe before the election, or maybe during the election, or while he was preparing for the election. Maybe he was giving some money or donating some money to his campaign behind the scene. And, it was, assisted him financially or some kind of way. And a way to pay back is just to retain him in that position. That is just my speculation. I might not be right, but another thing, maybe the president has seen him doing some good job. There was a time that we were producing below, we were around 800 million barrels a day, and since they hired Tombolo and his boys, and with these guys, and they've been able to improve in our oil output. And maybe the president has seen him doing some reform, doing some job that he hoped that if you leave him, he can improve better. He can, do better if he's given, that opportunity to do better. Maybe it could be that. Maybe it's showing some, how do I describe it? It's showing some...
What do you make of him appointing Akinyelu Ray as the board chairman? That was his former boss as Mobile Oil. Is that his man on the inside, do you think?
What do you expect, one man? Well, Akinyelu Ray, like you said, is Tinubu former boss. I believe as an expert in that field, maybe Tinubu appointed him, believing that with his expertise, the kind of reform he want to carry out in that oil and gas space, Akinyelu can do the job for him. And with his international connection as well, a man at the top of Mobile, I believe he can use his, expertise and connection with the oil industry, particularly those the giant around the world, invite them, roll out some policy that could be very, very attractive to international investors. And with his credibility, a man that have managed be at the top of affair of Mobi before. So a lot of things could be responsible for why he put him there. But I believe because of his expertise and being a man that have a clear understanding of how that sector works, is competent for that position. So let's see how they're gonna work, because I think we are improving in production now. I think our production, our output now is like 1.4 million, which is better than what it was earlier this year and last year. So we are improving, and we need to improve our capacity in our production output. I think if Nigeria can produce like 30 million, at this time we should be producing like 30 million. We can develop that capacity to produce.
When OPEC is trying to cut our quota,
we have to negotiate. We have to do whatever it means. We need so much money. We need a lot of investment in our country in so many areas, so many sectors of the economy, including the oil and gas. That is the sector we have. How do I describe it? Comparative advantage over others in Africa. In Nigeria, the gas deposit in Nigeria represents 50% of gas deposit in Africa, in the entire Africa. So what are we doing? We should be able to compete with Russia in supplying international world that gas. We should be able to compete with Russia. So, but we need people that have the competence, people that are really loyal to their country, people that really want to work for their country to manage that position, and not people that really want to, corruptly enrich themselves. No, people that really want to work for their country, take their country up, and make us competitive in the area of gas and oil. Saudi Arabia, what do they rely on? Majorly, oil. So what can we do? We have vast oil in that country, and gas. We are number one in Africa. So what are we doing? So I believe the competence of that man is what is responsible. So, and I wish them well. I wish they can do a good job. So let me leave it there.
All right, brilliant, excellent.
Sorry, one man. I have a quick response. I've done my research.
So
Agidi Jesha now. The UBE is a form of grant. The states have the primary responsibility for allocating. Let me even read it. The primary financial responsibility lies within the state government. States are expected to allocate funds, implement policies, and manage resources to ensure effective provision of primary education within their jurisdiction. But the federal government helps states to meet educational objectives by UBE, which is considered a form of grant, and states will provide matching funds. So the primary budget is really from the state, while the federal will give them cover with a grant. So it's the primary budget for funding those kids is still going to come from the state. Can the government provide more grant? A federal provide more grant? Yes. But when you look at the large responsibility of those educational, primary and secondary, it largely falls on the state. So I stand by it, even though there's a grant from the federal government.
All right, brilliant. All right, thank you, Ajanle Koko. So
as long as federal government is putting funds there, that is what I'm referring to as investment in the education from the federal government. So that money, I believe, for nationwide, is not a small money. It's a big money.
A grant money cannot be more than security money. It's grant. That's not their primary.
Kulata.
That I just want to argue.
On grant. Let me tell you what is happening on grant. This one that you are just saying, state. In fact, if you are, because they have their own, we call it SUBEB, State Universal Basic Education, and they have also the primary one in the local government. But what you see is that the catapult funding that the state is supposed to provide, they are not providing it. They rely solely on what is coming from the federal government. That is what is practical, what is on grant, and that is why it's majorly financed by federal. In fact, most of the money coming to the state UBE from federal government, they are stealing it. In fact, if you are working in State Universal Basic Education Board, it's like you are working in a oil company, because the money comes from the federal government. And that is why most states, they inflated the number of their primary schools, both the numbers in primary school and the number of pupils enrolled in their primary school to get more funding from federal.
So Simba, you agree with me then? Because if federal increases what they're doing for UBE, it just means it's going to go into a sinkhole if the state doesn't stop the stealing and doesn't provide counterpart funding.
I agree with you totally. So, but Babaya is also right by saying that the majority of the funding actually comes from the federal. In fact, their own quarter, they don't provide anything. They rely
because the state is not doing their job.
Let me tell you, you can imagine, because I witnessed one in one of the states. Let me just mention it on this. They discovered that there are some ghost primary schools. Imagine having a ghost primary school. Now, how many teachers will be in each of the ghost primary school? And they are paying salaries to all these teachers. And they are claiming capital projects in all these ghost primary schools also. To me, well, when it comes to my own time, I will see what I want to say. So just continue your own.
Simba, what the better way to put it is like missionary school. You know, missionary school these days is being managed by the missionary school, but funded by the states. Schools in Nigeria, how many states can fund themselves? More than 20 states cannot fund themselves. They depend on the federal government. So they write their budget to the federal government, and the federal government give them the money. They manage it as way they want it to be. So Ajako is correct, but Clotter is getting it wrong. My father used to be the chief inspector for the Ministry of Education of Bende State from 81 to 83. They do go to Lagos.
Do you know, calm down. Well, do you know when this thing was established? It was established in 1999. So don't talk about all these your old
Education. Hold on. Ministry of Education. I didn't say Ministry of Education. My father was then Bende State was in charge. Go look at the scheme.
I'm telling you.
Okay, hold on. I know the scheme. What I'm trying to say. Then they used to go to Lagos. That Lagos was capital. They used to work directly with Ministry of Education in Lagos then. They need to give their budget, their schools they're going to build, what they're going to do, not with the state government. My dad used to go to Lagos with driver and meet the minister at that time. So Adeko is right. Kulata is not that you are wrong, but it's the same thing. If federal government don't fund them, they cannot do anything. But the state is in charge of management of the money, the fund. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Opis. Yeah, bring it home, Ajan Lekoko, and then we go on to Kulata and then Dewale.
Simba, if you may remember, some of these state governors were putting up argument back then when federal government gave them the control. When they push for, in line with the constitution, that the local government funding must come through them. When we started this democracy, this Fourth Republic, it wasn't like that. Federal government was sending it directly to the local government. But later, when the state governors discovered that in the Jaga constitution that the money must come through the state, and they gang up, one of the reasons they are putting up, they say, some of the local government are even owing their teacher. They are not paying their money. So let the money come through us, so we can pay that. We can guarantee payment for teachers of primary school teachers, and you can guarantee their payment. So it's a lot of funding from federal government come for that program, UBE, and it's helping our education at the grassroots level, elementary, primary, and elementary, and up to GSS3. So let me leave it there, one man.
All right, brilliant, excellent, always excellent by Jan Lekoko. So excellent, always excellent by Jan Lekoko, a man of equal excellence, the man with the data. Kulata, you're up next. I know you don't like to speak to the talking points, you like to free flow, so free flow.
This time, what's the talking point?
But this one, I didn't actually read it out, but I read it earlier, but the reading was so stilted, I abandoned it halfway through. But CBN activates automatic debit orders on debtors' accounts, other defaulters in commercial banks. So this is a narrative that goes into that probably the most fraudulent space under the Abuade administration. All those anchor borrowers, etc. Let me give you 2 paragraphs. The governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Olayemi Akadoso, revealed that over 10 trillion naira has been loaned to customers under various intervention schemes. CBN data reveals that between September and October 2022, the Apex Bank disbursed about 41 and that first one, by the way, 0.02 billion to several agricultural projects under the Anchor Borrower Scheme. So a lot of these schemes now that they were just dishing out the money and people were saying it's free money. But what this is telling us is that they are now linking that that money to their national insurance identities and instructing the bank. Then it says CBN activate global standing instruction to combine to comb banks of loan defaulters using their BVN, essentially asking them to, through their BVN, start to make collections bank. Central Bank of Nigeria has mandated commercial and merchant banks to begin debiting various loan defaulters. Specifically, the bank asked the financial institutions to debit the accounts of debtors of the Anchor Borrower Scheme. So what are you making of this move by Cardoso?
Federal government don't turn to Ijesha people with that now.
It reminds me of that. You remember that loan shark? Some guy, something the bounty hunter. They've talked into bounty hunter.
Dog the bounty hunter. Yes. They turned federal government to Oshomalu. So we're now CBN is now debt collector. That's interesting. I mean, this is, well, it's funny. I've never seen this happen in Senate crimes. I mean, CBN going after. I mean, first of all, CBN, like I said yesterday, should really not have any business in doing all this. What you will have a developmental bank do. We should have all these community banks, development banks that have discounted interest rates, like single-digit interest rates. We can use to help farmers. It should not be run by the likes of Emefiele. Now look at our central bank now turning to loan shark, going back to say Oshomalo Magbomi. Like it's interesting, but it's sad at the same time. And another thing is, how are they gonna now like determine how much they're going to debit out of defaulters' account? And then will that not encourage defaulters not to bank totally? Like they may just like, I mean, are they going to also put some provisions to make sure they can't withdraw everything out of their account, or restrict how much they can withdraw?
It will be very difficult for the defaulters not to bank because they are business people and they need a banking system to transact.
But isn't this the Anchor borrowers?
And that banking is linked to their yes, the Anchor borrowers, they will have bank accounts too. They are traders.
Yeah, but okay, so what stops them now? Like, okay, for me, let me just say me, I gang up with Ajande Koko like this. Ajande Koko didn't have Anchor borrower, and I'll now be getting all my payments through Ajande Koko. I'll be telling him, okay, help me withdraw the money, help me do this, help me do that. So I'm just going to I can abandon my own account. So how are they going to get that? How are they going to get me?
No, Kulata, so let me interject you a little. You know, let me tell you, like this Yoruba say, it's thief that know how to catch thief. Most of the yeah, you not even see the back. They knew the people that collected this money. Most of the people that collected this money are not farmers. So you know, sometimes when federal government want to do, we don't have a preview to the full. We don't have the full knowledge of what is happening. They knew that most of this money went to even the rich people. So it's not the poor farmer that got the loan. Most of these people are not even real farmers, and they have big fat accounts. They are the one that it's not the poor one that can say, okay, I'm not going to pay the money. It's the rich one. They know how they share the money. So don't just look at it as if, okay, maybe it's just small farmer in Kebbi that is they are targeting. You understand, Kulata?
I understand, but I just started. I mean, I saw the headline before, but I did not read the story. So, but I'm just starting to look like, but you can game this though. Like, you can game it. You can prevent this from happening. Since they've announced it now, I'm just not going to make any deposit into my account. But the thing is,
you know, the way I think you should look at it is this. To me, if they ask me, I think it's a welcome development. Because
no, it's a welcome development.
before,
Don't get me wrong.
we don't even pursue those things. We just allow it to go, and that is what is encouraging people to default from loans. You understand?
Right.
So for them to, so even if they are going to recover 1/4 or any amount at all, it's better than just leaving that money to just go like that.
You're right. You're right. I mean, you're definitely right. But I'm thinking about this though. Okay, is this an animal farm situation? So if you chop anchor borrowers basic, what about AMCON basic? Are they going to go after that? Because I mean, it's a good mechanism. Glad we did this NIN thing to tie people to an identity with biometrics and all that stuff. But then it now also comes to the question of, okay, if you're going to do it for these guys, how about other people ruining our economy? AMCON, the likes of Ben Murray Bruce, owing
But
God knows how
what
many
you are
billions.
doing now? What about kism? That's what you are doing now.
Yes, I'm doing what about it. You're right.
I don't think it's necessary. Just focus on what you are discussing.
In the interest of fairness, because if I know Tinubu wants this AMCON because he's pissed off from what I've read in different journals and articles, that he's pissed off that the AMCON borrowers thing was a flop and people are even not even returning the money. They just used it was a slush fund. Let's just say the truth. It was a slush fund. So he wants to collect the money back. So this is good. Maybe they'll get some amount, but I think you can easily game the system. You can easily game the system because
collateral. Don't they have collateral or guarantor before they collect the loan?
I think those kind of loans does not really require. It doesn't require all that much.
Most of them got it through their farmers associations, cooperative, and all those things.
It's all these kind of loans. I don't think it has any sort of strange. That's why it was a slush fund. I don't know.
Actually, they make them to register. They have to register this thing.
But you are not putting. Are you putting a property down like a traditional loan that you say that okay, my house?
I think they have some security. They have some security also. Yes, I'm very sure of that because
so why didn't they go after those? Why didn't they go after?
Let's see. Maybe
I heard. Simba, I heard that you collect money you don't return, or you run to Saudi Arabia, go and return the money you collected.
Oh,
okay. Thank you.
Simba collect anchor borrowers too. I hope you return.
Don't mind too much.
I wonder why some of us don't actually apply for some. Why didn't I even acquire? It's free money now. It's a wolf, so you don't.
Yeah, but that's always Solenu now. If you're not going to use it, like it's. You
remember the PPP loan America gave to the sports entrepreneurs?
People use it to buy Lamborghini.
And they went after. Government went after those criminals. But there are some other smaller criminals. A lot of Nigerians that I know in H-Town here were involved in it, and they went after them. Actually, there was an FBI sting operations that wanted those people out. And you was telling them that you can even go online, put people there, and it will pop up. So it was, I want to believe there's a Nigerian brand that was just, snitching to the authority, and they were picking them up, looking at what they've done with the money, and they investigated, found out some of them have no business, So the justice sometimes, the will of justice sometimes might be a little bit slow, but when it catches up, the song is not always palatable.
So, well, you guys have convinced me. Like it's a good. I mean, it's not like I wasn't convinced. It's a good program, but I'm just in my mind. The first thing that came to my mind is they can game this system, and the next thing that came to my mind is what about the other debtors? Like what's it called? Like there's so many debtors that government needs to go after, but it's a good first start. So let's give the government kudos for doing this. But CBN should never ever be doing all this developmental stuff anymore. You have all sorts of small banks, community banks, this bank, that bank, that can be doing this. They should stop all these avenues for stealing in central bank. Enough is enough. Enough is enough.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to the headline story. FEC approves 27.5 trillion for 2024 budget. So the next big news space, the anticipation of this budget, but certainly the biggest in terms of figures that we've had so far. What is your anticipation of that space, Kulata?
Well, when Tinubu won and when I analyzed his manifesto here on Dr. Damages, I said it's going to be an expansive government. It's going to spend more. He already said the way it's going to budget, and we need to find out more details on the budget. But from the few things I glimpsed, they said the Forex benchmark that they're setting is $1 to 750 naira. And I think oil at $77 benchmark.
73.
Is it 73? Okay,
yeah.
73. So what else did I glimpse for that story? One thing
is that a conservative benchmark? That
for oil.
Benchmark? Yeah.
Who knows? Who really knows?
Yeah, it's not a volatile market. Yeah,
it's a volatile market. When we leak some of the Middle Eastern conflicts will continue to go on. Russia and Ukraine are not stopping. So if you just base it on those two things, then next year, oil may not.
It's not conservative enough for Kulata because presently oil is 74 low, so it's falling.
But normally it falls around this period, Simba, because when winter comes, the West will reduce their driving. There's a.
Are you sure in the winter or is the reverse is the case?
No, it's in the winter. There's a pattern to it now. It goes up in the summer because everybody's on the road. It falls slightly in the winter. That's just like normal seasonal patterns for oil.
I thought they consume more energy during winter than during summer.
Yeah, but different sort of energy. They
different
consume
energy.
Gas. They consume gas during winter.
But people really don't go out that much. All these the prosperous countries, they don't go out that much. So it's kind of like a pattern, but it doesn't mean one thing or the other won't happen. It doesn't mean OPEC will not play around with cutting and all that stuff. But it's just the typical seasonal pattern. So is it conservative enough? 70-something. What is it right now? I don't even know. I'm not following that price. If it's like $80 or something, then
it's 74. 74 now. 74. As of yesterday.
Then that's a bit too optimistic. Then,
and the 700 to the dollar.
That's also optimistic. That's also optimistic. Maybe they have some magic tricks they are going to do. Who knows? Maybe they're anticipating Dangote coming online, NNPC coming online. We're pumping more, we're selling more to the world, we're reducing our use of dollars. If NNPC is selling petrol, then why are we importing? Dangote too, why are we importing? So maybe we may be able to save on dollar demand. Who knows? I don't know. They have more insight. But I think those numbers are a bit aggressive. Another thing is, based on what they're planning, without knowing details, it has a lower deficit than Buhari's budget, even though it's a higher number. But the deficit, because they are predicting revenues of 18 trillion or something.
Yes.
The budget.
So it's 9.5.
So 9.5. So I don't know how far we're going to align with that budget. But if we align with that budget.
Sorry, apologies. Yes, I wanted you to, because that's what I said in my. Yeah.
But a lot of times you don't really spend up to the budget in any way. But in as much as they align with the budget, it will be anything over what we earn. It's borrowing now. Every country borrows. It's not big.
But Kulata, what would be your acceptable budget performance? Because before we really Yes, percentage.
Anything over 60% is decent.
Okay, because what is our usual pattern? Are you aware about?
Yeah,
Are you
I'm not
aware of
aware of
our
my
usual?
around 27 is our usual pattern, isn't it?
I don't even know what our usual pattern is. I've never checked it before. Do you know it?
It's less than 50%.
Aha. Man, if we get to 60%, like I said, or over 60%, then we're good. I mean, honestly, those budgets are useless anyway because they just not 100% useless, but they take one copy and then they just copy it and then they add little bit to it. So you may see the same line items whether they need it
It's
or
a
not.
rollover. Our budget is rollover now. It's rollover because most of the projects in the previous year's budget will also be carry over.
They just
Carry them over years.
So it's not really that much reliable. But if you decide to do what's it called, is it $0 based budgeting, then you have to be creating budget from scratch. Everybody that tried it has abandoned it. So you have to look for somewhere in the middle between rollover and starting from scratch. But I mean, that's not my department where I work, but I expect us to borrow some, but I think our revenue numbers, especially with those oil price, it may be a bit aggressive. It may be aggressive. But all these parastatals that ministries that Tinubu is creating, they have to be funded one way or the other now. So we need to spend more money. Nothing wrong with us spending more money. I'm even shocked that Nigeria has not been spending more money with this population that we carry. We are under budgeted as a country. If you compare us to
I
Egypt,
said that earlier that our budget is so low.
It's so meager.
If you dollarize it, it's no money. These are 27.
It's
about
sure,
23 billion dollars.
No,
I'm sure the budget of Nigeria.
I think if you base this budget on 750 naira, I think it's about $36 billion.
So most likely.
So and you look at our population because maybe one man just want to create sensation because to me this budget is abysmal, and if you look at this is a paltry sum. It cannot carry us anywhere. Believe me. Let me tell you this, Kulata. Saudi Arabia is budgeting almost $400 billion for 2024 with a population of 35 million people.
Let me humor you guys a little bit. You call that budget, how much is it in dollars? It's 30 billion.
That's what I've said, that is $36 billion. That's all.
$36 billion. So it's like 1/3. It's like
based on, if you base it on 750 naira exchange rate, 750.
So that budget is like 1/3 the budget of the city of New York. 220 million people. 1/3 what we're budgeting as a country. New York City, just New York City, is like close to times 3 of our budget.
Yes, but New York is times 3 of virtually every country's budget. But Kolata, Tinubu will be presenting that budget on Wednesday. So I'm wanting to see marquee projects on that I want to see at least 3 to 5 big game-changing projects in that budget, and a time span for this actualization. So what are you anticipating? Yeah.
Do you think that is possible?
I think it should be ambitious, and if it's ambitious, then there must be some sort of things that it cannot just be shifting money around and just padding it along. There has to be some big item things there that will change the
That is not possible. Just sit down and think about it. 35 billion budget. We know that budget, the budget performance, let's just say 50%, right? So how much is that? for so out where is the space? Where is the room for a big project there? Or I mean, I don't know. Maybe our ideas of big projects differ, but where's the room for big project? Let's even say that 36 billion. Where's the room for a big project that will not automatically affect every other thing? Because federal takes 52%, they share 48% or something to the states, right? So if we do back of the napkin math, let's just call it 50-50%, and let's just say 100% budget performance. So we have 16 billion, 18 billion left for the federal. So out of the normal obligation,
no. Don't make that mistake.
I want to do back of the napkin math.
Excluding the money, excluding states, yes.
Oh, sorry.
This is our own money.
Excluding states. Okay. So since it's our own money, let's just say budget performance of 50%, Abi. So 18 billion, Abi, or let's say 20 billion. So if we're going to do a big project out of $20 billion, what's the size of, first of all, what's the size of that project, or what do you consider a big project?
I'm considering some sort of big infrastructural road type, let's say some road that opens up economic opportunities within the country. So that's one. And then maybe like some ports in the southeast or the south or wherever. So those sort of things that actually drive the economy, but enough to be impactful.
If it has to be big the way you're seeing it, it shouldn't come out of the budget. It should come out of private people. And that's why I keep insisting. We have no business trying to borrow money to build stuff we cannot run. For example, the rail line between Lagos and Ibadan is losing money, big time. And we can't run it properly. We just started ticketing. Since they've built it, they've been receiving cash. So please, I don't want the federal government to do a big project. I want the federal government to award a big project to people that have money to do that big project so they can run it. It's high time we have a paradigm shift. Let's stop putting everything into government. Out of that money, let's be able to them to do the basic stuff. If it's in terms of priority, I will definitely want more defense. I will definitely want, to the extent federal can influence education and healthcare, I would like that too. Like, let the federal government focus on core objectives at the moment, just core objectives. Whatever will lift the Human Development Index of the country. Defense, when you look at Maslow's hierarchy of needs, let's go to the bottom one. Satisfy the basics, maybe the first two bars there, in as much as possible. Education, healthcare, security, and water, big pipe-borne water, electricity. The rest, I don't care if they give it to private people to go fund or to go make money. Let people, at least let them be competent and let whatever they build remain. But we need to start focusing on HDI. It's an embarrassment that the average lifespan of a Nigerian is in the early 50s. Early 50s. So if you live more than 50 something, for those speaking on the platform tonight, that you are more than 55, you passed as a Nigerian, you've passed your expiry your expiry date. That's an embarrassment. So we need to focus as federal is concerned.
Don't scare people. That's not the interpretation of life expectancy.
It's the layman's interpretation that I'm going to run with. If the average life expectancy of a Nigerian is 52, if you are more than 52, if you are 55, you've done well.
You're living on borrowed time.
You're living on borrowed time. So the government needs to focus on core stuff, and I want the government to really get out of the way. Open the space to investors. We should not be scared of investors. Let them come. We shouldn't try and do everything by ourselves. Government. We're not Cuba. Bring people in, sell stuff, let them build stuff. Whatever they build is going to stay in Nigeria. They will make money. We too will make money. We need to change our minds about things like that. You go to UK, you see a Nigerian running Gatwick Airport. You come to America, you see all this Qatar, all this thing running the ports in America. Nobody's dead. Nobody's crying. Nobody. Things are working.
Kulata, can I interject, please?
Yeah, Maurice. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, what you said is a very, very lofty idea, very good idea, which is the best way to go. But for investors to come in, there has to be at least three things, basic things, just like you said, like security, strong judicial system, because the investor wants to make sure that the judicial system is not corrupt, that that they can get justice in whatever they do. That is secondly. And thirdly, also electricity. And if you check three of these things, we have none of that at the moment. So the idea of investor is very good, but we have to first put those three things, because we have only strong men. We don't have strong institution. We have to have a very solid institution for investors to come in, because you can't just go begging investors to come. You have to put your place in order first, and then investors will see, you know. Even if those investors we are talking, we're not even talking about foreigners. We're talking about Nigerian people who are living abroad, who are well-to-do, billionaires who are everywhere, who can comfortably and confidently come back home to invest. Thank you for allowing.
I don't disagree with you. Honestly, I don't disagree with you. I mean, think yourself as a foreign investor. You want to invest money in Nigeria. I swear to God, the only two places that are attractive to me as an individual, it's just Lagos and Abuja. Yeah, maybe my hometown for sentimental reasons. But outside of that, no. Okay, maybe to a stretch, Port Harcourt and Ogun State. But the rest are slim pickings. If I want to go into big time farming, I have to worry about herdsmen, right? If I want to do food processing, I have to worry about electricity. The only areas I want to invest in, maybe your banks, because they run well. Your telecommunications, they run well. What else? Your oil and gas, except you tell me I need to do some deep water stuff or gas. Yeah, because gas, I won't care, because my needs are more than whatever pain I'll get. So I don't mind putting money into gas. But the rest, not quite. Yeah, maybe another area is okay. Maybe I want to invest in people. I want to farm their brains. So maybe I can do some form of mass training for people and use them as call center workers or some knowledge-based activity, something, because you have the population. So at least if I throw a random net, I'll make sure I get a few smart people. Yeah. But outside of that, it's hard, because to say you want to put your money and stay in Nigeria, I mean, most investors, Chinese investors, will do stuff, but you have to be willing to part with more, especially when your fundamentals are not right. You have to be willing to part with more. Can we fix security overnight? No, it's not going to happen. Neither is security. Neither is our judiciary. It's not going to. We won't be able to fix all that stuff overnight. We can only make concerted effort, especially with maybe electricity. The judiciary, human behavior, Nigerian human behavior is always going to be Nigerian human behavior. But like the electricity, yeah, you can say the government can do more, and they can sell some, like, to investors to come and do, as long as you are guaranteeing them returns. That means you have to maybe stop subsidizing electricity too. So at least if I bring my money, I will know I'll make my returns. So Nigeria it's a hard place to invest. Let's be honest. If you look at it with a critical eye, it's kind of hard to invest in Nigeria, except you bump up the interest rate, so at least I can buy your treasury bills. And I know that, okay, after inflation, I'll still make some money. So, man, Oma, I don't know. That's why I'm not Tinubu. That's why they're smart people. We are just looking from the sidelines. It's not easy.
All right. Let me take you to this final space, and then from there we go on to world peace. A brief commentary on this. Tinubu reappoints Medekari as NMPC czar. So does that surprise you? It surprised me.
It surprised me because yesterday I was saying some stuff from the rumor mill that is either that woman or that Yoruba guy, that I was even making a joke that they're going to Yorubanize NNPC. So NNPC escaped Yorubanization this time around. So I think it just means Mele Kyari is doing something that Tinubu values. And so we have to give him kudos for that. And when you look at it with a critical eye, under him, PIB passed. Under him, NNPC, I mean, with PIB passing, NNPC became like a limited liability company, at least sort of. And there's some reforms, there's some solid reforms under him. And perhaps we could start refining oil. That will be under him too. So let's give the man his kudos. I think he knows what he's doing. I was wrong yesterday when I thought they were going to change him. So I'm surprised, but he must know what he's doing. So let's support him and hope he succeeds. Because if he succeeds, we all succeed. So that's I'll leave it at that. One man to lose a fridge.
No, sorry, earlier fridge. But let's go from you to War Peace. So speak us. War Peace, are you ready?
Yeah, one more. Thank you.
Yes, War Peace. We can go to the politics in a moment, but the Omonoba is in Lagos, paying homage to Sanwo-Olu. So that space, he was telling us then that let me actually play you this clip. Let me play you this clip because some things have to be documented. And then after this clip, we'll have a look at the village that Choma comes from. But let's listen to this first.
The importance of history. History also reminds us of the importance of the present time, which is the only opportunity we have to take the different and too often fragmented components of our collective past to prepare the foundation for a unified and collective future. The long line of succession of kings in the kingdom known as Benin started in the 12th century by modern reckoning. There may be some different views about the origin of some of our ancestors, but there is unanimity in the shared heritage between the peoples of Benin and Ile-Ife in identifying Oduduwa as a forebear of kingship in many kingdoms in part of Africa called Nigeria today. Historians all agree that Oduduwa sent his son Oromiyan at the request of elders of Benin to return with them as ruler of their realm. Oromiyan's stay in Benin may have been short, but before he left, a child was born to him who was later crowned Oba. And as is known today,
Sorry, War Peace. I was speaking, I didn't admit it. No, I was saying that was the point I was wanting to land on. So this thing that we have been discussing for months on end here, it lands now with the Oba speaking, telling us that Oduduwa sent his son from Ile-Ife to go and found your culture. So that's what the Oba has to say. Well, War Peace.
Thank you, Amma. I know I like your selective history, and I thought you're going to play the one he just how we founded Lagos, Eco. I thought that one you're going to play, but you didn't play that. One man, you and I heard what he said. And he never called Ife Yoruba, he called it Ife. And he said, Rajua sent his son back to Benin. So I don't know which point are you trying to make here, one man. We all know Odua is a Benin son, a Benin person. But people can take it, it's from Mecca or Egypt or Sudan or Yemen, or it came from the sky. But we know it's from Benin. And he sent his son back to his throne. And Odua could not, Oromia did not stay, and he moved on and found Oyo. And his son, his Oromia's son, Eweka, started the kingship. We have said it times without number, the Oba dynasty. So, man, I don't know the point you are trying to make, or what do you want me to speak to? Can you hear me? Hello? We can hear you.
I can hear you, but hold on 1 second. I'm going to play it just one more time. It's about 2 minutes.
The importance of the present time, which is the only opportunity we have to take the different and too often fragmented components of our collective past to prepare the foundation for a unified and collective future. The long line of succession of kings in the kingdom known as Benin started in the 12th century by modern reckoning. There may be some different views about the origin of some of our ancestors, but there is unanimity in the shared heritage between the peoples of Benin and Ile-Ife in identifying Oduduwa as a forebear of kingship in many kingdoms in part of Africa called Nigeria today. The historians all agree that Oduduwa sent his son Oromiyan at the request of elders of Benin to return with them as ruler of their realm. Oromiyan's stay in Benin may have been short, but before he left, a child was born to him who was later crowned Oba.
So there it is right there. I'm not going to label it, but there it is, just to document.
One man, like I said before, you select this thing. You've not played the full video. Inside that same video, you said that Oduduwa is a Benin man, that it's not our position to impose it on you guys. Only people were there, a lot of people were there. Nobody disputed it. So what are we now doing selective cause for? Anyway, this is not important. Let's go to the important stuff.
All right, let's go to the politics. So come in at whichever entry point you'd like.
Yeah, thank you. That of Malakiari, to me, I feel it's only political. I don't see any reason that guy should be there. Malakiari and that guy, the Bata guy, the DSS guy, I don't know why they are there in Tinubu administration, but it's clear now.
Yusuf Bichi,
yeah. That one, his mother is clearly in Niger. That guy was even accused in the past that he's not even a Nigerian. But he came out to say, no, his mother is from Niger. His dad is Nigerian. Who is that? We don't even know. Now, Kiari is just, this is the same thing they are saying about Emefiele. Any little thing that can say, oh, Jonathan appointed Emefiele. But Buhari reinstated Emefiele and kept Emefiele. Emefiele even ran for primaries, for presidential primaries. Nobody talk about that. Now, Jonathan Tinubu is retaining Kiari. Suddenly, you are singing songs of praise for him. This is the man who's supposed to be in jail with Emefiele. All the crude oil swap deals, all the shenanigans of crude we're having today, subsidy, is the bulk of it land on this Kiari table. Now, how can you not investigate the man that did the crime and you want calling the shots? Doesn't make sense. Kolata can praise him, I care. This is just pure politics and bullshit. That guy has nothing to offer to Nigeria. He has been there since she has been there. NPC has been going down. He has been there, I think, for a good 7 years. During Kyari time, correct me if I'm wrong. First time in Nigeria, NPC didn't remit to federal coffers. You can imagine that. Suddenly now they are going private, a private liability company. The shareholders we don't know. Everything's on the dark. So that guy is a no-no for me. And this is on that fair point in Tinubu administration. I don't have to go and wait to see what will happen in the next 8 years to see what the guy will do. I'll see the guy passed antecedents and the guy has done nothing. It's a failure. Oh, man. Thank you. Let's go to the next topic.
And the budget, which is the headline piece.
Sorry, guys. Did you guys realize that Mele Kyari is from Maiduguri, Borno State? Does that have anything to do with something?
Yeah, the guy is a Kanuru man.
In Dimi as well. In Dimi, the biggest oil.
Is a Kanuru man. I don't know. I don't know if I'm reading meanings. I'm just asking. I'm just reading your meanings. Has anybody looked at that?
Yeah, what meaning are we reading? What's the reading here?
Good night, gentlemen.
Oh, thank you, Maurice.
Good night. I don't know if I'm reading meanings or if I'm stepping beyond my bounds. But being Kanuri, Shetima, 2027, am I just being too political?
You mean is there to stack up the war funds for Shetima's fighting?
Perhaps. I don't know. Perhaps. I don't know.
I'm thinking the same way you are thinking, but I'm not taking into the presidency. But I know there's something going on for that Kanuri people. Not only Kyari, go and look at the position they have. Sub Kanuri, they still retain their positions. So there's something going on. There's something.
Is Yusuf Bichi a Kanuri man?
No, that's Niger and something. I don't know whose father. That's the problem. Where his father's from, we don't know. His mom is Fulani in Niger, but his dad, I don't know who is his dad. He's on his record anyway, his CV. He was accused that he's not in Nigeria, he's from Niger or Chad, I don't know again, something like that. And he was a dog guy. He faced his exam, but yet Buhari still make him a DSS. Actually, they wrote to Buhari that they should not appoint him. They still made him DSS boss. Anyway.
It's from Kano, though.
Kano, okay. His father, where in Kano? Is it Fulani or the Hausa or what in Kano?
It doesn't. I've not gotten to that part yet.
Oh, okay. That's the part I don't know.
It's from Bichi local government in Kano.
I think the people, not people can tell us more about those people. They're Fulanis or Kanuris or Hausas. So that just I don't know. Then anyway, let me go to that budget. Man, I agree with you. I was expecting twice this what Tinubu said announced. I was expecting like 50 trillion naira budget, not 27 billion. I think the last budget before Tinubu was 25 trillion. Correct me if I'm wrong, one man. Clotta, check it. Clotta, please, can you check it?
You're right. You're right. Well, please.
Yeah, and that time the dollar was 350. So that means we have like almost 40 billion naira or 30-something billion naira, maybe 40 billion naira to the SRA that time, to that money. How come we are bringing 20-something billion, 27 billion, which is, let's just say, 100, this 1,000 they have now. That's about 27 billion naira now. How can we solve our problem? I was expecting 50 trillion that Tinubu should present. Now, one man, the former budget, this supplementary budget that they gave, that they approved about 2 trillion for them, are they going to remove it or add it to this? The one they just did before now. Hello, one man.
I think it rolls into each other, doesn't it?
So if you minus that, now you see 27 trillion, now 2 trillion has already been spent.
No, the supplementary is for this year or it's different from what's going next year. So you
okay.
Into it.
Okay, thank you. So, Mama, to me, I'm disappointed in this budget. This is an economic crisis. Because I don't know if you agree with me, but for me, I was thinking about 50 trillion. Am I wrong about that?
Yeah, but we don't have money now. That means that we'll borrow more money.
Yes, we are not we are under borrowed. We're not over borrowed. We need to borrow our money for infrastructure that will generate the money. That's the problem we are having. We borrow money for unnecessary things, frivolities. Like you just said, I want to say this before. That
sorry, it could also mean that the budget was inflated under Buhari. It could mean that.
Yes, because they put that. Yes, I agree.
So, you know what I'm saying? If, for example, normally, like some corporations do, they can just look at the previous year and just put a spread on it and say, okay, grow everything by 20%. But in some cases where people have budgeted budgets in the past and you are really doing detailed granular work, you want to tie budget to specific activities, you understand? So if you do that, you might see that, we don't really need to spend up to this. You understand what I'm saying? It does not mean that that budget, this budget that is 27 whatever and is lower than that one, might even deliver more than the prior budget, considering that they might have inflated some of the things under Buhari. That's just the truth. Wait and see how they will. I'm sure by the time they start analyzing the budget, we'll see what I'm talking about. I think that was what happened.
See, okay, Patrick, I'm not disputing, I'm not the financial expert, neither am I inside see what's going on. But you cannot use Buhari time, even though they pad their budget. And the economics woe we are facing now, the challenge we are facing now, that is only 2 trillion is the deficit. It's funny now. Buhari budget, the last one is 25 trillion. Now, Tinubu is coming out with 27 trillion. What will 2 trillion change? Even though they're not going to spend everything. We need a massive budget to get us out of this problem we are. First of all, we have deficit of infrastructures that Buhari carried over. I think in one of the sectors, I say building, they say the building sector infrastructure need 94 billion naira to complete. You can imagine that. So you just plus that with different sectors. That is not yet completed. Now look at our trainway. Our trainway is a dead bag on us. We were starting with the commissioning them, but we spend more money to service those train line. Ibadan to Lagos is a dead bag. You're not making money. We're losing money. Federal government is subsidizing that this thing, paying diesel. We're using locomotive kind of engine. We are spending hell in diesel to run that train. So we're not making money. So we should come up with a massive budget that will make a difference, and we should invest on infrastructure that will generate us money to carry on this budget. That's how I see it anyway. You guys can see it different. I was expecting a bigger budget. I'm disappointed anyway. You can go to the next topic.
All right. Let's pause for a moment. Please. There's this sophisticated lady that is always showing off in the comment section, goes by the name Chioma. So now we're going to her homestead to see if they have electricity there or tarred roads. So this is where Chioma comes from. They don't even have electricity. They don't have tarred roads, and she's there showing off. What are you making of village people coming to Chioma? We are mocking you. So this is where you come from, and you are doing all this paper and pay something in there. Kulata, are you saying this? They don't have shops.
Which village is this?
In Mbese or something like that.
But in Mbese, they have the finest girls in Nigeria.
Oh yeah? I don't really know more.
Look at this. They don't have shops. They don't have roads.
I don't really know more about Mbese than people usually say that scale of Mbese people are tight-fingered, meaning they are very, stingy, and I don't know. That's what I always hear from Igbo people. I've seen Mbese man run.
The only thing I hear about Mbese is the bride price is very expensive.
They like money now. They like money.
Look at that. Choma, you don't have tarred roads in your yard.
Kolata tó ti save owó dáadáa, owó ìyàwó dáadáa.
Look at that.
Owó ìyàwó ló bẹ̀rẹ̀ lẹ́rù ni.
I'm going to credit card.
Àádì ẹ lẹ́yìn, má wọrí.
I'm going to credit card.
Clota, so you get your money ready, so we'll follow you when you're going to. When we are going to maybe say we all should have our own credit card ready, you know, cash, in case your own run out for bills.
I get people, you know, go support me.
No, this is how it happened in Igbo land. My mother younger brother, Pastor Yam, he married his co-pastor, Chimbudu. Patrick, I don't know Patrick know this pastor Chimbudu in Benin, one famous pastor too. My uncle was the younger pastor. He married that pastor, Igbo lady. The lady had PhD. The lady's father, her father was an Igwe. That was the problem when we got to the east. It's not my brother from Japan. This was 1993. We spent everything we came with. We were sending people to town to $10. The bills they gave us. My brother.
But what do you think about this tribe that they are selling their daughter? It's like they are selling their daughter.
Yeah, that's a tradition now. That's a tradition. We bought.
Do you know Yoruba doesn't take dowry? If you bring dowry, they will return it.
Yeah, we bought a pickup.
Who doesn't take dowry?
Yoruba people don't take dowry.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, they return it. Family always return it.
They'll tell you to take it to train their daughter. Not like you bring the money.
They will return it.
Take it.
That we are not selling. That we are not selling our daughter.
Yeah.
Take your dowry back. They returned my dowry when I married my wife. They returned the dowry. Yes.
In Benin, when you bring the money, they only take 24 naira from inside. They'll say, okay, everything you bring, the food, the yam, everything you bring, take it back with the rest money to go and train our daughter. We don't want to hear he's hungry. You don't want to hear is this. But for tribes that.
What's the significance of that 24 naira?
And that's the smallest of the money they take there. It was 24 naira now, because they increased it now, because then it was 24 something like shillings or kobo. Then it's more smaller. So they'll take the smallest figure inside and return the bulk money to you. They'll say, okay, take this bulk money, take it to train our daughter, feed her very well, and he will get a lot of children. So then in your presence, they'll start naming her door. They'll lock the door and they're like, you don't have room here anymore. Go with your husband and make family. But they'll still tell the man, see, this door we nailed it so we can still open it. If in case you mistreat our daughter, we'll take her back. But, it's not tradition.
Kulacha. So, what I ask for your opinion about that video, the only thing you could say is they are beautiful ladies, Kulacha. That's the only thing you see on that video.
Well, I have to say the part that is pertinent to me.
That's the part that interests me now. Don't you know we'll be donating? Okay, you don't know. We'll be donating since now. For Kulata, we have a full room now. We'll be donating since we are going for marriage by next year. That is going there. We are going with him.
We're only joking, by the way, or in case Mrs. Kulata is listening.
All right, Mama, let's go to the next topic and let me round up so that you can.
Can Kulata pay with all his stinginess and data nonsense? Can he pay for the data?
They will increase the taxes on the
Can Peter Obi pay? Who is stingy between me and Peter Obi?
We don't give shishi.
That's why he ran away from Igbo land to go and import wife.
Do you know that?
Sorry, just what I did not tell you in that my uncle's wedding. When they was billing us, we were complaining. What we were hearing from the elders there, they were saying, soup was sweet, na money killer. Now PhD students, we train them well, so we go pay well. It was funny that we were laughing. They collected money. We bought ladies' bag for the mom. We bought sewing machine for the mom. We bought clothes. We bought pickup full of yam for the father. Do you know how many things we bought? The one that could not buy, we drop the money down.
What piece? What piece? What piece? See, this is Igbo culture. See, let me just be clear on this. This is Igbo culture. I don't think that it is nice to discuss our culture. It's our culture.
I'm not regarding the culture. I'm just saying it's their culture.
If you do not like it, you pack your stuff and go where it is cheaper for you. You know, you are paying for many things when you marry an Igbo lady. You know, you are
Like
paying.
You know, I don't even believe in weddings. I think it's an unnecessary expense. Just give them the money and tell them to go and put it down on a house. Why waste?
No,
spend $50,000 on a wedding.
One man, the thing there is that you have to understand. You see, these things is just like, you know, the way the society is, right? First and foremost, there is hunger in the land. Secondly, is anyone hearing me? Something is speaking. Is it me or what?
No, we can hear you. I was just correct. Sorry, I was just correcting that. Not even Igbo weddings, but weddings in general. I don't believe in them. You know?
No, I'm just talking about just giving people.
Because we went to a wedding in in Philadelphia, and the guy spent the best part of 75 grand on that wedding. His daughter. And I was just sitting down there that, okay, after today, that 75 grand is gone. But if you had given it to the starting of couple, if you give it to them, they'll go and put it down on a house and work hard to pay. It's just nonsense, isn't it?
One thing they don't really tell you is that when you come, it's about the culture, right? So it's about what the people really want. So you're coming to marry their daughter. Those monies or those lists that they give to you does not come from the parents. It comes from the family, as in from the community, not even from the family, from the community. So that is why the amount is that much, right? But at the end of the day, it's the culture. The women are beautiful. So if you need Igbo women, it comes with certain connections too. It comes with certain DNA. You pay the premium. That's it.
Have you heard of a village called Mbese in Imo State? Some village like that.
Mbese, you know, I'm married from Imo State too. Yes, I know Mbese very well. It's I think it's the largest local government in Imo State, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know that of Mbese. Yeah, no, they're great people. Most of their professors, most of them, they have so many professors over there, so many, everything you want to think of in Mbese, you're going to get it. And make sure they have some Mbese too. They have some prominent people and big people, large heart.
You know? All right. I was only really poking fun at Chioma in the
comment section. But woman, if you ask for my opinion, I would think that they should even increase it. So that exactly. So that, but the only problem we have is that we don't have any law to restrict people. Okay, if I decide to impregnate a woman from Igbo and I don't have money, what will happen?
You go to Yoruba land now. You go to Yoruba, or you go to Kogi, or you go to Hausa. You know.
No, what I'm saying. No, just listen to me, Jewel. The question I'm asking is that if I impregnate, let's say Igbo, forget about me being a Yoruba man. Forget if an Igbo man impregnates another Igbo woman from that same village where they collect a lot of things, and he doesn't have the money, what will happen?
No. See, there are ways around it, right? If you want the value to go down, then you pregnant the lady, right? So there are ways around it. So that's how you just come. You have to come to the Amalas. They will teach you how to go about it. But getting a woman pregnant to reduce your bride price, I think that is kind of sneaky. That's not a good thing. There's always negotiation. You can negotiate your way out of it. You know, you negotiate it. And if you're going to marry a woman, if you cannot pay those things, how can you take care of the woman? Let's be real. Start up. Rather, people will give money to start up. You go make your money, then you come and marry a woman. It's not that you just come and you just say you want to marry a woman because you feel like you want to marry. Then the woman will start suffering. Whether they give you 10 million, 20 million on the wedding day, if you could not manage it before that time, what makes you think you manage it afterwards? So that is my point, man. Let's keep the show going.
All right, brilliant. That's the majestic Joel of Nashville. So, did you want to comment on that space, Zita, before we move on?
I think Zita is from Mbaise now.
Zita is not from Mbaise. Zita is from Oyoalafe.
Woman, actually, I've not been. How on a day first?
We did, can't we?
I've not been listening to you people. I just got in now. So what were you people discussing?
We were just discussing general Nigerian politics, and then we took a pause to look at Mbe, say a locality somewhere in Imo State, because one of our main people in the comment section is from there. So we were just having fun with that. Do you know the place, Mbe, say?
Yeah, I do.
Yes, they say they've not yet, they don't have electricity yet and all of that. Nothing like tarred roads.
Yeah, I hear the main road going to Mbise, at least they have third road now. That Kahira, they have third road, but not into the villages anyway.
All right. All right.
So what were you people discussing about them?
No, we were not especially discussing anything. Chioma,
Madam Zita, I don't know why one man is shy. Do you take credit cards in Mbise?
For
marriage,
as bride price.
Bride price.
I don't get it. What do you mean?
Buy now, pay later. Buy now, pay later. Do you have a payment scheme for bride price?
Are you saying their bride price is very high?
It's very high. So
yeah,
you take credit card.
Or instrumental payment.
Or instrumental.
The thing about bride price, I think there was a time we did a research on it in Igbo land, and we come to the conclusion that anything a suitor is being asked to bring actually is the parents of the girl that is asking for it. But they don't know. Yes, the laws are there, the traditions are there, they are handwritten. Because if you go to years before then, some people will say bring 30 crests of mineral. As at 1950s, you can't tell somebody to bring 30 crests of mineral. So actually, it was human beings and the people in that village that keep upgrading those things to what it is today. But the only thing I can tell a suitor that is coming to Igbo land or wherever they say the bride price and the marriage, traditional marriage are too expensive, have this at the back of your mind. Whatsoever that the villagers insist that you bring is the girl's father, because the village don't owe the girl, is the father. If the father said, my daughter will go, the daughter will go. Nobody can stop that. The highest they can do, that is where the law is so extreme. The highest they can do is when another child of another man is getting married. All those things they collected, probably they might not give the man. But the father of the bride still reserves the right to say, it's enough. So nobody should cajole you by telling you that it's impossible, because poor, the rich, the poor, the unemployed, they still marry in those areas. Are you telling me that they bring all those things? The answer is no.
No, but they still tax them to the level of their. They tax everybody to the pay.
Yeah, according to that level, that's the thing.
Yeah, to the
their level to it.
Yeah. So if they tax according to your level, why insist? Because I have gone to a marriage in Mbise where they were insisting that they must complete something that is just 15,000 naira. And they wanted to stop the marriage because of that. So if you actually tax people,
don't tell the story, because you tell the story.
Why insist on a rich man that he must pay that? Otherwise, maybe one man, we should take this thing to Dusi's side. That way we discuss it comfortably. I think your forum is not really. I think Dusi should take this, because there have come a time we should speak on issues like this in our country.
All right, we bookmark that for Dopsy, but that the bride price for I don't believe in bride price at all, and I don't even believe in marriage. I believe in money. Just gather the money, give it to the young couple, and wish them well. That seems to me the more sensible. But
woman, look, you see, in Africa, we are the most. I don't want to use a ridiculous word, but let me say this. Let me use something very mild before they come after me. I don't care if they come after me, but I'm just trying to be civil here. We are the most confused. You want to marry, you go and spend money doing traditional marriage. You are done, you go and do white wedding, the one they call white wedding. You are done, you go to court. You have a child, you do oro, what we call Oma in my tradition in Uguta. You do Oma, you go for child dedication. Which one are we? That's the question I'm asking. If you want to be African, why is the traditional not enough? I think we have to start discussing this. We are just confused.
Madam
Why
Zita,
are we doing everything?
Madam Zita, the traditional is a must. White wedding is a choice.
The church is what?
So hold on now. White wedding is a choice. The issue there is this. If you want to address the issue that has to do with white wedding, then you have to talk to Nigerian women. They boxed up. For the guy, I don't think that we really do care. But Nigerian women, after they look, madam, you need to see where Nigerian women are discussing their white wedding. It's like it's something that's going to happen in heaven. So those are the people that you have to direct that to, as regards to white wedding. It is not the men. For we, the men, the traditional wedding is okay for us. That is when we feel like we are even seen. And the white wedding is all about the women. So it is what it is.
I second your motion. It's true. You see the way some women they are stressing to wear. I must wear the gown. I must wear the gown. I must wear the gown. You'll be thinking it's something from the space. It really took few men that stand their ground and said, no, I'm the only traditional wedding, and it ends there.
Well, why don't they just wear that wedding gown to a traditional wedding?
Who was the person
I don't know.
speaking, before War Peace? I didn't get
that was
Joel. Joel, why did you say that the traditional is important?
Yeah, because tradition in Igbo land, traditional is a must. Traditional wedding is a must, but white wedding is a choice.
You keep saying the same thing. I ask, why is it a must?
Because it's our tradition. It's just that simple. That's the main traditional wedding.
Okay.
That's the main one. That's the reason why I'm talking about. It's the main one. The white wedding is a choice.
It is your tradition, but it's not a must.
No, it's a must.
No, Joel, is your tradition.
No, traditional wedding.
It's not a must. Can I tell you why it's not a must? Because you left your tradition. It is your tradition, but it's not a must because you have left your tradition.
No, we did not leave the tradition.
Let me finish. If it is a must, you don't have any business in the church, going to church in the first place. So the moment you depart from that your tradition, abandoned everything about your tradition and took a new orientation, you can no longer say that's a must. Otherwise, it's just a confusion.
No, I don't think it sits well. It does not sit well. Look, our tradition. Look, it's just like the Oni of Ife. Hold on now. The Oni of Ife. You see him, right? He goes to church and still practices his own religion. Does it mean that he has abandoned his religion? No.
That's
it's just
the
that
confusion
sometimes.
I'm talking about.
Okay.
That is the confusion I'm talking about. You see, the time has come for us to discuss this. bring it to understanding of everybody that we have to choose. We cannot be doing tradition and be doing Christianity. They're clashing now. That's why people are not serious about the Christianity and people are not serious about the tradition. Africans should hold on to one. If they want to abandon their tradition, fine. I don't have a problem with that. If they want to hold on to their tradition, fine. I do not have a problem with that. But this idea of confusion, a young man that finds love, that wants to live and start a life, you drag him to traditional wedding, he do all manner of things, wear all manner of uniforms, spend all manner of money. You drag him again to the church. I even hear these days, they even don't stop in the church, they go to the court. I mean, what the heck is going on? I believe the law in Africa recognizes traditional marriage. Even if you didn't do the church wedding and the court wedding, the law recognizes traditional marriage. So why the confusion? It's not a must.
Madam Sita,
What
you
I'm
need
saying,
a certificate.
Joel, is not a must.
Madam Sita, you need a certificate. Traditional marriage will not provide you a certificate.
It does.
Traditional marriage?
Yes.
I'm not sure that it does, you know.
It
I'm not
does.
sure
Let me
that.
tell you why it does. I
Not
have
in
seen
Yoruba
a
land.
friend. Let me finish. I have seen a friend of mine. She married traditionally. What you do is to go and register it. It's allowed in Nigeria. Go and check.
In the magistrate court, you're right.
Yes, you have to go and register it. That is making it legal.
This is the
so
first
that
time I'm
nobody...
hearing this.
Yes, this is the first time I'm hearing this.
Yeah, that's why you have the magistrate court, bro. That's why you have the magistrate court.
You go and register it.
Malasa is right. We go and register in magistrate court.
Joel, let me see this. Thomas.
Sorry.
Listen to me.
Is that certificate tenable in any way?
Yes.
Yes, now.
It is.
You know the reason why they lure you to court.
In the I think Joel said magistrate court. I think he's right. It's called
magistrate.
Proof of marriage. I think that's what they call it. I can't remember. But it's a certificate, just like they give you certificate in the church. That's how they give you that certificate. But you have to go with, I think, pictures of the wedding or something. I don't know. I can't remember. But the girl registered her own. And she's in Canada with her husband today. They didn't do church wedding. And that traditional wedding was very glorious.
There are three forms
that my picture in that wedding. Huh?
There are three types of marriage that is acceptable according to law in Nigeria: traditional wedding, religious wedding, and court wedding.
So why are they
all the three? The three is because the law did not say one is acceptable. The reason why women are dragging their husband to go to court is because of what the other aspect of the court wedding that will give them power over divorce and all those things.
Sharing property.
Or they will not see that also prevent.
No.
That will also prevent them from marrying another wife.
No, none of them. That doesn't prevent them from. None of them stops them from marrying another wife. None. The church,
court wedding,
and
the court doesn't. The court prevents them. The court prevents them from marrying another wife.
Wait now. Wait. The law of Nigeria, does it ban polygamy? The Constitution.
I'm telling you,
the court sort of wedding that you have now.
Exactly, woman.
Yeah.
Is that what?
It depends on the sort of wedding that you have.
Which one is sort of wedding? I'm talking about the Constitution of Nigeria.
The Constitution does not take a position on it. But the sort of wedding that you have does. If you marry and your religion as well, if you have like a court wedding, as they say, and that acknowledges only one man, one wife.
One man. Let me say this.
And you have to divorce the wife before you can legally marry again.
Thank you.
One man.
Any marriage that allows divorce does not. Let me rephrase my statement. Any type of, because we are mixing two things, wedding and marriage. Any wedding that allows for a divorce and remarry does not stop anybody from not having another wife. It's as simple as it. That's why I said the three of them does not stop anybody from abandoning his wife and going to get another one. So why do the three? That's the question.
Don't mix it. He's marrying another one, not divorce one. He's marrying another to join, not divorce and marry.
As a second wife. As a second wife. As a second wife.
Anyway, it depends on what you people call divorce in Africa. But
let me bring this to your attention as well. I noticed this a couple of days ago, and I wanted to bring it to your attention. When a Nigerian person marries, people don't actually marry Nigerian people. Nigerian people actually marry people. That sounds somewhat convoluted, but let me play you this in the background. Anytime I see a Nigerian wedding, marrying a non-Nigerian, it is usually a Nigerian wedding.
I don't understand what you said.
Yes, I said most times when I see a Nigerian marrying an Arab, a Chinese, European, anything, the wedding is usually themed Nigerian in most instances.
A woman, do you know why it is like that?
So they turn that person into a Nigerian rather than them going to the other side to go and join them.
No, one man, because wedding is.
Can I answer that question? Why it is like that?
Yeah, carry on. But this wasn't the clip that I was going to use to back it up, but carry on.
One man, Nigerians, this one I'm going to generalize. Nigerians, when I mean Nigerians, I'm talking about 85% of Nigerians like affluence. Even when it is their last kobo, they want to show. So that's what is causing all this drama you are seeing, because to me it's drama. They want to show. And I ask, your parents, the church, the tradition, the court, didn't they tell our young ones and our married couples that there is a difference between wedding and marriage? The most important is the marriage, not the wedding. But it is what it is. Because girls must wear a shebi, and this dance must go on. Even if after dancing it the next 1 hour, it becomes the Lord of the Rings. Who cares? So woman, well, I don't tell you finish. You Africans should decide on the one they want.
And one man, and there's a question that you asked, right, about if they get married to us, and most times if those weddings maybe the guy is from another country and the lady is from our country, they mostly do the tradition of the woman, because wedding in general, all those ceremonies, be it traditional, be it white wedding, is all geared towards the woman. It is like the woman's day. You know, you don't really see wedding days celebrating the guy. It's about the gown of the lady. They pay attention to what she is putting on. I remember when it was when Prince Harry was getting married, they detailed the earring that the lady was putting on up to the diamond. Like, it's about the lady. So that's the thing. So whenever it comes to tradition, especially if the lady has a strong voice, she will always perform that wedding in her tradition. So I think that's it all.
All right, brilliant. So back to you, War Peace. Are you still there, War Peace? I think we've lost War Peace.
One man here.
All right. Back to where you were, if you can remember where you were. It's one of those sessions that is just moving here and there.
Yeah. We just finished talking about the budget. Talk about Malachiari. So I said we should move into the third talking space, because we talked about two now. So read me the third one.
All right. Let me take you to this space. There was this one that hold on, if I can find it. Let me take you to this one. Nigeria has highest international students dependent in the last 4 years. This is the United Kingdom, speaking to reasons why they are tightening up their immigration process. So if you apply for some sort of education in the UK, they allow you to bring your dependents, and this is a route that families are using to move from Nigeria into the UK. So what are you then making of that high number of Nigerians moving en masse?
Yeah, Wama, thank you. I said it when you read it before. Yeah, well, first of all, that shows that the hardship of the country, that's why we are moving in high mass. And I think we are beating the Pakistan and the Nepal right now in England when it comes to immigration.
It's quite funny, it used to be the Indians that they would come and pack themselves like sardines in some small house. But it's now Nigerians that are coming and packing themselves like sardines in small houses.
Yeah, that shows the hardship of the country. Again, the British just blocked on that way for us to jackpot. It's not too good for them. But understand they'll have to control their border control. They have its number of immigration they control every 5 to 10 years. So we not exceed that number. But I think the recent jackpot syndrome, I think, has pushed us to that limit within 1 year or within 4 years.
Jackpot is now turning into Japada. Have you heard of Japada?
No. First time hearing it. Who came up with that?
That's what does that mean? Going on now with Japada. It means Japa means run away. Japa loosely means run away. Japada means run back. So Japa is now turning to Japada.
Let's see how that one will stick, how far that will go. But anyway, Nigerian government should be worried about this. We should look into it and know how to curb it. You should at least provide the normal amenities for our citizens. Actually, we are losing a lot. Right now, you cannot find technicians, plumbers again in Nigeria. Our best plumbers are gone. They are recruiting them in New York, in mass. Our electricians, carpenter beaters, they are recruiting them in mechanics. So, just to talk about the IT space in Nigeria. So the government should look into it to stop this wave. And the British government should stay at least soft feather for us. This is the only hope we have right now, one man. And one man, let me use the floor for you so that other people can, because I'm in my yard, you can hear noises. It's disturbing your background.
All right, brilliant. As you yield the ground, let me also yield to Thomas. Guys, I'm not feeling 100% as some of you may have picked up. So let me yield to Thomas and I'll hold up the space. Still to speak, Dewale Widows Patoski, Simba, of course, Zita, Jewel of Nashville. So you're in for a banging session. Listen in the background. Thomas, acknowledge you're there. Thomas.
That's good for me. You always take all the big names. So I'm taking the big names today.
Oh, all right. So there's no name bigger than Jewel of Nashville. The biggest Jewel of So the fact that, of course, we mentioned IO, and we mentioned IO not once, not twice, 3 times, not even 4 times. Yes, we mentioned IO, and then we mentioned XYZ as well, who was telling Bishop of there, and we mentioned Chioma, who was delighting in the ghost bar. She's always off for a bit of ruffle. So thank you. Let me bail out. Hand over to you, Thomas. See you guys tomorrow.
Oh, thank you, Mama. Yeah. I think what is out the floor is finished. Yeah, let's go to Joe. Joe of Nashville. Hello, bro.
Good day,
Joe of
morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from. One man show, Thomas on the street. So I mean, what is going on today? I didn't really look at the headlines, but I think I heard about the 27 trillion. So probably I'll start from there.
Yes, that's good. Yeah, you have the floor.
Not really a bad one. If I may proceed, I think that it was a little bit what's the right word to use? It was, I would say, like it was reaching, being what's the right word to use? Looking for that word, but then it was bold. It was a bold one. I tend to look at the nitty-gritty of the entire budget and what made it constitute to 27.5 trillion naira. I think Nigeria should be paying attention, and let's look at it very, very well, because like we have seen with the state governors, there's a whole lot of padding going on. So we want to make sure that whatever thing that is budgeted for is what is really being done, or there's the accurate amount being allocated to whatever it's been allocated on, or allocated to. But I would like to also speak to, I was thinking that it was going to be a lot bigger. Being that we have saved money from petroleum subsidy, and seems to be that the CBN is getting more focused. Our fiscal policy, as they make us to believe, is getting tightened up. So I would have thought that it would have gotten probably to around 30 trillion. But for a start, I think it's not a bad one. It's a bold move by the government. And my problem in the past has always been the implementation of those budgets. I know in the past, we've not had more than, say, 40 to 50% implementation of our budget in the past. So I would like to see that go up to at least 80%. Bearing in mind the monies we'll be getting from certain loopholes and incrementing funds coming from different departments of government. So that is where I'll leave it. I'll leave it at that, Thomas. If there's any other topic, I can go on it.
Yes, that's good. Yeah, I think let's just wait for when they distribute the budget to different to education, to every parastatus. So which parastatus you think is going to take the big share, or which one do you want to take the big share?
Okay. Now I've been talking about where we should be investing, and I believe that if this budget does not have an emergency in agriculture and power, then I would not see this government to be doing the needful. Because these are, when we talk about the low-hanging fruit, I believe that those are part of our low-hanging fruit. Now, power might be a little bit, we know that it has, but at least it must be shown that we're doing something towards power. Now, I've seen, I can see the Siemens deal. I don't know what is going on with it. So, do we have another power master plan that we'll be following and we'll be invested in? That would be important to me. But the low hanging fruit is agriculture. I want to see what Tinubu is going to do in terms of agriculture. The amount of money that budgeted.
Joe, you are missing something. What of security?
No, I'm coming.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
I'm coming. Then secondly, I would like more money to be deposited towards health. Now, some of us listened to the clip of the young man that was crying about Ventolin for his asthma control and all that. And I believe certain medications should be subsidized by government for now. And also looking at our primary healthcare system and seeing how to improve it. We are talking about our infant mortality rate being higher than that of places like India and some of these countries, that are more in population than us. So I'm thinking that the primary healthcare system should be worked on. Should be, if you have more monies to more money donated or allocated to it. Then thirdly, security. Ribadu, or I think one of them came out to say that they defeated terrorism. I don't think it has been defeated in Nigeria. Insecurity in Nigeria is still as high as it has ever been. Just yesterday or so, about 150 were kidnapped in Zamfara. Farmers were kidnapped in Zamfara, right? And we are talking about people operating a state within the state, collecting dues from farmers, land grabbing. These things have to stop. People should be able to return to the ancestral land. There is no negotiation in that. Wherever you're coming from, go back to your village. Nobody made you the wanderer of the world. Stay in your place. If you need, it's only in Nigeria that I see cattle running around the place. If you need grass and all that, invest in it. They would it up for you like haze and transport it to you.
But Nigerian law granted anybody to live anywhere you deem it fit to live. You can't tell them
they
to
don't
go
say
back.
you should. But they don't say that you should destroy people's farm. Why doing that? That's my point. You don't keep just driving, keep riding your farms around people's farm. They resist and complain. You kill them, and you say that the Nigerian government. That is not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, just Madam Peter wants to come in, Joel. Yeah,
Joel,
go ahead.
Let me answer Thomas. Thomas, you just said something as if the law was one-sided. You said Nigerian law allows any Nigerian citizen to live wherever he wants to live. 100%
lawfully.
But you didn't quote the other aspect of the law.
Which says
the Nigerian law does not force you either to stay where you feel very uncomfortable. So in as much as you have the right to go in, you still have the right to go out. So any Nigerian that finds him or herself anywhere in Nigeria that is not comfortable, you have the right to withdraw. That's what the point I want to make. You are not bound to stay there.
So the point I keep making is you can't go to people's land and you want to dominate them because you feel like you have orders or you have protection from the power that be, and you go and you start people from their ancestral lands. You know, I mean, it's an economic crime against the nation because they threaten our food security. But we are not seeing it that way. They are not only terrorists to the people, they are also terrorists to our well-being. So I think that money should be judiciously allocated to security, and it should be followed through. Because from what I'm seeing, it's like many people are benefiting from the allocation that goes, to security, and they wouldn't want that insecurity to die down anytime soon. So the issue here is that while we allocate money towards security, we should also look towards, improving our intelligence within the army and arresting those that have used the security line as a conduit pipe, to drain money off our national treasury. And I think that's the part I was trying to go at, talking about, insecurity. Yes, there should be money for insecurity. I mean, whether there is terrorism or not, security should be at topmost because that's one of those intangible assets. However, we have seen so much corruption within the army space or the force space, and I think that more eyes should be thrown in there to make sure that the people that monies are meant for, like the soldiers on the field, get their normal due. And if in case they die in the process, their family should be taken care of. These are the things that we can do to boost the morale of those fighting for us. So that of security is very encompassing. It's a large field, and I think money should be donated towards that field. Lastly, transport. I believe that
we will not solve corruption. Solve corruption.
You say?
I said we will not, because of corruption, not doing what we're supposed to do.
Not doing. You mean in which department?
Insecurity. We know because of they have to. There are some people that will embezzle the money, but they still have to do what they want to do.
No, definitely they embezzle this money. Like we saw, I was looking at a clip, I think yesterday or so, where these army guys were trying to get to some Boko Haram fellas, and they said that they got an order from above that they should stand down. So who gave that order that they should stand down? So these are the things I'm talking about. We've had so many cases where the army are already at the feet of these guys, and all they needed was an area. The plan was that they were going to be an area assault before they move in, and they were there waiting for the area assault. They could not see, and they came in there and butchered them. So that is the point. So there's corruption in the army, and of course some of those northern elites. I believe that Tinubu should use his power, he should use his sagacity, make sure that these people, do not mess up his government. We do not need any terrorism. I mean, I'm going down even to the likes of Asari and anyone that has any group. Because what usually happens in Nigeria is that when those groups are being formed, when they have their teeth, it's usually hard to bring them that they now become an authority unto themselves, which is not bad, which is not good for the nation. So I would say I will leave with transport, and I say transport because anything that we do in Nigeria, has its root in transportation. We do not have an elaborate transport system in Nigeria. And even if in the places that we do have some, we don't have the good roads, we don't have the infrastructure, to support some of these infrastructures. So the transport sector, just like we have talked about in the past, Innocent is building, they're doing like the conversion from petroleum to gas. And I think the cost to do that is about 400,000, I believe. I believe in that sector that people should be trained to, offer those services to Nigeria, and those areas should be subsidized. Secondly, investment in public transport. Innocent also has gas run buses as we speak. So if it takes 139 naira to do a kilometer with fuel, it takes about 39 to 60 naira to do a kilometer with gas. So the prices of transportation will come down drastically. And we have more deposit of gas in Nigeria as it stands than even the crude oil. So what are we doing? Thank you, guys. I yield the floor. Is anyone there?
I'm here. Yeah. So, what do you think about bringing this Melekiari come back? Tinubu appointed him again. So, what do you think?
I don't know. I don't know the relationship between Tinubu and that Melekiari. I don't think it's I don't think it's a wise one. And if for any reason that man is still retained there, then I will believe that Tinubu has some things that he knows that we do not know. Of course, they will, but I'm just saying that they must have something that both of them are running together that will make Tinubu not to get him fired. I do not think that he should be there, and I know that in the minds of most Nigerians, that he should not be there. I don't know what was the reason behind that decision, but be that as it may, Melekiari has no business being at the helms of affairs when it comes to the NNPC. Now I will end it with the urbanization of Tinubu's government. I think that Tinubu should start being fair with his appointment. He is doing this thing like I do not care, and it's not a good path to follow. I'm saying this because you see, nothing lasts forever. Nothing lasts forever. And no matter how good that you think, people around you or people from your tribe are, there will always be this sentiment in the eyes of the people. The optics does not look right. Look, whether you have your people in power, whether you have people from other regions in power, what really matters is that they are inspected. If you do not inspect them, if you do not give them timelines, if you do not give them goals and objectives to follow, they will not do it. It does not matter if the person is from your place. And the second side of it is, or the question will be, do we really have people with the brains in other regions? Of course they do. Of course they do. So I do not think it's the right thing to do. Tinubu is being bold with this move, and he's been doing it, making someone from the southwest the chairman of NNPC. Does not speak well. He does not speak well. It's one too many, and I hope that he can start retracting his step. Thank you, Thomas.
Yeah. Don't you think it's coming from the premise of he knows those people and he knew their capacity? Joel, can you work with somebody you don't know?
Thomas, you see,
I'm not defending him.
Yes,
I'm just going questions to you. Yeah.
No, I can work with somebody I don't know. After all, when I came to America, I did not know nobody, and I've worked with many people afterwards. So not tell me it's about because you know the person. Most of us don't know people that we work with. Most of us didn't know the pilot we were going to take when we traveled out of Nigeria. Our first
But
job.
that is like that is different now. That is the analogy you are putting out is different.
No, you're talking about people that you can work with.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that you can work with anybody. You can work with
you can't
anybody.
work with anybody, Joel, now.
No, you can't.
How can you work with anybody?
Thomas, you can work with anybody. You can work with anybody, and if you guys are not, if your relationship is not workable, then you fire the person. We're talking about the president
but
here.
Is it not better you work with somebody you know his capacity?
No, see, let me tell you, there are other areas where you can play these people, but it is one too many. You know what I'm talking about? It is one too many. There's no way you can really defend it. You know, we are talking about FRIS, right? CBN,
yep.
Finance, Ministry of Finance. You understand what I'm saying? Ministry of Justice.
Yeah, I understand.
You understand? CJN. Come on now. What I'm just saying is just this, right? What I'm just saying is that if we go back, right, we cannot continue to do what we accused Buhari of doing. We cannot keep, President Tinubu when we were giving Buhari enough over this same issue. I think that for a nation like Nigeria, it does not all go well. And also know that nothing lasts forever. Nothing lasts forever. So if that time comes where the Yorubas are not in power, what will happen? It is not right. It is not just right. The optics is not just good. If you think you're joining today because you are the one in power, wait for it. Wait for it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think you are right. I didn't buy the Yorubalization of Nigeria. You are right. But I just think maybe that's the people he thinks he can work for him. So, but see, that's not good. You're 100% right, Joel. Yeah.
Can I say this? You know, when Buhari was doing this, we didn't say, when Buhari was doing this, we didn't say, oh, those are the people you can work with. You understand?
Yeah, but Thomas Zacharias go enter work.
You went for him. You went for Buhari. You didn't say, oh, maybe those are the people you can work with and stuff like that. So it is not just about who you can work with. You have to put so many factors into consideration. You know somebody. Does he know military? What does he know about the man? I can bet you know him like other people. You understand? They gave it to him. They gave it to him. That's just the thing. Balancing things, trying to look at other factors and things like that. I think some of these appointments are political settlements, very few on technical ground and national interest. That's not how to run a country. I'm telling you. We have a very serious.
Who is talking, please?
This Patrick. This Patrick.
Patrick.
Okay.
Patrick.
Yeah. Padosi, I get it, but it still does not look good.
It does not look good. I agree with you.
It does not look good. It doesn't look good. Let us. I wish he was doing it differently. Look, I don't care if he what he did, because I was thinking that okay, within the financial sector, probably the CBN, Minister of Finance, that area, he might say, okay, let me put people that I know. Okay, fine, but I do not see him putting his men in critical areas or critical ministries where we need results, like agricultural sector, right? Like power sector, to say, okay, all right, I want, this area to also be good. But we just see him in certain areas that has to do with money collection, FRIS, CBN, and Minister of Finance, and every parastatal, or even the army, oh come on now, police,
Yeah,
oh come on now, no, it's
I
not
agree.
good.
So
It's not good.
it's not looking good. The guys should look at things. My challenge is that all his campaign promises now, he has not started working on them. He promised us that he's going to come up with the National Guard. He's not talking about that. He told us that he's going to make sure that we start employing 1/3 or 2/3 of our arable land. He's not saying anything about
It's
that.
not, that's what I'm
He's
saying.
talking about industrial hub. He's not saying anything about that. We are 6
Yeah.
months into the system. He has appointed central bank governor. The guy has not done anything meaningful. Most of the promises, I think it's easy for people to just begin to speak. Maybe they just gave him those things to be saying. As far as I'm concerned, he has forgotten.
Well, the thing that is that he never came up for a debate.
No,
We were
but
talking about it.
he articulated positions. He articulated position to which I'm going to hold him accountable. I campaigned for him, so I have a right to hold him accountable, just like every other Nigerian do too. But much more, I have a right to hold him accountable because I was campaigning for him, but I knew every of the promises, and that was what motivated my campaign. It's not as if I have any personal interest within him.
But Patowski, they hold on, please. You remember we have been criticizing him about this student loan that didn't do anything about it. So now they are doing something. It has to be step by step. They can't bring like
It was promised agriculture. Very soon, planting season will start. Very soon, planting season will start. Is that you want to recruit national?
But what I'm saying is they have to do it simultaneously.
That's the thing. You have to do it. You can
Patrick,
Patrick,
they've started mobilizing for dry season. You need to check. You need to follow up with that agriculture stuff. They're mobilizing. A lot of what they're planting is going to be wheat and, of course, rice. But they've started mobilizing for planting season. They're just not communicating it properly.
And Kulata, the issue is this, right? The issue is this. You see, let me just use this. The investment, the money you put into agriculture will determine the kind of funds. The intention will be well known. It will be felt. Now, if you are telling me that they are doing this or they're mobilizing, I am looking at the money that is being channeled towards agriculture, and I'm seeing
not until we see. No, Joel, they can only work on the current budget that exists and the supplementary budget that they've passed, right? And that's still largely a Buhari budget. So not until we see the details of his own budget before we can make judgments. But by just looking at the top number, it looks too small based on, it doesn't look transformative enough. But we only really have 2 planting seasons in Nigeria. There's the dry season, planting season, which is now, and then there's the rainy season. So the dry season is what they mobilized seeds, they've cleared some grounds, and but I don't think it's going to be sufficient to curtail our food insufficiency. But something is being done, but I just don't think it's big enough.
Yeah, because
I don't do it in collaboration with farmers because I don't see government trying to plant season, preparing ground or whatever. They can achieve minimal results or nothing. Are they doing it with farmers? They want to see the model.
I think they are. They just distributed some high yield. They're distributing some high yield seeds or seedlings. I'm not a farmer or have a clue about
farming. That's the traditional thing now. That's nothing out of what we've been doing in the past now. So how does that the Buhari distributed seedlings, even shared money?
Patrick, I think what you should be looking out for in terms of what should be Tinubu specific is those what did he say they was going to establish? Something board. Oh my God. That thing that will
produce market board or something.
That thing that Awolowo did when
commodity exchange.
Commodity exchange, thank you. That's what we should be looking out for. That should be different. Otherwise, it's not that different from what's been happening from the past, apart from the scale.
But it's not doing
that
anything about
commodity board that we should be looking for.
It's not doing anything about that. I expect that by now we would have sent a bill to National Assembly on that. Look at power. I expect power.
Nothing is happening in power. Let me just tell you.
Yes, now with the person you put there, you know that he's not taking power seriously.
No, that guy is a misfit. He's
And
a brilliant guy, but he's a misfit.
Kulata, are we not being so hard on the minister? What can the minister do if the person that did it in the past did a wrong job? See, sometimes these things are not easy. It is easier, right, to start a planting season than it is to start a power station. We know the dynamics are different, right? So my own thing is just that. My own thing, I know that I'm not making an excuse for Tinubu. You know that I'm not for him. But the thing there is that, the idea of blaming the minister, when we know that, his ministry is not the thousand ministry, it's like billions of dollars ministry. Where is the money coming from? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but we have a money issue now. That's why I'm saying, look, bypass all this money issue and bring in investors. We don't have to use our money for everything. And so it's that kind of creativity I expect to be seeing. Trying to make something out of nothing.
You people are not being fair. Okay, they came in 3 months, just 3 months ago, and they are working on the existing budget. They don't have a budget on their own. They don't have their own plan. Patoski, hold on. What do you expect? Power is not something that you can do within 1 or 3 days. So I don't think we should give them next year when they have their own budget, when they have their own plan, and let us use next year to assess them. But all this one that we are just doing, I think we are just talking maybe we just have something to discuss. But if you want to look at it critically,
I think the guy
we are not being fair.
I think you are not following him. You guys are not following that guy. He's making some effort.
Which guy? The power guy?
Yes.
Adelabu.
Yes. He's making some effort too in that. But I cannot remember. I was listening to him.
Ajale Koko is doing all this normal solar here, wind power. There is all the platitudes. Anybody that's saying all those small things, I don't know, because I've heard those kind of things every time.
If the federal government, the presidency does not put a strong weight behind him and commits resources, into his effort, there's little he can do. Everything depends on the presidency.
No, but
there's nothing you can do.
We have existing operations. If I'm the minister, you understand? We have existing operations, contracts are currently running, like Siemens. What I would do is be on top of the contract. Look at what Umahi is doing. It's not as if they are putting money in works now, but Umahi was.
Patrick, are you aware that 3 or 4 days ago they commissioned an independent power station in Ekiti State?
I'm aware, but it's tiny now. I'm aware. It's tiny.
Look at the way like I described it.
It's like tiny. It's tiny.
It's like generator.
I'm looking at Umahi. They are not putting so much money yet for him. But you could see him trying to look at where we are losing money in the area of works and this thing. All the road, look at.
Okay. Let me tell you this, Patrick, hold on. You are into the financial sector. You understand? All these things that we are talking about our budget. If you look at our budget critically, since 2015, our budgeted expenditure has always been more than our budgeted revenue.
We'll be running deficits.
Exactly. You understand? And if you look at it critically, let me give you, for example, let me use Saudi Arabia, for example. They just commissioned a exactly. The Saudi Arabia commission, they are generating almost 100 megawatts of electricity for 35 million people, and they are still commissioning more. So now,
the trend that I think I pick up from this is Adewale, the trend that I pick from virtually everyone, including Kulata tonight, is that we do have this individual expectation, and when that expectation is not fulfilled, we tend to term the performance of this minister not, woefully. That's what I see. That frequency that before come to, but we seem to look at the one that have the loudest voice among them that embrace the media the most as being performed. But some of them are not.
If you look at Kolata is not a realistic financial expert. That's what I observe about him.
It's an
I disagree with you. Yeah. We don't have even when you say we have individual expectations, someone like me, my expectation is set based on his campaign promises. I don't have any expectation of him.
The campaign promises is one.
Let me finish. I don't have any expectation of him. But he has not. Let me finish now. Let me land. I don't have any expectation of him. He has helped me to set my expectation based on his campaign promises. And some of those campaign promises he made carelessly. Like in Abeokuta, he said, I want to go to my mouth. That's very careless. And I'm still looking at how it's going to bring down the pump price. And rather for the pump price,
Patrick, that's not fair, no. That lower petrol price is not part of his manifesto now. That's
no, just at MKO.
Obi campaign now, Obi campaign.
Yeah, but it's not in his manifesto now.
When you are building Patoski, when you are building a project, right, you have your deliverable already mapped out, right? So you being the owner of that project, you don't start demanding the product or the end product before the project is concluded. So you have a timeline that you have to work with. Now, before that timeline lapse, you're already demanding for that project to already be delivered to you. So, like Simba said, I think we are so used to having a quick answer because we've been suffering so much, and that's why we have that expectation of it has to go down.
No, sorry. Let me say this. When I say I expect, I'm not saying I'm expecting that the price should go down. I'm expecting to see someone working towards that. I'm expecting.
How will you be able to know that? How will you be able to measure how their performance, how they are working, if they're working on the ground?
No, how can you be working on the ground on the public issue, on the public matter? How can you be working on the ground? Is there a sitting for?
Are we living on the ground? I mean, what is
no. See, Badowski, wait. You see, most times when you have let's be realistic. When you have a ministers are working with interest, people with interest, right? We have unions, we have people associations and all that. It has to work through all these orders to get to the point. You can't just come out and say, today I'm putting my foot down, this is how it's going to be and all that. No, you have to consult. You have to look at, okay, what the interest of the government, the interest of the people is always going to be the most important part. But
yes,
ministers don't just say, okay, this is what we are going to do. Because some of them are not coming to the media to divulge some of these meetings.
Which meeting? That's how time will go. It's already 6 months. Let me tell you, in the next 6 months, we will still talk about this thing.
then you cannot come back.
Patrick,
After 1 year, you cannot after 1 year, you didn't see any.
He was making out.
One voice, please. Yeah.
After 1 year, if you didn't see anything on ground, then you can now start navigating there. But just this morning, okay, not every minister will be like Ricky. Okay, not every minister will be like Ojo. Not every minister will embrace social media like what is this guy? So some of them just,
let me tell you something. Let me give you an example. Look at that guy in international. That is a guy working.
You know,
you can be seen as working.
So because he hasn't come to the media shows, it's not working.
Adewale. Just leave Patrick alone. Patrick is just not really. Don't just mind him. Even if you plant ordinary maize, did you expect that maize to produce fruit in 3 months?
I did the of a guy. Whenever it was mentioned on this show tonight that it wasn't seems to be working, and my mind was casted back to what I witnessed in 2002. Silver, I passed my neighbor, almost 3-story building in I think it's Tika Island, or I'm not so sure that's Tika Island or Papa. And guess what? In my mind, I was thinking, how are they going to be? How would the light be, available with this kind of thing in the Nigeria market? Of course, they will want to sell their those generators, right? So those people that imported those generators, whenever there's stable electricity, how would they be able to recoup their money back? So they will want to make sure that they sabotage that there's no electricity, right? So in my mind, I was thinking that, what do you think the discussion you'll be having with people that are importing this kind of generator? What do you think is going to be discussing with them? So these are the people that I talked about having interest in this, that we will need to find a way to work around them so that we'll be able to, perform. Other than what we're just talking about, because it's not coming to the media, it's not doing this and all that. It's not every minister will be able to do that. Because sometimes you might need to walk through the political lockdown for you to be able to find a solution to the problem. So,
what Patrick is looking for is the Bolaige approach. You remember when they made Bolaige in the 2001 when Obasanjo making the minister for power? He came and said within 6 months. What was he able to do?
You can have timelines, but at the same time, you also understand that you have some cases that unforeseen cases that will happen, and this high expectation or realistic expectation that we have, we should also understand that these are human beings as well. But nevertheless, there should not be children from criticism, but we should also be mindful how we criticize. Must also give them time, at least enough time to absorb some of their mistakes to be able to, justify whatever they've done at least within a year. That's what I would say. If up to me, maybe after 1 year and I haven't seen anything of that, then I can now start saying, hey, let us go for the judge.
Adewale, do we try to get like microwave approach?
You see that's what the fantastic,
yeah, that is a microwave approach now. We can't use microwave fire brigade approach. Badowski, something that has been spoiled for 8 years, so you want them to change it over in 3 months?
Power sector is not even a commanding ministry like Ministry of Interior, where you can command the immigration officer. Okay, you must clear this backlog within 2 weeks. You must do this. Can you do that one in power sector? Can you command light when you are not God and say, okay, let there be light?
Let there be light, and there was light.
Yeah, there was light.
When I heard people the other time saying that this is what they expect the federal government to commit more on the budget. In my mind, the budget level for mention education. And in my mind, I was saying, why did the federal government declare emergency in agriculture? Why? You know, I mean, in addition to its welfare, we have less to think about, or we be able to, have enough time to think about something more innovative. But when the nation is how would it to innovate? How would it the government will commit way monitor it, unlike before that. Can you hear me now?
You're breaking. You're breaking.
You're breaking. Yeah, we can hear you now. Speak now.
Speak
now.
I was saying that unlike before that, there was we had a diversion of funds, fertilizer from those who are supposed to be the ones to be, planting all those crops. And I think it's high time government declare national emergency in agriculture so that they can pump money into it. Education is fine. To be honest about that, you are right. But I don't think government should focus solely on that and say, oh, government should commit at least 50% or no. I mean, whether we like it or not, defense is going to take a chunk of it one way or the other. I think that there's an angle of 50%, or 45%, because in nation that cannot be able to, I mean, how would you be able to? You can't pay your soldier, you can't buy equipment, you don't manufacture in the first place. And Babajide was saying that earlier that that we've been pumping money into defense all this while. You see, insecurity we have in Nigeria is political. It's not like somebody is coming to invade us. It's political. So if we can find a political solution to it, then we minimize it a little bit. But that still doesn't mean that we should, cut back on how much we spend on defense. Because the threat that we don't even see is more than what we see or hear of every day. But education is also important because the country will put people primary to up to DSS1, and their parents are having it difficult to pay their school. It shouldn't be. The only thing they should be worried about is how to pay their uniform. I heard the debate about between the state and the federal. To be honest, here in America, we have the lottery system that is also funding education. I don't know if you guys are aware of it. Yeah, in Texas, the lottery also fund part of the money going into education, apart from the local funding that goes into it, at the district level. So, I mean, the video that one man played the other time, where finally for the about generating almost how much was it generate millions, and it zero amount of money, and yet in my head I was like, that's the Nigeria factor right there. Why shouldn't the sector like that be part of the funding of education? Even some countries legalize prostitution. Right? So, I mean, as the federal government is planning to widen its tax network, I don't see reason why we cannot take that to cover every business sector so that people will be accounted to be able to pay tax, and then every job that you are doing, whether it's a show, of course, we are too conservative, we don't want to do that. Well, I don't see reason why they cannot legalize it. They are doing it anyway, right? So, tobacco sales, alcohol sales, all those things also fund education in this part of the world. But in Nigeria, it always has to come from federal government through the
No, but the citizens can claim that they don't have money.
No, you have government taking money from people now. There's educational tax. I think some companies are paying that now. That money that goes to educational trust fund is from corporate tax now. There's a corporate tax that is educational tax now. You heard of
it? At some point, they were using even money from VAT as well. Towards the education.
Exactly. So we don't have it. But we are not using it well now.
It's not enough, or they are best learning.
No. It's not. It's not that it's not enough. It's not judiciously used.
Exactly.
That is the issue. See, my brother. Look, if I were Tinubu, right? I would have given on my first year, right? I would have given. I don't care what is happening in every other sector. Agriculture will get at least between 15 to 20%, right? And in order to secure that agriculture, I will also give another money to maybe another 20% to security. And that security will be solely, especially in those areas in the north, to protect those investments. You understand what I'm saying? Then every other thing is because when we spend this money, my problem in Nigeria is that we don't seem to, we allocate maybe 20% this year, right? Next year we allocate 25%. At the end of this year, we do not see any impact. If we can go from step 1 to step 2, next year it does not necessarily mean that we can put another 20% on agriculture. We can now reduce it because we have done certain things this year. So I don't know. I don't know how to tell these people this stuff. They should just put money into agriculture, put money into security. Let us see how it goes this first year. Right?
Okay, let me ask Jewel. Sorry. It's like you have forgotten that we have 3 tiers of government in Nigeria, and that is why we focus more on federal government, which is not fair. Let me give you, for example, we are talking about security. I think security is the only sector that is exclusively for federal government, that the state and the local government doesn't participate. Every other sector is the state and the local government participated in that sector. So if federal government is budgeting more for security, I think it's more reasonable, because if you look at the budget for education, it's not only the one from federal government, but we focus more on federal government. State also budget for education, local government also budget for education. So if you are looking at, let's say, 5%,
this state will hardly exist on their own. Let's just be realistic. This money we are even sending to them, they come to collect from Abuja. It's not even enough to run their state. So if we, that's my point.
Why are you giving the excuse? Why are you giving the excuse for the state? Why are you saying that money is not enough?
See, let me say this, right? Can I come down? Let me come down so you understand where I'm coming from. Look, that the money is not enough for them. It's nobody's fault, because previous government in that state ought to have built up the IGR, be smart about it. But the issue there is this, that the politicians in the past have not done much with the resources given to them within the period they were in power. So what are you going to do? You can't just say blatantly, okay, everybody to your state or Israel, I have given you this money, all your past governors ought to have done this. No. If we are going to take part of the governors, the money we send to the state, right, and invest it to
the question I want to ask you, does state, did they have budget or not?
They do have budget. They do have
so
budget.
How did they finance? Just hold on. Don't put however, because I don't like people just giving excuses. We are talking and we have to be a solution that we are giving. Don't give excuses. What does not, however?
I don't see government doing anything. That government has no business in education, as far as I'm concerned. They should pass to the state and the local government. The cities and the communities run the universities here in Canada. The University of Calgary is run by the city of Calgary and the old students and the university council and stuff like that. So that government doesn't have any business in education for what?
But the issue there is this, right?
Sorry. I have somebody that was sick. I was taking to university teaching hospital. And if you see how much they are paying, so I was asking my brother. My brother is also a doctor that came from the same teaching hospital. He said that they are running that place like a private hospital now. I said, so why is government giving them money? Because they are making money. They are going to charge for close to 1 million for a procedure, or for putting a patient in
Patosi, what you are saying, Ajay Kuku can bear me witness. We discussed it some days ago. I mentioned it some days ago. That when
It
they
is
were
not
talking about
possible.
the
It is not possible. It is not
hold
possible.
on, just hold
It's
on,
not
hold on.
possible.
When we were talking about the 41% that the government said that the university should be remitting back to the federal force, they made a lot of money. The parastatal, federal parastatal, teaching hospital, universities, college education, they made a lot of money, but all this money, you understand? They are just wasting it.
You're
But you
absolutely
know,
right. You're right.
but
They make
we
money.
see we have people here that will always focus. And that was why I said ASU is one of the most useless union in that Nigeria. Have you ever seen ASU challenging VC on how they spend their locally internally generated revenue? They will not. They will never challenge them. The only thing they will focus on is federal government.
Did ASU remit anything to the federal government at all?
University, they don't remit. One my brother was
No
telling us,
remittance.
they said they are making money. They said they are starting around there. So that's what they charge in private hospitals. Yeah. So they still get money from the government on top of that. For what?
Now, can you guys listen, right? The reason why I'm saying this is still
You
goes to
guys
what I
remember?
was saying in
You
the
guys
past.
remember the Joel? Just 1 second. You guys remember the ASU strike when the I think it was the beginning as the Minister of Labor. Their question, I think that was they changed their payment method or something like that, and it didn't go down well with the ASU there. You guys remember?
Yeah.
I think when it was trying to streamline it, to one particular payroll system, and they didn't like it because it cut off all those work. Yeah, So you are right. I have to never challenge any member such as these vice chancellors and all that. No, if not do register. It's always about federal government. You are right. Some of these decisions should be self-sustained. I mean, look at the one that played out just this week. A lottery, this thing. They were generating billions, and yet it was funded by the federal government, and yet they remit zero amount of naira. Zero. So where did the billions go? Where?
They eat the money now.
The public need to pursue. It seems it's going to end up like off your mind scenario, and it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Doesn't in the business it doesn't make sense at all.
Okay, let me just say this, right? Why I agree with everyone, that we should put more eyes in the universities, which I know for a fact, there's so much corruption going on in the universities, right? But do not be deceived. That money you're talking about is not enough to run those schools. So what I'm just saying is this: if you can reduce the amount of corruption, then instead, if the corruption was on probably the government is supplementing their budget with maybe 40%. If we can work on the corruption, maybe the government might just give them 15%. Those are the practical things that I want us to start seeing with this government, because there is a whole lot of leakages in not just in our universities, in most of our parastatals. There's so much leakages going on. So if we can plug those leakages, right, and invest, aggressively in certain aspects of our economy, you and I know that we need agriculture, we need security, we need power. I see no reason why we are not running emergencies in these areas. That of education, we know that it's important, but at least if we can tighten up the loopholes in education, and with the what they call it now, the student loan coming up too, that will help at least the tertiary institution. But what about our primary institutions, our primary school institutions? secondary schools. What are we doing in those areas?
I think they'll be taken care of.
It means that it means that as we are moving forward, right? If we're investing in any area, we're investing to make progress, not taking one step and taking 10 steps back. So if we're moving, we know that this is our plan, and this is where we want to get to. I want to see that plan in every sector, in every ministry, so that we'll be able to gauge, where we are coming from, where the amounts we achieve, and where we want to be. These are the plans that we should be seeing from this government, and we are not seeing it. It is like it's just, I'm beginning to see that, usual. We are doing something about it. Come and speak too much English and go home. Nothing happens. 27 trillion is not something that I see as how would I put it? I don't see it as something that is going to reform
but
the
Joel,
country.
I'm still repeating myself. Can we call this government some slide? They just started. They don't even have their own budget.
We are only saying that let us see where they are headed. Let us see a plan. Let us at least we know that we are working with a plan, right? Right now, we don't know where we are. They just told us that they inherited a bad economy from Tinubu. We don't know where the economy was, so we don't know anything going on. We're just floating. That is the point. So there's no way to even gauge them. At least if they tell us where they are, then we can be able to gauge them, in 4 years. But we are not able to because they're not telling us where they made the economy. So it is like everything is now, the same, cliche we used to hear in the past. Things are not good. Things we inherited a bad economy and all that. So I'm not saying that this government, and I hope they do something reasonable as soon as.
Yeah, thank you.
Thomas.
Yeah, you want to say something? Yeah, go on.
When we say we should cut this government in slack, you see, 6 months in the life of a nation is very, very expensive. That 6 months, people will die, businesses will die, sicknesses will aggravate, a lot of things can happen, and that is very key. So one careless day, one careless month in the life of a country is very, very grievous. And the man told us he will hit the ground running. He will hit the ground running. I don't know what he meant by that. So the man himself is saying, look, I'm going to hold myself accountable. And he said, he even said several times, say, hold me accountable. So I won't cut him slack. I will do what he said I should do. I'll hold him accountable. If it's Obi that is there now, I will still hold him accountable. I'm sure some of us that are saying, oh, give him slack. Don't do that. We will begin to say, look at him from consumption to production. Where's the production now? Where's the production now? That's what we'll be saying. So I'm not ready to compromise my own position with this man. I can pay for him. They call me all kind of names because of him. So he must deliver. That's just the truth. From day one.
Oh yeah, you can't deliver from day one. They said we say we hit the ground running. The first thing they did, he cancelled this subsidy, which everybody, some Nigerian has been craving for. So that's among we can count that as one of the hitting the ground running.
They already passed the law, so we didn't cancel subsidy. He also said
yes.
He didn't cancel subsidy, so that's not to his credit. It's to the credit of the PIB. So he just announced it. So that's all. The law was already passed. If he had paid subsidy, he would have been breaking the law. So tell me what he has done. Hitting the ground running.
Actually, una be APC. I know be APC messing now. You know una they wait una they do now.
And that's what I'm holding you. So people should not tell me not to hold him. Cut him slack. Do this one. I should be the one keeping quiet now. But I'm saying no. I've campaigned for him. Now my role has changed. I'm in Nigeria. I'm holding him accountable. People are dying. My side is not for Tinubu, it's for Nigeria. It's what I felt he was the one that was good for Nigeria. Fine. And I will hold him accountable. If I discover that it's no longer good for Nigeria, I will say it here. And I will tell them, oh, I made a mistake. So, you should better do well.
Yeah, we hope.
I hope they are hearing us.
They are. They are. They are.
Those of us that come our way.
Batostic, you are doing the right thing. That is what everyone should be doing now. We should be, holding them accountable,
But we should criticize objectively Ajani Koko, isn't it?
When I was campaigning, was that campaigning objectively? I can read that one.
So, kudos to you, Patoki. I wish other people that supported Tinubu can.
Ajani Koko, Patoki ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ kẹ́ orí pátì kì máa wú ni ẹbẹ́ kó jí orí pátì kì máa wú ni.
No, actually, look. We are talking about the nation that is going down at very fast at alarming rate. So we must not look. We have compromised for too long for this, politician to destroy our nation. We must not compromise anymore. We must stand up and speak out in a very loud voice that they can understand us, and let them know that, look, yes, we supported you, we gave you everything to be there, but now you have to deliver. That is what we should do, because it's time for governance. It's no more time for politics. Politics doesn't achieve anything for any country. Nothing. It doesn't achieve nothing for any country. It failed a lot of countries. Politics. There's time for politics. There's time for governance. It's time for governance now. We have to hold them accountable. They must deliver. So, Patrick, you're on the right track. I support you. I wish. Everywhere. Lórí SUV yẹn. Ó yẹ ká everybody máa protest everywhere ní pé ẹ nílò SUV yìí sẹ́. Ẹ láti dáwọ́ yẹn padà.
You know what is painful to me? The disparity between the governed and the governors is too wide.
It's too wide.
If your neighbor today becomes a rep, you will see this difference is too clear. For what?
What? Come and look at senators here. We go to the same place to buy grocery, and you don't see any security with him. You don't see any. You don't. We live in the same neighborhood.
Baba Jayoko, the behavior. Don't you think it has
in the same barber shop? If you walk into the same barber shop,
it doesn't mean that it doesn't.
Wait for his own haircut.
It doesn't mean they don't have money. I think that kind of behavior. I think it has something related to our culture.
No,
we have this segregation. Believe me, it's
not culture. No. It's not culture. In the Second Republic, we had people that were in the position of senator and all the rest, and we still see them ladubo. They are not rich. They don't buy fantastic car. They don't ride in big vehicle. I mean, what
Second Republic? We know them now.
Our UPN, you see them, they come to meeting with just Buba and Shokoto. And they drive the same 504. You don't see expensive this thing with them. Jakonde was living in his own house. I mean, a lot of them were living in their own house. They don't go and live in 1005. That government, just to distinguish that, look, we are disciplined people. We want to live in the midst of our people. We want to feel the same pain with them. That was what UPN demonstrated then. Kí làwọn eléyìí àwọn tó ń pera wọn ní leader ẹ̀yìn Yorùbá sì kí ló ṣe fún yín.
Ṣé ẹ̀yin ṣe Yorùbá mọ́ ni? Ṣé ẹ̀yin ṣe Yorùbá mọ́ ni? Àwọn pé ẹ ti kúrò ẹ̀ ṣe Yorùbá mọ́.
The disparity is too much. I'm telling you.
We are talking about the disparity. It's too wide.
But to me, I still think we encourage, we the followers, we encourage a lot of bad things from our leaders, and we condone
poverty. These people weaponize poverty, and they turn everybody to beggar. That is what they did. So they conquered the people. They turn us into they weaponize poverty, and we okay. So that is what happened. They turn everybody to beggar, looking up to
because
them.
we celebrate them, we celebrate corruption, we do all sorts for them. So we encourage vices in our society. We have lost our value, Baba Jare Koko. People now, you
lost your own value, because when we were talking about these people prior to the election, most of you here did not allow us to rest. So the issue now is that nobody is running. You either hold them to account, or you just leave it. No more promotion of these people. They had most of you said Tinubu is the master talent picker, hunter.
I will agree with you, Joel. I will agree with you if you
Hold on, let me just finish now. The elections are over. We understand, and I get it. All I'm just saying now is that we just have to make Nigeria right. Things, we all believe that Nigeria should be good, but we all have different, means through which we want to get there. Now, your means is the one that is there. Now, no more cover up. We must hold them accountable, because I know for a fact that if Obi was there, none of you here, as in Kulata and Walmart, everybody will be up. Like our program will start at 3 p.m. Like we'll be discussing Obi even if we speak on the floor. So
I will have given Obi a year. I will have given Obi a year before I criticize him.
Hello, you clapper. Remember. So I know how it was gonna be. Let's just criticize these guys, critique them where necessary. Let them know that we know what they're doing. In this particular budget, we're going to look at every one of it. It's not those days that you now come and say it's Buhari's budget. No, the same way they now bought. No, we're not doing that this time around. There's nothing like Buhari's budget. Okay, if it might be Buhari's budget in number, but it cannot be Buhari's budget in content, because Buhari is gone. So the content should at least, align with the renewed share of Tinubu, right? Rather than what we had under Buhari. So I mean, just saying.
Yeah, you are right. That is where they are there to do the job. They are not there to play. So criticizing them, nah, I won't object that. But I think we have to give them some time. Just some time now. Yeah.
Come on. You know what is paining me? Look at that man that used to speak for Tinubu, Alake, speak grammar. He's now the minister of solid minerals. Solid mineral is one sector that should be developed in that country, and if we develop it, it will help improve security. What is he doing now?
No, he's trying. He's trying.
And the man before now.
I think they banned or retrieved about 1,600 or something licenses. Maybe like docile licenses, licenses, and people collected these licenses and they are not mining. So I think he's doing something. That guy, I like that guy a lot. So I will not say anything. I will not say anything I like it until 1 year. I mean, I think he's going to do a fair job. That's not his field too. So I think he's going to do a yeoman's job.
I hope so, Sha. I'm not ready.
So I hope my own thing is I hope they succeed. That's what we want. Even though some people don't want the government to succeed. But I hope they succeed. They put things in place uh, that will make the life of the common people on the streets better off. That is just my aim and objective. All these numbers they are rolling out, I don't care about numbers. I want it to show in the life of common people on the street, the masses. So the IGR is going up, IG7 is going up, but it doesn't show in the life of people on the street. No, I don't buy all those bogus number from Kolata. So I want, yeah, he has to show the life of the people. Yeah. So government is there to be criticized and to call them to accountability. Which how the prudency, how they manage the money of the country. It's not their money. It's the nation. It's it's my money. It's your money. Even though we don't live in Nigeria, we are Nigeria. We send money back to Nigeria every time. I know how much I send to Nigeria every month, every week. Somebody break hand, somebody swallow biro, somebody shit for body. You still have to send something to that country. So we have to be upfront and criticize the president, and so that they can do the needful. Who hasn't spoken? I think Joel has spoken.
Zita hasn't spoken, and Simba.
Simba. Oh yeah, Joel, yeah. Yes.
So now you believe that things are hard in Nigeria, right?
I can't doubt that. If I'm saying that, I'm deceiving myself.
You know, when I said that last thing, you said, "Oh, what are you talking about? What are you talking about?" I said, Thomas, Nigeria is getting bad. Oh. He said, nothing. Now I'm happy. Now you're speaking at all to us. It touch everybody. Unless you're not a human being.
If I'm saying some things are going right, I'll be a fool.
Kulata, are you there? Kulata.
Amil.
Can anybody? Yeah, please, I want to ask this question. This Nigeria train they are created. What do you think is the way out of this train system? It's actually sucking our money.
It's a bad idea. I mean, we borrowed money for trains that are not I mean, most government subsidized trains, but I don't think ours is too bad. I don't think.
What's going on? What's going on with the trains?
I mean, at least the ones that they've built, I don't think it's fully utilized enough. I don't think they run enough. I don't think they run enough. What's it called? Enough. English fails me. They're not running it as frequent enough as I would think. They are also not quick to secure it. They're also collecting cash instead of like people paying with card or tickets or something. I mean, they're taking cash. So how can you record proper revenues? And I mean, it needs to be expanded, but then we don't need to borrow money to expand it. We need to just maybe sell right away and let China build it and run it for us or something. I just think it's just too much debt, and the returns is not that apparent. Is Tinubu? I'm expecting Tinubu now to maybe get some professionals to clean that space up. It's just as it is right now. It's not looking good. I mean, look at the Kaduna one.
Is any numbers at all? Do we have any numbers?
I've not looked at the numbers before, but based on incidents of like the number of times it runs is slow. The one in Kaduna, I mean, terrorists stopped it. Like just embarrassing stuff. It's not secure. It's, I mean, good idea, but I think we could have done it with other people's money. That's what I think.
Oh, okay, I get where you're coming from.
We don't have to borrow for everything.
We are actually losing money.
Kulata, I was going to ask you this question. You are
Kulata. Kulata.
The One Piece was right when he said the stuff about it. I'm saying something, Madam Zita. You can come in after me, okay? Do you mind?
So go ahead, Joel.
He said, no one hearing me. Okay, so I was saying that so it happened to be actually that I saw the banter between the Oba of Bini and Sowolu. And it was quite funny because it happened to be that what people were saying was truth. So Kurata, does it mean that the Yorubas are now the latest Bajue in Nigeria?
Let me not talk because let me not talk because it involves about Bini. If it was just World Peace, I'll talk. So I'll keep quiet for today until World Peace brings his wala again. Because I'm armed with all sorts of colonial documents that I'm going to use to whitewash World Peace. But I don't want to talk because Oba talks, so I won't appear rude.
Joel, me and Kulata, we are having fight every 6 a.m., 5 a.m. my morning time. When I open my eyes, because I will wake me up with one document and all that. We will argue and argue. It's okay. Don't worry. See next time. Me, I'm planning for him. To be a bushing.
I saw the news. I was laughing. I was like, oh my God. Like
it's a well-known fact now. We don't need to be arguing now. But anyway,
it's a made up fact, made up in the 70s. But like I said,
good.
I'm gonna pardon you because Oba said it. So I don't want to appear rude. But World Peace, you bring it here solo. We will destroy you.
Let Munazita, please come in. Then the next Sima go after you. Munazita, please, your turn. Is Munazita there?
I'm here.
Yeah, your turn now. Thank you. Can go ahead.
Okay. I wanted to say something because of what Kulata said. He was feeling terrible about the train service in Nigeria. According to Simba said when we come here, we should bring solution, right? Not just criticize it. Simba, are you still there? Am I right? Is Simba there?
He's attending to a patient.
Huh?
He has a patient.
Okay.
He's on call.
Okay. So, Kulata, I think what I should be thinking is that Nigeria as a government, Nigeria as a country, and their government should crisscross Nigeria with rail lines. And then the trains can be outsourced. Somebody can own up the train system.
Yeah, but that part is the cheap part.
It becomes
the what's it called? The carriage and all that stuff is not that expensive. It laying the tracks, the right of way, the steel, all that's buying the land. That's the expensive part.
That is what I'm saying now. The Nigerian government can do that.
We'll borrow.
It depends on how they want to do it. But I think it's a project that must be executed in Nigeria. Well, long overdue. In fact, the people that Nigeria was handed over to, if they knew what they were doing, that would have been one of the first things they would have done.
Well, we had single carriage that colonial people even gave us that crisscrossed the country to an extent.
I don't know if you live in a city that runs train. Perfect train transportation is one of the best ways of transportation. Complaining about security, and security is not only in the train. The security in Nigeria is general.
Of course, it's general, but there's some. I hate when Nigeria government they build they want to do a massive project, but they don't think about like other basic stuff. Like okay, look at this train track now they build Lagos Ibadan. It took them a while to even think that why don't we just link it to the port so we can be using it to carry what's it called cargo, which is a very good idea. Eventually they thought about it.
You see.
But why didn't you think about it in the first place?
No.
It's
The
crazy.
commercial, what do they call it again? Light. I've forgotten what they used to call it here. There is one for cargo and there's one for transportation. You don't put the two, otherwise the rail will go bad very easily.
But they build standard gauge that they built now. That can work for both.
Cargo and this thing.
Yeah.
They laugh.
But you know the worst thing, they're building standard gauge for Lagos Ibadan to Kano. But the one they want to build from Calabar to Bono, they want to use single gauge.
You see, that the way they're even doing it, why don't they take it into the cities and then take it out again from the cities? That I don't even know who is planning those red lines for them.
Yeah, but that one, I think they're going to take it to the major cities in the southeast and the south. So
those red lines supposed to be taken into the way they are running it, like the one from, I think, is it Lagos to Kaduna or what? Just where like that. That's where you have hijackers and all those things. You run train into the city and run it out again.
Where capitals, right?
No, they will have stops. They will have stops in the city now. It's not like from Lagos Kaduna straight. No, they have stops in the cities. You get what I'm saying?
It's not in the city. It's along the road.
No, they will have stops. Let me tell you, Lagos Kaduna, for example, is along the old track. It's still along the old track. Lagos Kaduna will pass through Abeokuta. We have a stop in Songo, Abeokuta, Odeda, then Ibadan. From Ibadan to Ede, to like that. Ilorin, Mokwa. That's how it will go. The train can continue to run now. If they will change, they need to change the driver. They need to sleep. They need to happen. It's not like a flight that will just go down. No.
What I'm seeing in the video is not pleasing anyway. I don't know whether what people are saying is different.
But Zita, tell me what you think about, they spent all that money, at least they've completed Lagos to Ibadan. What's the idea behind ticketing in cash? Can someone explain it to me? Who is the genius that came up with that?
Corruption now. That's the corruption they're talking about. That's the corruption. Although Metra in Chicago, in Illinois, is still ticketing cash.
But it's a machine. You put the money in the machine.
No, they have the machine, they have the card, but you can get into the train and pay. Yeah.
And pay cash?
But they don't give you change. No, Metra.
Okay.
Metra. That one goes off the city. There's nothing wrong with that if it's well managed.
Yeah, but that's America. In Nigeria, you're asking for trouble.
Yeah, but in Nigeria, I think they should do more of that card. That weekly card and monthly card and day pass and all those ones. I think they should do that. That way they will record. But
I think it's also not marketed well. Like there's so many people still traveling with all this downfall from Lagos to Ibadan.
No. The thing is that's what I am saying. The way they run the tracks it's not encouraging. That's why I say crisscross. You can't run like that, stop here, like that, stop here. There should be ones bringing them out. I don't know. Maybe you look at what they have in Chicago, in Philadelphia, in New York.
I know the Philly one.
And
Chicago, I don't think I've entered train in Chicago
Norway.
before.
Huh?
I said I've entered train in Philly well, but Chicago, I've not entered
Chicago has
train.
one of the best.
Yeah, because
what am I talking about?
Right?
I've entered
So
Chicago to the airport. Yeah.
Yeah, but they have I think what is talking about, like, if those rail tracks were intentional with getting through the cities, right? Because most of us stayed in the city. So if I knew that, like the capitals, for instance, right? If we had run those.
What I'm saying, Joel, is that you do double. You do city, you do the off the city. You do city, you do off the city. You do city, you do off the. That way, it will be very convenient for people to use. But when you do only off city, like from Lagos, you keep going about this, that. What about? I think Lagos is doing some. These they are blue, red, purple, and blah blah. I think they are taking Chicago style. You have to run that thing into Ogun State.
Zita, can I come in? I think it's just like, the way our roads are, some of them are trunk A, trunk B, some of them are state and federal roads. Now the states they have been allowed to go into trail. They can do their own train. So the federal government has a duty to take a train to a state. The state can take it from there. The state can connect their track to this track and run within their city.
You see, all these states, federal, honestly, sincerely speaking, I don't actually believe in that. I believe governance should be more of administration than business. I will continue saying this. Whether anybody likes it or not, call me capitalist, call me anything you want to call me, I don't care. But what I know, that governance should be more of an administrative job than doing business. As long as Zita is concerned, government have no business doing business. And until government learn how to shift away from business and first governance, they won't get it. It's as simple as ABC. Both the building of the rail, both the car itself, everything should be a source. Let them build it, let them make their money. It's as simple as ABC.
Thank you.
Wait, let me say this.
What the government can't do inside now?
No,
all the government has to do is to put the policies. Mark down the policies, mark down this thing, put it there for everybody to see. You know the do's and the don'ts. That's it. And the country will just flow. There are a lot of somebody somewhere who is in diaspora might be interested in doing that business. You never can tell. So government should hands off the way they hands off in the young, what is it called? The young ABC, Bogore, they should hands off. What is all this? When it's government people will just eat it. No consequences for misbehavior, no consequences for bad businesses. They should hands off. Since they cannot give consequences for their staff that embezzle those money, let them sit on the policies. Chicken. But we there, no. because if they sit on policies, they won't be making a hell of money. But I'm looking forward to a government and administrator in Nigeria who will put his feet down and hands off.
Do you know which government could have been like that?
Whose government?
Atiku.
Which Atiku? Thief.
The same one. But it just...
Listen, let me tell you. Let me tell you something.
That's Atiku. That's his belief, but I don't know. His implementation will be extremely corrupt.
Let me tell you something. When I mean passing off the business, I didn't mean selling it to your friends and
that Atiku will sell it to his friends, but in theory, he wants to get business out of government hands, but it's going to be cronyism. It's going to be cronyism rather than normal capitalism.
No,
because he's going to sell it to his friends.
No, that is not what I am saying.
Well, it's the same. See, Atiku's style. Atiku. Okay, say what you say it.
Oluwa Glass. I'm giving an example. Oluwa Glass is owned by Ogun State government.
Really? I thought it was private.
Wait, I'm just giving an example, please. Oluwa Glass is owned by Ogun State government. And Ogun State government wants to hands off Oluwa Glass. They should advertise the bidding of Oluwa Glass. That's the first stage. Then let people send their quotation. Whosoever won it, it will be made public. And the person's name will be, the company's name will be mentioned. And the handover ceremony advertised. They take it from there. That is how Shell is selling all their OML. That's how Seplag came into life. Advertise it. Let them send the quotas. Let the country, let everybody know what you are doing. It's not the way Atiku sold, what's that company? One of the biggest companies in Nigeria. What's that name again?
Which one did it sell like that? Like, not just one.
No, there's one that is really annoying.
Is it Niger Doc?
The famous one now that is still a trouble up to
Nitel.
Huh?
Nitel.
No.
It did Niger Doc. It did.
Ajakuta. Is it Ajakuta?
Is it one that's okay? They've done that Ajakuta many times. Then Alaja still too. Then Oshobo still rolling mills.
That is because when you do all those things, you advertise, you put running time. It's not for you to sell. Do they even sell those companies? They dash those people money. I don't even.
They pay scrap. They pay tiny amount, and then they give them whatever. And then
at the end of the day, those people cannot run it, and they
cannot run it.
Them the money. I don't understand what is going on, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about.
But what I'm saying before you started explaining is, Atiku's principle on paper is privatization. His principle in practicality is corruption and cronyism. So he wants private sector. Wait, this is how you talk. He wants private sector to run things, but at the same time, he will do it in a corrupt way. That's bad. If he did it like open bidding, everything, fairness, you bring qualified bidders, technical partners, everything standing, yes, that would be the right way. While he has the right policies, his execution is going to be terrible. And that's why I could never support him, even though in theory, I preferred his plan the best because I align more with his plan than any other plan. But I just could not trust the man's execution based on his past record.
Kulata, all the candidates that contested, the 18 of them, about 7 of them, I read their proposals. None of them showed me true federalism. That's what I want.
True federalism.
Yes.
I think Atiku wanted, I think he alluded to true federalism. Wait, in his manifesto, he talked about fiscal restructuring. He said it in his manifesto. Of course, we know he wasn't going to do it.
It's only when you say true federalism, it's only 3 aspects.
No, local government autonomy, resource control. I mean, from local government level, state level, all that. I think he said that now in his manifesto.
That is, you see, when they say local government autonomy, police autonomy.
Let me see Atiku's manifesto.
Ah.
No, I'm googling Atiku's manifesto. It's been a while that I read it. But he did go for restructuring, like full restructuring, full deregulation, like everything control goes to the subnationals. I mean that exclusive list, the demolish. But let me see if I can find it. But Tinubu did not allude to any full restructuring in his manifesto. Yeah, no, he said it. I'm still looking for. I'm just seeing rhetoric, but I've not seen the document. Full devolution of powers and all that. He was a good. He said a good game. That's the thing with Atiku. He always says a good game.
Kulata. I didn't see true federalism there.
He said I will restructure. Then he now gives some details of the restructure, but now I can't find that manifesto again. Atiku manifesto download. Let me see. PDF. Okay, I think I have one now. Restructuring. Okay, I found it. Restructure. Restructuring the polity. Why restructure Nigeria? It's there. I'm looking at the index. I mean, the table of content, and it's full of restructuring. But if I go to the page now, 150 something. Atiku on paper is an excellent candidate on paper, but when you know his why you know that no. Where is it now? 152. Restructuring. Okay, he has it there. It's just too much text, but he hit some restructuring points.
Madam Zita, can you expatiate on the true federalism you are talking about?
Well, true federalism, I think the government has to concern himself in only 3 things. The military, the judiciary, and one other thing. I think 3 things I can't remember. And that's what they practice in America. Most other places. You don't interfere in any other thing. I think only 3 things. That's what is called true federalism. You allow institutions to run their show and pay you tax. You don't all these ones that are saying police, when they say state police, by the time you look into it very well in the United States, you find out that that state police is heavily backed because they have the military, the power, the might of security is really, really backed up by the federal government. So
we have FBI though, that's at the federal level, but policing is a county affair.
You don't understand what I'm saying. Even in Norway, but when the ships are down, you find out that the federal government will come in.
Yeah, the FBI will come in.
Not FBI. That's what do they call them in the United States? It's not FBI. There's the military. The military.
No, there's military. Military normally will not interfere in internal issues.
I can't remember, but
it's a National Guard.
But I think it's only three things that concern themselves. That's true federalism. It's only three things. And when they concern themselves in those three things, the other things will take care of itself. This idea of government putting budget, giving states allocation and all these things and all that things, man, there is something I know. Every state in Nigeria has enough natural resources to keep them running if they can harness it properly. How wonderful. Beautiful nation. Every state in Nigeria has natural resources that, if well harnessed, can keep that state. They might not necessarily sell it or necessarily be used by Nigerians. They can sell it outside of Nigeria. Every state, I repeat, every state in Nigeria, go and check the chart. Wonderful country. They have something in their land that can sustain them. But nobody is doing that. These guys are just bagging money, throwing money here and there, recklessly transferring, laundering money from one country to the other. Man, I don't know, but I am looking forward to an administrator that will do true federalism. I know they are scared that if they do true federalism, they will lose control, but that's a lie.
When you think about the Nigerian context, Zita, see, there are many states right now. It's going to take them. It's going to be if you say, okay, devolution of power, local government autonomy, each state control their resources, whatever. I mean, send tax to the federal government and all. Starting it off is going to be very, very difficult for a lot of states. A lot of states cannot stand on their own.
Then you borrow money from the government, you pay back now. That's why I said, which one
you will see. We will end up. We're going to end up with. Hold on. We're going to end up with Lagos, maybe Delta, Bayelsa, Rivers State, and I don't know, maybe one more state or something that will be able to stand on their own. The rest will have to depend on the federal government.
Kulata, baby, you didn't understand what I said.
It's full. See,
I
said, full federalism. You put more power to the subnationals.
I said that every state has what it takes in Nigeria to sustain
itself. On paper, yes.
No,
but in practice, no.
In practice, no.
We are not getting to the. Let's start from the beginning first. Don't make it too bogus and confusing that it becomes a no deal. Let's break it down. Let's take it gradually. Don't jump into on paper. Let's take it. First of all, let's agree that every state has what it takes.
No, we can't agree now because it's not correct.
What makes it incorrect?
In theory, I can agree, but in practice, I disagree.
You are not understanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying that they have already harnessed it or what they have harnessed.
And they've not harnessed it now. Okay, just say potential. Use the word potential.
Some state has nothing to harness.
I'm not using the word potential. I'm talking about when you look at a land map of a state, the natural resources in it, that's what I'm talking about. If we're harnessed, can sustain the state. That's what I said.
But it cannot be harnessed. That's the thing.
Thank
it cannot
you.
be harnessed.
So let's start from there.
There are some states that doesn't have anything to harness.
Oh God of mercy. Let's
that is why
first now. Hold on. I just made a sentence. My sentence is every state in Nigeria have natural resources if well harnessed can sustain them.
I disagree.
Hold on.
I disagree.
I made a sentence. Can somebody go and do the research and come back tomorrow to attack me?
Madam Data, I would have said, what I would have suggested was this. I would have said, like, every region, see, what I would have suggested was this, right? We should divide every region into two. Divide the southwest into two, divide the southeast, so we're going to get roughly 12 regions. I think that is manageable. We do not need all these state government.
Can somebody allow me to run my economics commentary?
We're also interjected now.
We disagree with what you said. That's it.
Let me finish. I made a sentence of fact, and I said, people, Nigerians listening to me today should go and do their research and come back and attack me. That is one. Two, I said that government have no business in doing business. That is what
we agree on that.
Okay, fine. Now, a state has natural resources, policies, invitation, let the people come. Harness those natural resources just as Shell, Chevron, Egypt, Total is crisscrossing Nigeria, harnessing the natural resources and pay you their tax. That's what I am saying.
Yeah, and but no, have you thought about, wait, hold on. No. You have to talk about commercial viability of natural resources in the 36 states. Not every state has
a commercial viability of a natural resource
to sustain the state.
Them. That is what I said.
I disagree.
No.
Every state in Nigeria has the natural resources that has commercial viability to sustain them.
No.
By the time you people finish making your research and you still do not believe me, I need to be paid.
Zita is right now. What are you saying that you don't believe?
Not only that I need
what you don't believe,
hold on.
Somebody
need to pay me.
Your goal, you think it's not enough to sustain your state financially.
That's Osun State now.
Let me finish. Let me finish. When you guys go to make your research in the 36 states, including the Capital Territory, Abuja, and you still disagree with what I said, then I need to be paid. Because not only that I will mention the natural resources, I will mention the quantity
Kulata will
deposited.
pay you. Kulata that is arguing with you will pay you.
Because it's a thorough
Kulata have
research
not
we
done
made.
his research well.
Not only
He has
that,
not
I
done his
will
research well
mention
on
the
that.
state. Each state I mention, I am going to tell you whatever I call they have in commercial quantity, I will tell you the deposit. Because
Okay, let me give you. Okay, let's start with Yobe. Let's start with Yobe State, Zita.
No, you're not. Don't be too smart.
Kogi State is the most richest.
Smart,
is the most
Don't be
richest
too smart.
state in the whole federation
Don't
with
be
resources.
too smart. Because the Boko Haram and the militants.
Let's forget all conditions being normal.
And the Fulani herdsmen and the military, you don't even know the genesis why all those chaos are there.
I know, but I'm giving you.
But never
State,
mind. What
example.
I'm saying is, Kulata, go make your research. Then when you still do not believe me, I'm saying it affirmatively. Then you come, we sit down, I bill you, you pay me. Then maybe
I can buy you scotch or your favorite scotch
you pay
or
me.
something. But
we sit down, name your location. I will
disagree.
find you there. You pay me the moment you load the money into my account. Not only that, I will mention any state you call. I will tell you what they have and the deposit.
Okay, let's define the terms.
Let me
wait. Let's define the terms. We are talking about commercial viability that can run the state.
Yes, now
natural resources, not human. Let's not do all these human resources. Let's not do all that one.
Right, natural resource.
So let's agree on the terms.
I'm not saying human resource. What I said is natural resources.
Natural resources, yes, in the ground, stuff you dig in the ground that will sustain the state. That will sustain the state.
Hold on.
Don't say agriculture. Don't say all those things.
No. No. What I said, when I mean natural resources, includes everything that is nature.
Human beings are nature too now. So 4 million population.
Human beings. I'm not talking about human beings.
Madam Zita, let's just stay with natural resources. We know what natural resources is. Let's just stay with natural resources. Kulata, do you have any data on natural resources? Let's just start from there.
I can find.
We know there are human and there is land.
I can look for it, but the difficulty is how do we define the reserves, the potential?
That is why I
understand.
You have to pay me the commercial quantity. That's why I say for me to release that information, it's a global platform.
Okay, Eloni Jale.
Because it's a thorough research made.
Okay, Zita, Eloni Jale. How much last?
Okay, you are talking now. We talk offline. And then when we finish, hold on, Kulata. You tell me where we can sit down. The moment the alert enter my account, I bring out my laptop and we look at it. Anyone you see and you go back to that state and they say there is nothing like that, come back and collect your money.
No, I can't go to the state now. I can't go.
I'm not saying only that is if it is only one state you should not collect your money. I said if you go to the 37 states and one of them, I said, has something, did not have that thing, come back and collect your money. Even if the rest 36 have it, come back and collect your money. You don't know what Nigeria has.
Madam Zita, that was the reason why I said, let us divide these regions into two, like divide each region into two. We're going to have enough reserve in each of those regions to propel those regions. That is the point, right? Because I know that if we're going to do it state by state, there are states that have certain natural resources, especially solid minerals.
Yes, I'm doing small research as you're talking right
the
now.
Iceberg of the level of my research. Do you know that Imo State and Anambra State can electrify the whole Nigeria? And
Yeah, they
give
sit on
other
gas.
people light too.
I know they sit on gas. Both of them
you.
sit on gas.
That is just one corner of thing they have. I'm not talking about the platinum yet. I repeat myself again, Kulata.
Wait,
check the link that I posted. I posted the link. Can you check it?
Madam, where is the platinum? It says it's in Anambra. Let me go back tomorrow.
Let's move to Anambra. Why did Peter Obi not find that one now?
This one don't hear I said they get platinum for Anambra. You want wrong?
We don't go back. What are we doing in America now? We don't go back.
Yeah, but you see, I'm not saying, look, we're not talking about that this natural resource or that one natural resource doesn't exist. We're talking about commercial find that can run a state. That can run the state.
Kulata, maybe you I made the sentence very light. Let me make it even stronger a little. They have more than commercial quantity that can sustain them and extend their helping hand if they want to. I think that will send the message better.
Okay, what of Ekiti? Just give me Ekiti and I will give up.
Ekiti has, Patrick, Ekiti has.
What do you have?
But Ekiti, what's this? It has feldspar. What's feldspar? It has granite. How about granite is just Okuta now? It has kaolin, cyanite, and what's titanium?
Commercial quantity.
That's what I don't know now. They didn't say whether it's commercial quantity or not because you can find a few stuff here and there doesn't mean you have
it in it's a commercial quantity.
That's the thing. That I can run the state budget, everything. No, I disagree. I totally disagree. Okay, Zita, are you talking about with value addition in the state or just sale of raw commodities? Because value addition.
Even with the value addition, right? Even with the value addition, you can only make a little bit more. But if you don't have if you don't have those things in commercial quantities, you still make. That's the reason why I said. But if we divide these regions into two, right? Then we're going to have substantial deposits in each of those regions.
Yeah, I mean, because see,
what do you have in a place like Ebonyi natural resources?
Ebonyi has, Patrick. I know a friend that used to mine. My friend used to mine zinc in Ebonyi.
Zinc.
Even
zinc and lead. They have.
And limestone. They have it.
But the best one is in Benue, I believe. Is it Benue?
You mean limestone?
But there was insecurity there. But I mean,
I think, Kulata, let me say this. From the way you people sounded this night, I think the present administration should create an institution, maybe a geology institution in Nigeria. Because I was shocked that people are even telling me they don't have commercial enough to sustain them. I think I made a categorical statement, and I think that from the way you people reacted, I know even most governors do not know what is in their land. Because if they know what is in their land, they will harness it.
Yeah, but
They will
I gave
invite
you, I
investors.
gave you,
But
I'm going to
what
give you
I'm
two
going to
states.
say to
I'm
the
going to give you two
present
states.
administration is, instead of all these subsidy, they should use the subsidy money if they don't want to pay me and crisscross Nigeria. Let them look at the land. The land is green and it's good.
But I believe they said they already did a mapping of Nigerian minerals, like
Map
under
waiting. Who did it?
that they mapped it, geo, whatever mapping. That
Kulata.
they did.
Make
I
them
don't know how they. I
invite
don't know how they,
better
I'll ask
people.
my dad because this
Mineral
is his
map.
area.
There's mineral map. Ministry of Solid Mineral now. They
I
have.
thought they said they mapped it now.
Kulata. Let them go back. Enough. I know what I'm talking about. Enough. And I am saying it with confidence and all amount of alacrity. I've heard somebody saying Oshun doesn't have anything.
Oshun has gold though. I'm from Oshun.
Wow. Anyway, it is what it is. But I've said what I said.
But let me give you.
What is
Let me
the
give you
topic?
guys.
Is it my turn to speak, Kulata? I think I've settled that case.
It's your turn. But I wanted to bring something up that nobody may know. Do you guys know that in Ibadan town, Ibadan city, they mine in Ibadan city? I was shocked when I heard that
The
they
mine
do
now.
some. They mine inside the Ibadan. What's it called?
All those things inside Ibadan now.
Inside Ibadan, the city itself. Anyway, Zita, it's your turn. Yeah.
When some farmers they even collect, make I shut up my mouth. Sir.
There's gemstone. There's gemstone in Ibadan. Won't go.
No gemstone,
You people don't even know that Nigeria has emerald.
Well, there's nothing in Gombe, Jigawa, Zita, and Yobe.
Why
They tell you there's nothing in those three states.
You are funny. You are funny.
Go and check it and let him chop your money. There's
you are
nothing
funny.
in those three states.
Do you know that not only that the one deposit in the land, like God created, do you know that the land called Nigeria, the fertility of the land sometimes can grow two special cash crops known in the world? They said this is the best and this one is okay. The land in Nigeria grows the two.
Is it weed?
Anyway, never mind. Kulata pay me now.
I give you three states now. Wait, tell me.
Anywhere in the world, just book. I come there, we sit down. I'm coming with my notebook. When we come there, I open my notebook. The moment you launch the money into my account, I will synchronize it to your desktop.
Let's talk to one man.
All the things I said they have and the quantity they have is plus minus 5%. If it is more than that, come back and collect your money in any state. Even if it's only one state, you take all your money back. You can get a lawyer if you want. I get a lawyer too. We sign. Then I release my document to you.
Yeah, but it has to be commercial.
I said more than commercial quantity now. Which one are you
commercial quantity that will run the state, so the state will not be going back to federal government for monthly allocation.
Yeah. All it takes is a dogged state governor that have the mind of Donald Duke to look around. And when they look around, I can assure you they will do federal government back for me. But they will not, because they want free money. They will not, because they don't want to sit down and write good proposals and good policies to enable the businessmen and women that will come in to do that business to have a peaceful, good environment to soil.
Okay, which states can run itself on marble, salt, and kaolin? Really?
Kulata, forget that thing. You think you can bring out the answer from my mouth? I think I've given you a number as an example.
Katsina cannot run.
Me, so let's leave it at that.
I wasn't thinking Katsina.
Katsina cannot run. Jigawa, what is this? I've never even heard of this before. Butiles. What's butiles? Never even heard of that before. It's a 4-chain hydrocarbon, one thing.
That they have natural resources, the kind of agricultural product, both in form of cash crop and other crops that can
Okay,
grow
plus
in
agriculture.
our land is unspeakable.
Zita, the way you are doing this, your argument, you're always going to win now. You now add plus agriculture. Almost every soil in Nigeria is fertile.
The land, excuse me, the land, not only that it has deposit in it, the soil is also fertile. I'm putting additional.
There's no place that's not fertile in Nigeria that I know of. Like, if it's that.
Anyway, let's go back to the topic of the day. Which other thing do you people want me to speak with? Oh, what catch my attention? Kulata,
the budget.
Kulata, this is for you. Have you seen what is happening all over the world? You didn't cut your attention.
Me, I've not been watching global news.
Okay. All the donor, any candidate in any country that is campaigning and they call him Donald Trump of that country wins the election.
Is that what happened in Argentina?
Yes. It happened in Dutch today. Is it yesterday?
Oh, that guy that hates immigrants. He won?
That guy won. The Italian guy won. So, and there are 4 other people who are singing Canary like him and are winning. I hope the message is clear now for everybody. Did you hear what the Dutch guy said? He called it
he wants to chase immigrants or something. Like, he said something about immigration.
A lot more than that. He called it nonsense. And that's what caught my attention. I've been monitoring them around the world anyway. I do that. Don't worry about that. That's what I do. When I came to this platform, I told you people that I like monitoring elections. You said the budget. What happened to the budget, please?
I mean, what did they say? Tinubu's budget, 27 trillion naira. Is that enough to run the country based on our urgent needs? Is barely big. I mean, in naira terms, it's like maybe 2 trillion higher than Buhari's, but in dollar terms, it's probably lower because we've devalued.
Maybe he wants to run a partial federalism.
Oh, maybe. How?
Because if you look at his what do they call their manifesto? If you look at his manifesto properly, I think it's because all those things he's mentioning, I don't think the government is going to do it. I think he wants to run a partial federalism. There are things he's going to hands off, and the investors will take over. I think so. That's why the budget is, because that budget. Anyway, all of them proposed big fat. What do they call it? Big pocket governance or whatever. Well, the money is small, but I think he's trying to run a partial, because the money itself, where will they get it?
No, it's gonna be deficit funded.
Maybe that's why he took that. I think he's trying to run a partial federalism, so that most of the things will be taken over by anybody who thinks he has money to start a kind of business. But he has to put a proper policy to help those people.
I can hear you guys saying that money is too small. When it's on record the highest, the biggest budget in the history of the country.
In naira.
No, why we say that?
In naira.
Which budget have you had in dollar before?
Why we say that?
Have you had any budget in dollar before, Kulata?
If you convert it.
Patoski, have you had any budget in dollar before in Nigeria?
My own argument is this. That budget and education that made the previous budget was overbloated. The public will say, okay, we can achieve more than previous government with this small budget. Because if those budgets are 27 trillion, 30 something trillion, and they achieve nothing, this guy has cut block some loopholes, block some other areas, and all those inflation of budgets didn't come in. So maybe this budget is even the real budget, and what we had in the past were just vague. To me, that might be my own way to look at things. Apart from this argument that Madam Zita is now bringing, which is also tenable, it could be that, okay, I'm handing off some things to the state, so I should not provide for them. Then it's going to release more funds to the state, and then his budget has to go down in those areas. You understand? So I think I buy that too.
Or maybe it's not going to achieve anything meaningful.
Okay, that's also a possibility, but I don't think so.
Kulata, you see,
I'll go with Madam Zita.
I think that guy is doing. Maybe you guys should read a book on Richard J. Daly. I think that's what he's doing. He must have mastered the art of Richard J. Daly.
Isn't that the mayor of Chicago or one thing or the other?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you know that guy saved Chicago. Every other city in the US collapsed. He saved Chicago. And that thing made him very prominent. President
Maybe because he went to Chicago State University.
Huh?
Maybe Tinubu went to Chicago State University.
Is that what?
Tinubu went to Chicago State University. Maybe that was why he was copying the guy.
I can't hear you. You are
he said he went to Chicago State University. Maybe that's where he scoped it out. Tinubu. Actually, he went to a college named after. He went to a college named after that guy.
Yeah, that's Richard J. Daly. They have their family. Look, if you are in Chicago, the man is a case study. Yeah, is one of the most corrupt, but one of the most delivered. So I think let's see. Maybe by March, May next year, he will kick off. Let's see now. I don't want to start after 4 years. After 3 years, then we do check and balances. But I think he's doing Richard J. Daly.
That's too far now, Madam Sita.
Why I said check and balances, in as much as we discuss him every day, because he's our president.
Oh, yes.
We discuss what he's doing every day. But come 2026, we're gonna sit down, inshallah, and run down everything and tick the buttons and cross the T's and then throw the ones we have to throw out and then see whether it's a plus or a minus. That's what I'm saying. But I'm not saying we should keep on talking about him. He is the president of Nigeria. Everything he puts on paper and whatever he says affects people in Nigeria and Nigerians all over the world. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, Madam Sita, what Simba sent in, what each state has at the mineral resources. I got I'm reading here. Then we are complaining we are wretched. I think they don't swear for us.
That thing is not even that thing Simba said. That thing Simba said is sent. I saw the website. It's not comprehensive.
It doesn't tell us the quantity.
That's why I say it's not comprehensive, because you are saying, Thomas, you are saying, and we are crying. When you see the quantity, you will scream.
Sanfara gold enough is bigger.
Nigeria and start flogging them.
The Sanfara gold is in larger quantity.
Even
in terms of deposit than that of Ghana.
That's why they are killing people there.
Yeah, than that of Ghana.
In large quantity.
It's in larger quantity than that of Ghana.
And it's of
better quality.
They have coal, they have cotton and gold. Zamfara.
Some of them have 6. 6.
There is almost 10 here. Plato, I can't even pronounce all these things.
No. Why I'm saying some have 6. I'm saying some have 6 that are heavily in commercial quantity. That's why I'm saying some have 6. I'm not just saying what you look around and see in their state. No, I'm talking about what to make money from. Just as
Did you know that
said,
Lagos have
commercial
bitumen?
quantity.
I'm seeing there that Lagos have bitumen too.
Lagos have Kulata.
The one cheap
Do
money.
you know asset declaration? How much Zamfara state governor when he was campaigning? How much he declared he owns? How much is asset? This president Zamfara state governor. Do you know how much he declared?
Which one is that? This current guy that's there now?
Yes, one. This president guy that won. His asset current.
No, I
you know how
don't
much he
know. I have
declared?
no idea. I have no idea.
12 trillion naira. Somebody that don't have second address.
That's what they're doing in Zamfara now. That's the
12
business
trillion naira.
Zamfara.
Huh? 12 trillion is about the richest government. 12 trillion naira. Go and look it up. Huh? Okay. Yes, now. When Ibori declared 12 billion,
he front-loaded the money. He knows the money he's going to get from the he knows the amount he's going to get from the gold deposit. That's what they do.
Wait now.
You know,
their guy does not have second address, does not have a factory. It's not manufacturing anything. It's not Bill Gates. That's manufacturing thing.
Okay, I'm reading. I have something from Reuters, but this is from 2019. $15.1 billion worth of gold was imported from Africa in 2016, but it was not in any books. It wasn't in any books in Africa. 446 tons in varying degrees of purity. Much of the gold was not recorded in the exports of the African
states. They are not
states.
recording
anything. Yes, now, and Kulata, if you go to Dubai, you go to China, you see Nigerian gold. Don't you know? You see Nigerian gold.
They are from Malaysia.
They're from my hometown now.
He just knows how to come and make noise here and one man work. They are stealing his gold in his town there.
Kulata, we have gold in Oyo State. I didn't know that.
Kulata,
we have trophies in Lisha too now.
We have gold in Oyo State. I didn't know we have gold in Oyo State.
I said they are mining in Ibadan town. They are mining gemstone in Ibadan city, gone. Inside Ibadan. Gemstone mining.
I
mean, not in the bush.
When Ajale Koko is shouting for free education at all levels, you guys, we can't afford this. Hey, they don't
but I can hear you.
All this Kulata will be making.
I can hear you.
We don't need free education. We don't have the money.
We don't have money now.
The kind of special stone that is in Edo State for glass is unspeakable.
No, we have the better one in Ile-Ife than that.
Let me tell you.
In that Ile-Ife there, we have better one than the one
they have in Ife. That's true.
I'm talking about my own research. I'm not talking about the ones you people have researched, because everybody agree here that all the states in Nigeria don't have something to sustain them. That's what you all agree.
No, count me out. I was supporting you. Count me out.
Okay.
Me, I'm still not supporting you. I'm not.
It's not possible, Raja. It's not possible.
It's not possible.
It's not possible, Raja.
War Piece. The stone in Edo for glass. It's not for coral. Edo should have been one of the richest, if well harnessed. Quote me. But until all those our leaders will remove their eyes from the free oil money that these companies came in and signed treaty with Nigeria and be exploring those oils, those free money that enter their pocket without their brain and their hands and their mind, they don't sit down in any table to think of a policy that will sustain business people. to harness the natural resources in their land until they think they sit down in a table, they will continue collecting the oil money. But let me say this, and I will continue saying it. Every state in Nigeria have more than enough to sustain themselves. When I mean sustain, be infrastructural, in development, hospitals, world-class hospitals, road, best salaries, best schools, every state, they have what it takes to achieve that. But if you people don't believe me, pay me. I'll release my document. And for every state you go in, and they said they have finished the exploration, they call geologists, they searched the whole land and they did not see that quantity in minus 5% plus 5% difference. Come back and take your money. Beautiful nation, wonderful country, endowed with natural resources, and are busy. The only one who you don't confine, now everybody they run, they go. That's what they know. They don't even know they have much more than that oil. But it's okay. The citizens this night confirmed that I'm a liar. That's okay. Except Ajanico.
Zita, if you know, you think other people won't know. Like, it's not knowledge nowadays. Is not like exclusive, and I still insist. Not every state can sustain themselves on the mineral and crop they can. I mean, the crop they plant and whatever God bequeaths to them under the soil. I don't think some states can sustain their budgets, their expenses, all that stuff on those two areas alone. No, I disagree. I don't agree.
They can sustain more than their states with what they have. And when they go in and start, it's going to be boom. They can sustain more than, in fact, some states in Nigeria, what is in the ground, if you turn it upside down and put it
We
in the
said
air,
all states, not you said all states, right?
all.
No, I
said
disagree.
some. If they bring out what is in their land and put it up in terms of infrastructure, Dubai will be a joke. I said all. I did not, including Abuja. I'm not removing Abuja, including that Abuja. I know what I'm talking about.
Abuja has some stuff now based on the rock formation near that area. You'll know they'll have something.
Kulata, which one be? I said commercial quantity.
How big is Abuja? Abuja has gold. It has lead. It has marble, dolomite, tantalite, clay. I mean, I beg now. What are you going to get with? What are you going to sustain with clay? So, cassiterite. What are this stuff? Like, look, you can name all these minerals, but you have to show me that it's commercial quantity.
Which one have salt? Which one have salt among them?
Salt.
Ebony.
Let me see. Salt.
Ebony State.
Ebony has salt.
The coastal areas too. The coastal areas have salt. Lagos, Akwa Ibom, Cross River, rivers. They have salt.
Anambra has salt too.
Yeah, Anambra do.
Joel, we are talking about commercial quantity to sustain them. So if I say that Ebony has salt, I'm talking about in quantum. So any state I say, I call one thing they have. What I'm saying is that they have it in quantum.
Yes, I understand, Madam Zita.
Not that others don't have it. Some might have it, but well, you know,
sorry, please there. So, Kulata, I didn't know that Anambra sits on 10 trillion cubic feet of gas.
I know there's gas in Anambra and gas in Imo State.
That's a lot.
They're sitting on
That's
gas.
a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Both of them are
10
sitting on gas.
Go ahead, Madam Zita, please.
So when I say like now, if you say gas, I mentioned Anambra State and Imo State. Why did I mention Anambra and Imo State? Because they have it in quantum, more than enough. Then when you say salt, I'm not saying that's the only natural resources Ebonyi have, please. But when you say salt, I would like to mention a state that have it in quantum, and that is Ebonyi State. That's what I'm talking about. So these states in Nigeria have more than enough to sustain themselves.
Okay, with
who will harness it? That is the problem.
No, look, it doesn't belong to the people of that country. All those resources belong to some particular class in that country, and they are the one that own everything, and that's why the country is not working. So they hold on it alone.
Ajani Coco,
if
you see this one that's saying they don't believe me, if you see the precious stone racketing going on in Nigeria, you go carry gun.
But that's been since I was a young, since the 80s. It's been going on since the precious stone has been going on in the 80s. Since
not as
especially
it is
in the
going
north.
on now.
And now maybe it's higher.
Trillions.
The gemstones they have in the north. I was, I traded a little bit in it in the 80s, but it was the natural resources in the north. Only God knows the value of them. That country did not tap into. It just, I don't know. You don't know how to describe Nigeria. You just look like that country is.
But the way you guys are talking about, like Australia has a lot of natural resources, right? But when you look at the economy, it's not like the economy is heavily skewed on the natural resources, like what they mine. I mean, there's a mining, the richest woman in the world, or maybe she used to be the richest woman in the world. She's a mining billionaire in Australia, but they don't run on mining. Nigeria cannot afford to run on mining stuff.
What
will not work out.
South Africa? What does South Africa live on? What's the resources that give South Africa?
Is
it not mining?
Exploration.
It's not just mining now. Exploration is part of mining, but it's part of it, but it's not all. I mean, it will be a small percentage of the money you earn.
No. I asked a question. I said, exploration, is it not mining?
It's mining now. It's part of mining.
Why you said a country cannot?
You can't live just on, the way you are saying, like, apart from, let's forget about, you talked about agriculture, but you're saying, was in this ground can run a state. And I'm telling you, no, it can't.
No.
What of Swaziland?
You're not getting the point.
And Soweto, I mean, what's the other?
Swaziland is smaller than, it's probably smaller than Lagos State.
They have diamond there, right?
I don't know what they have. It's very tiny. I don't know.
Diamond and gemstone, and that is what's run that country.
Yeah, but it's a tiny country now. It's just a tiny country.
What is stop it, Kulata?
I'm talking about a tiny state.
What's the population of Swaziland? Are they up to 2,000 people? We're plenty now. Osun State is like
Swaziland.
We go past Swaziland now. Osun, we're in millions now. Swaziland cannot be more than. Swaziland cannot be more than 15 people that live there.
what is that country? Is it Swaziland I'm talking about? That country near South Africa. Is it Swaziland?
In the middle of South Africa. The one you're talking about.
Swaziland. Yes,
it's Swaziland.
They supply huge diamonds.
Yeah, but what's their population?
Forget about what is the population of Zamfara compared to the resources of gold. I mean,
but that's Zamfara. Yes, I agree. Zamfara has huge growth. Zamfara can barely run itself. But what about Yobe? What about Yobe? What about Gombe?
Because they've not tapped into it.
There's nothing in Yobe and Gombe. I've checked.
Where did you get that one from?
Okay, what's there? You guys tell me. What's in Yobe and Gombe?
I won't tell
Why?
you.
Why won't you tell me? I'm not going to go there and mine.
But the pastor then look at the one that look at the one from the paper from the federal government.
Okay, what's in Yobe? You tell me.
What state?
What's in Yobe?
In Yobe, I can't even, I don't, okay. Soda ash and clean termites.
Oh, so now soda ash you go take run your gun. You know what soda ash is? Is that what you're going to use to run your state? And what's the other one? There's nothing there.
You know.
Gombinko.
Okay.
Gombinko.
No, I'm looking at the.
Look, Kulata. You see this my little head that I come into one-man platform that abuse. When I go make me vex, I go contest for governor of the state.
Vex.
Make you go develop all these resources, make people chop.
If I become governor of Imo State, in 4 years, if you come there, you go faint.
Make you go, we go promote
because
you.
I actually wouldn't need the money anyway.
It's for your state now.
The money in that state.
Don't be like Adewale.
Let me tell you, Owerri will be on top. Another town will be underneath Owerri.
Adewale Sanko Maji gbogbo wo Ekiti state ni tó bá dé.
Madam Zita, let me ask you a question.
Madam Zita.
If you are coming from Onitsha, listen, let me tell you, if you are coming from Onitsha to Imo State, the moment you enter Ihiala, you go enter ground. Unless you want to come into Owerri. But if you are going to Aba or Kigwe, Port Harcourt, you will enter underground and then take your way. You can only climb up if you are, in short,
isn't there erosion there? What will you do underground?
Which erosion?
In the soil that's not stable. Which have you dealt with it?
How many excuse me, how many rivers are in Owerri?
I don't know.
They have
Madam Zita, let me ask you a question now.
Ask me.
Thank you. You know, when I was much younger, my father used to take me to what they call it, Uguta. I hear you say you're from Uguta. And I can see the reason why some of your takes, you know, on the southeast, I can understand. However, since we're talking about progress here, Uguta, when I went to Uguta at the age of 13, I know since you're from Uguta, you know what they call Ugwegwe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so when you look at Ugwegwe, and if you're standing at Ugwegwe and you take a look at Uguta, you can actually see the town called Uguta.
Small London.
Now, it's a small London. So I was asking, why haven't they made that place like a wonderland? Like you have your what's this place? Hawaii, right? Like, you know,
I didn't get your question.
I said, are you hearing me now?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Yes. I said, why haven't they built like a wonderland in Uguta?
They call it small
It's still,
London. That will not do you.
it baffles me. It baffles me why they've not invested in
No,
Uguta.
what is the second name for Uguta? Small London, right?
I know, but the thing there is
No,
that it's not.
that will not do you because that small London is Uguta. We made it so, not government.
I know now.
that
I've
will
been.
not
I
do
schooled. I schooled at.
That
I
is
schooled at that
supposed to be a
secondary school.
village. You know, it's
I
supposed
did
to
a
be a
second.
village. That's a
I know
village.
now. I know,
How
madam.
your
I stayed in.
village dey?
I stayed in Nubidi for over 20 years, right?
Which other
Then
town in Imo State can you compare with Uguta?
no, I'm not telling you that. I'm not telling you that there is. All I'm just saying
So
is that
what
it
can
could be
be your
better.
problem now?
My problem is this: you're not listening. That's the problem. The problem, my question is this: that why haven't they made it a wonderland?
It is a wonderland.
No, it's not a wonderland.
It is.
As
Where in
presently,
Uguta?
no,
Where in Uguta did you go that is not a wonderland?
madam, I
Out of
have been to
Enugu
every.
State alone is a wonderland.
Madam, it's a desolate area. What are you going to do with Atozeri based area house?
I
What are
don't
you
know
going to
what
do?
you mean by
You are looking
wonderland.
beyond.
What
Look,
do you
madam,
mean by
what
London?
I am.
A place
Okay,
is
good.
called Small London. You say
Good,
it
good.
should
It's
be
not,
made a
it's not small,
wonderland.
madam. That's it's an exaggeration. Now, this is where I'm coming from, right? That I was thinking that Uguta could have the status of Hawaii. Do you get where I'm coming from now?
Why would you think so?
Because it has everything. It has naturally, right?
I
The
don't understand what you
where
mean by
it is
naturally. Can you name what you mean by naturally, please?
natural. I mean, they are naturally endured by nature.
How?
Right? The topography of the place, you have the water, you have the lake, right? The topography, and the beautification of the place, which
And
was
I asked you a
actually man-made.
question.
Hold on now. Let me finish now.
Which
Let me
other
finish.
town that is as small as Uguta, both in Anambra and the Imo State, that is better than Uguta?
We are not talking about Anambra Imo State now. I am talking about making it a tourist. Listen now, you're not listening. I am talking about making Uguta a huge tourist attraction.
Who is gonna make it?
That's what I'm talking about.
Who is gonna make it?
It was in the pipeline. I told you that was my vision. Thankfully, 20 years after, can I finish now? 20 years after, I listened to what's his name? It was what's his name? Not Udenwa, after Udenwa, or Hakim, right? Raising that thing up. They wanted to do an Uguta Wonderland, right? And that Uguta Wonderland would have been a place like level like after like a place like Hawaii, where you come and you eat money. You have the boats, you have the yachts, right? You have the hotels. They have a golf course, but it can be better. That is my point. It is not. It's not at the level you're talking about. The London you're talking about now. See, madam. I've been going to Uguta since I was 9 years old. Right? I know you from there. But what I'm telling you is that I have seen cities, and I know that nature has bestowed that that topography to Uguta. What I'm saying is that it could be made much, much, much beautiful, and it would be a huge tourist attraction. That's my point.
Made
Thank
your
you.
point. Can I respond? When I came in here today for this session, I made a comment. I said, government have no business doing business. You see, the NAPAs, the pontoon that ferry cars and humans from KB to Uguta town, that thing is being owned by a private individual.
I know, by Gogo.
And that's why it is still going on. The Uguta
Madam, that pontoon is old now. That is the point I'm trying to make you understand.
Now it's
By
because
now, it ought to be a bridge. Then the pontoon will now be for the pontoon will now be for.
We said nobody is patronizing it because what is his name? What's this guy's name? Peter Odili built a bridge. When he was governor, he now built a bridge to his own side. So the pontoon now become something like a tourist. If you want to be on a pontoon, drive your car into the boat and then cross over and then take you there. It becomes something like a tourist. It's no longer commercial, like people use it. That's why you see it like that. Then the Uguta Motel is government and they run it down. The K Beach is government, they run it down. So
it's not looking good. That's my point. That's my point. See, this is my madam. What I'm just saying is this.
No business doing business. That being
No,
said,
they have business. No, they have business in this one. They can build. They can build. No, madam, hold on now. They can attract. Look, let me tell you, Uguta, Kulata. If any of you have been to Uguta, right, you will see what I'm just talking about. If you have stayed in Lagos State and they present Uguta to you, Kulata, right, and they say, dude, manage this place. That what you're going to do there is just there by nature. It's already there. All you just have to do is now plug in, all these places. Then you now attract those 5-star hotels. The government is not going to be the one bringing the 5-star hotels. The government is not going to be the one managing these places. What I'm just saying is that the government has the responsibility to put money in there. The people can now see, because there are certain projects there that the people cannot do, individuals will not do. But if you provide it, like even the road from Uguta 1 to Uguta 2, there's no road, there's no bridge. There's no bridge between Uguta 1 and Uguta 2. Unless you want to go through Izombe.
You are totally wrong.
Okay.
Totally wrong. Uguta can only be a tourist center because of the location. These things we are talking about in terms of business is places like Ochanja, all those towns by the River Niger. If you make it, the whole world will see it because of their position, their location. But Uguta is one end inside.
Madam, no, that's the point. Madam, from Port Harcourt, we come to Uguta. That's the point. You have not built it to the point where people will come in there. That's the point. You have not built it to the point where.
Tourist center. It cannot be.
And that's what I'm saying. Uguta Wonderland is a tourist center. That's what I'm saying. We're saying the same thing.
It cannot be a tourist center. And
that's the point I'm trying to make you understand.
Let me finish now. Before you make such a remote, off-town a tourist center, there must be explicit security, not with the shenanigans Izombe is doing. So the insecurity in Izombe is also killing the tourism in Uguta. We know that. Do you know that these days, the whole of Uguta local government, the army is raging there?
I know, but that's because the governor is the governor too.
Those boys like tomorrow, these boys were ambushing, relaying the military. The military has turned against them. It's a very unstable area because of the Izombe people. That tourism you are talking about cannot happen. It was in the olden days, but as the days pass by, because of the insecurity and the location of the town is inside. When you go there to come out with the insecurity, it's not favorable. But if you are talking about a business hub, no, it cannot. It can't.
No, I never say it's going to be a business hub. All I'm just saying is this, madam. If you want to make Uguta a wonderland, it has even been in the pipeline. myself, I told you that when I saw it, I thought about it.
No,
Now the issue is
naturally,
this:
it's a
the
wonderland
intangibles,
because they have the confluence.
the intangibles we're talking about here is insecurity. If we can
Yeah.
get insecurity out of the way, from Owerri is like the home to one of the most clusters of hotels in Nigeria. Now, if the distance between Owerri and Uguta, right, is merely like 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Now, if you can do what they call it, a double lane or
It's 12
a
minutes
three
drive.
lane,
It's 12
if
minutes
you can
drive.
do, okay, 12 minutes drive, yeah. Now if you do it like what they call it now, if you make it a 3 lane on each way, like a 6 lane, right, down to Uguta, then you must have reduced that number to about 7 minutes. So what I'm saying is this, right? It is easier for people from Owerri because if you come to Owerri now, what do you do in Owerri? It's just the hotel and the drinks and food. So where is the fun? People will easily go to Owerri to catch a yacht, right? Or not the not the Tinubu yacht, you know what I mean, right? Catch a boat, have some eat fresh fish and all that in that area. Then come back to Owerri and sleep. They can even club in Uguta and sleep. They can even build beach houses. So it is bigger. That's what I'm
Uguta
trying to
used
make
to
you
be
understand.
fun before. God of my town used to be
Madam,
fun.
we used to come down to Uguta to party. That's the point. We used to come to Uguta Lake. Then we will lodge at the Uguta Motel. Right? I told you that I did 1 year. I came to take maths in that high school. I forgot the name of that high school. They wear white, right? So I came there. So I've been in Uguta. I'm close to Uguta. I have Uguta friends. The ANS. I went to school with them at Santana Primary School. If you remember Santana Primary School of those days in Mama. So these are the issues. So I've seen the city. I know that they have what it takes, but the government is not doing.
Joel, I said when you are supposed to be reading for your maths, you were going to parties.
You said?
You said you went to take maths there. I said when you were supposed to be busy reading for your maths, you were going to party.
No. The thing there, you see, the Uguta, right? I used to stay. My parents used to stay work at 33. 33 is an hour, mama, right? Then we live in Mbidi. So if you are, Mbidi is like 10 minutes away from Uguta, right? So before I even went there to take my maths, I've been going there. It's something that I go to, and I have friends too from that area.
Which
No, if you
is
go there, they're very, very
is
enlightened.
10 minutes away from Uguta. Joel, what are you talking about? Can you even actually differentiate Uguta and the Uguta? Which one? 10 minutes is a long drive now.
They say it's a long drive, right? No. The
It's
part
a
of
long
Mbidi I'm talking
drive.
about,
You
though,
can't say 10
the
minutes
part
from
of
Mbidi to Uguta.
no,
You can
no.
walk
If you're
from
talking,
Mbidi to Uguta. So why 10 minutes?
no, madam. If you don't know, you can't really walk. Wow, you won't make me wonder. No,
No,
now
you know where
the
is
issue.
Uguta Junction in Mbidi?
Mm-hmm. Madam, if you want to move from Uguta Junction to Uguta, hey, madam, now wow, that's a long distance now.
It's not.
It's a long distance, madam.
Then
No,
it's
I've never done
10
that.
minutes drive.
No, I'm just saying, like, look, even if it is 5 minutes drive, it doesn't matter. But what I'm just saying, it's very close. So we usually go to Uguta, to see friends and all that. So I know some families in Uguta, a lot of them, that we party with, So it's a nice place, nice people. If the government can invest more in that area, the issue of insecurity, they will be taken care of. After all, those people out there, clamor, those people that are in Zombe, is because they've been neglected too. So if they have jobs doing, most of them will be doing what they're doing. It's just as simple. Their story is the same story of those, it's not different from those in the creeks, in Calabari and in Bayelsa, or most of those regions that live around the water. They've been so neglected. And they are the ones producing the oil that we all enjoy. But they're not taken care of.
My land get oil. Uguta is the home of oil deposit.
I know.
So nobody is taking care of us. We took care of ourselves.
That's what I'm saying. They don't take care of you guys. With the amount of oil Uguta is getting, right? Or they're producing. At least that's what I'm saying. To make that place a wonderland, to give that place a proper wonderland status, shouldn't be an issue. But rather, this money are taken to Lagos and taken to Abuja, to build those places. Meanwhile, the places that produce those resources are being neglected. So hence comes the agitation. So if we have to, like P2B said, we have to deal with intangibles. You can't talk about solving insecurity without putting food in people's putting food on people's table, right? You can't solve insecurity, without solving the question of poverty in Nigeria, because people are hungry. They will turn to vices. So that is why I'm looking at the Tinubu approach
According to Kulata, Gombe no get anything. This Kulata said, Gombe no. Which other state Kulata call? We no get anything.
Kulata, I was even looking at Yobe. Yobe has iron ore in large deposits. I was just looking at it based on what they sent to us. So, Yobe has
not even comprehensive. It's not a thorough.
Yobe has a lot. But guys, I'll be leaving you guys. But let me go catch some nap.
See you guys tomorrow.
I have something doing.
Yeah, see you guys.
I have something doing. Okay, Pato. We will see now. Let's do it again tomorrow, guys.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, it has been a nice session talking to you guys. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you, Joel. Thank you, Kulata, Ajale Koko, Adewale, everyone. God bless you all. Yeah. We come to the end of the session again. We can't do without you. Comment section. You have been the backbone of the section. The super chatters, the Africa clappers. We'll see you tomorrow. You know that we will have to bring another banger tomorrow. That's what I always say. So, catch you. See ya later. I said, carry the conversation in the comment section. I said, peace. Oh, I can't leave you without giving you some music. Yeah. Where's my music hiding?
Sílẹ̀, ọkùnrin ọdún ní ọjọ́ ìyá.